find different. Long journey. It took me a long time to get straight out. And the level of sensitivity goes up and down.
Good morning.
Other factors.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the May 7th, 2024 Commission meeting. I apologize for being a few moments late. I'd like to thank everyone who's here today and is joining us on Zoom. As always, we appreciate your collaborative spirit. We ask you to engage. There's multiple times where your discussion is appropriate. We have about an hour worth of discussion items in the beginning, and you can also speak during the items if you feel it's appropriate, as long as it pertains to the item and it's a city-related issue. So we welcome all of you. We have different opportunities for you to speak, but thank you for those who came in person, and thank you for those who are listening. Today, in regards to our invocation, we do not have anyone here present to lead us in an invocation, so I'm going to be reading just a brief statement. Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking you for guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of our community. In God's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Commissioner Menendez, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to presentation and protocols. Item A1, presentation of proclamation declaring May 1st Law Day in Coral Gables.
Yeah.
Okay, we're waiting for the students? No problem. Okay. Number two, A2, a presentation of a proclamation declaring May 6, 2024 to May 10th, 2024 as Teacher Appreciation Week in Coral Gables. This is an item that I sponsored, and I'd like to thank our school board member who's here with us, Maritere Rojas. Thank you once again for not only being here, but I want to congratulate you and make sure that we memorialize the fact that you're always present here in the city. You have office hours here. You're always just a phone call away. And I can't thank you for everything that you do for our community. I'd like to also say thank you to all the wonderful teachers that we have here and principals and members of the Miami-Dade County Public School. Thank you for your commitment to excellence. Your education and your commitment to the students, it's lifting our community. So I want to say thank you. If I may, and I apologize, I don't have my glasses. Whereas teachers help to establish supportive, inclusive, and high-quality learning environments, which provide students with the education and skills they need to secure meaningful jobs, connect with the world around them, and experience the realization of high expectations and the fulfillment of steps towards achievable goals. And whereas teachers have a profound influence on student learning and engagement, helping students to discover, develop, and realize their potential, as well as inspiring students to think strategically and to integrate experience and knowledge to form reasonable judgments. And whereas as we hold our teachers in high regard, understanding the value placed on their skills and abilities and recognizing the impact they have in our students' lives, thus it's important to recognize, acknowledge, and thank teachers for their continued dedication and commitment to the education of our students. And whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, mentoring, and coaching students. And now, therefore, I, Vince Lagos, Mayor of the City of Coral Gables, along with the members of our City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 6th through the 10th, 2024, Teacher Appreciation Week in Coral Gables. Thank you. Madam School Board Member, again, as I mentioned in the beginning, we're honored and blessed to have you not only here today, but here 365 days a year, because you've really elevated the quality of the choices that the students have here in this community. So thank you for that.
Well, I'd like to first and foremost thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, all of our commissioners, and of course, our city manager, our attorney. Thank you so very much for putting education at the forefront. It is truly to me, amazing to see how dedicated, how committed you all are to the future of our leaders of tomorrow. There is no better return on investment than investing on education. And I can proudly say that in the city of Coral Gables, City Beautiful, my city where I've lived for many, many years as well, truly has their priorities in the proper order, in my opinion. So I'd like to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank all of the people that made today possible. And none of this would happen without teamwork making the dream work. It is never about one individual. So our team is comprised of several individuals that truly make a difference in the lives of our students. We could not do it without the support of our region personnel. So I would like to just take a moment to ask our members from the region who are here, Mr. Perez, our administrative director, please just stand a moment to be recognized. Thank you so very much. And what can I say? At every single school, there has to be someone at the helm who is making a difference each and every day for that entire school community. And those are our amazing principals who just work tirelessly to ensure that we do give our students the world. I have several principals who are here with us. Please stand to be recognized, all of our amazing principals that are here. And of course, the reason why we are all here today, and that is recognizing our rookie teachers of the year and our teachers of the year at each school. But I want you all to know that whether those teachers are here or not today, every single teacher in Miami-Dade County Public Schools deserves a round of applause. Please join me. And I'm going to be very brief. I just want to say I started my own career as a teacher, and I know exactly what they do. And I want you all to know that their dedication, their commitment, their passion, their compassion, their hard work, their tenacity, I can go on and on describing our teachers. But most importantly, the love that they have for the most noble and yet the most rewarding of all professions is truly commendable. And I am absolutely honored, together with you, our external stakeholders and partners, to be able to recognize them today. But I want to say that this would not have happened without our members of the SCRC, our community relations group that are here today. Please, I need you all to stand. I remember when I had a conversation with Sam Joseph way back, and we talked about recognizing these teachers. Dreams become reality. Stand, please. So with that, I'm going to end and just simply say, Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me the opportunity also to have my office hours here. I believe the community truly appreciates it, and I just want to end with a very brief poem, and it's very, very quick. And this is something that I think is going to motivate everyone. Every day you greet your students with a smile on your face. Through paperwork the night before seemed like a grueling race. Money's not your motivation. It's the love for what you do. You hear the special calling to which you always will stay true. Your students are your dedication. Devotion is to them. To each child's unique and special, a beautiful gem. Some days are just demanding. Frustration takes its course. But then you see those little faces, their inspiration is your force. Each day you're in classrooms, it reminds you why you're there, making a difference in the children's life with whom your heart you share. There's a special pride in teachers and a love for what you do, and appreciations always shared between these little lives and you. Thank you. Please thank a teacher, and thank you to each and every one of you.
Thank you, Madam. Give me 1 second, please don't move. Let's honor these great teachers. Give me
Yes.
1 second.
So I'm going to add one thing. Tonight, the Community Foundation is having its scholarship awards, and they are going to be giving out the largest amount. I know they had a huge donation, so I hope it helps you all, the teachers. If you can, take that number of scholarships they're going to be handing out and use it as a tool to inspire. I hope you know that the community supports you all around, not only in words, but in the acts of supporting these children. And thank you for all you do.
And as a son of two educators, I know the amount of work and dedication that it takes to do the job of a teacher. A lot of people think, well, teachers are there from 7 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then they go off and do whatever they want. They don't. Having lived at home with educators, I know that at 11 o'clock at night, they were checking papers, grading tests, and making sure that their lesson plan was ready for the next day. And I appreciate the work that all of you put into this. I was telling Sandy earlier today, I miss my days in the SCRC where we were handling education issues and trying to find ways to improve our schools. And I want to thank Ailette, who's here from the superintendent's office, for the work that you're putting in to help build our relationship. And school board member, the work that you've done. I remember my first SCRC meeting, the district and the city were not even on speaking terms, but we worked through that. And we have a great partnership today. We're working to improve the education and the educational landscape that we're presenting our students. And for all the teachers out there, the principals, this city has your back, and we're here to help you, and we're here to help your students and the families at your schools. We are dedicated, I think every member of this commission is, to ensuring that you have the resources that you need to ensure that our students have the best education. And I want to thank all of you for the work that you're putting in.
Thank you.
Let's take the picture.
First certificate of recognition goes to Carmen Carvajal. Nicole Sanchez. Tracy Barrow Chamlois.
There we go.
Sylvia Yanis. Kimberly Smith. Delphine Selen Blanchard. Milcia Usatoris. Francis Sands. Melissa Gillen. Monique Watson. Andrés Aguerro. Jennifer Plank. Jennifer the mayor.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. It's all good. We're here celebrating you.
All righty. Erin Valdez. Christiane Wachholz. Congratulations. Yeah. Joanna Street. Here we go. Barbara Hernandez. And Cristina Padrón. No, here they are, your superstars. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
You know what? In closing, first off, I want to thank all of you. Again, you know, it's your type of hard work and leadership and commitment that makes the city special. You know, what a blessing it is to have our school board member here. I'm telling you, I would not have been able to pronounce all of your names if it wasn't for, you can tell that we have a real true blue educator on behalf, you know, leading the city on the school board. So I also wanted, again, I know I mentioned this before, we have multiple principals here, and thank you for your hard work. I've had the pleasure of working with all of you. I met with the school board superintendent last week, and we had many discussions in regards to what can we do to continue to push these schools to new heights. And again, the work begins. I would love to take credit for it as an elected official, and I know the school board superintendent would also, but the work begins with you, parents and you. So I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you do day in and day out. You know, you don't get enough credit, and this is just a very simple gesture on behalf of the city of Coral Gables. You know, Sam Joseph, and the members of the board who are here with us, they diligently work on behalf of the city, and Sam has been after me for like the last 2 months to make sure that today is a special moment. So I want to make sure when you walk away from this, it's something that you cherish and you understand that it's just not just a piece of paper, you know, a simple certificate. It's a true testament to your legacy, to your hard work, to you working with students who maybe day in and day out may not have a stable home environment, or maybe you're in a situation where, you know, they're teetering from going through the wrong direction or possibly staying right on track. So you make the difference in this community. And there's no way to calculate, in my opinion, the payoff, but it's significant. Okay, so I wanted to say thank you, and on behalf of the city of Coral Gables and my colleagues and all the members who are here today, thank you so much for your commitment. Thank you. try to get as close as you can. See if we can.
When does the bartender show up?
I don't know.
I'm gonna get over you. I'm gonna feel right.
It's been a tough day and it's 9:30 in the morning. It's okay. I don't care. It's that kind of day.
Right here. 1, 2, 3 with me.
Go here, yes. 1 second. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Y me estaba diciendo que el aire estaba apagado, pero yo estoy congelado, yo me pongo un pingüino a mí.
You worked hard. You worked hard. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate you. Oh, here we go. Will you send me that picture? I can, if you don't mind. You take a picture.
Are the mics still? The mics are still hot.
Warrior.
Of course I can. 1, 2, 3. There you go. A little bit more.
Such a messy thing. Santa's famous.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hi, the principal of Boston. So we pass by your house all the time.
Hi, Billy Kia, nice to meet you. Thank you, nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you. Thank you. No, it's a privilege to have all of you.
Hi, we're from Gables High School.
We love it. I just gave a big donation to.
Autographs, man, it's part of the job, you know?
Thank you. Are you in law?
No, I'm not, but I know the hard work. I know Tony
Oye,
very well.
paran aquí, dime que hace calor. That thing is blowing right out.
course. Mr. Clerk. Oye, la envidia mata. La envidia mata. All right, well, welcome back. If you would indulge me, I wanted to have this gentleman speak before, but the proclamations, I got a little ahead of the proclamation, so I'd like to call Sam Joseph, who's joining us on Zoom, for a few words.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Commission, City Manager, and the City Attorney. I thank you, first of all, Mr. Mayor, for continuing the tradition of honoring the best in our community. Teachers, they really are the unsung heroes of our community. And as you saw today, it doesn't take much to make them happy and to show them that how much they mean to us and what they do to help better our community. I want to thank you for making today special for not only them, but for all of us who've had an opportunity to watch today. And I want to congratulate them all because they truly are superstars. And thank the commission also for, again, making today special for a group of folks who are truly, truly superheroes. And I hope they have a wonderful, wonderful Teacher Appreciation Week. You deserve more than a week. You deserve every single day, but let's make this week the most special week there is for you. Thanks again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph, as always, leading the way, and thank you for your efforts and for your commitment, not only to my office, but to the city and to everything that we're doing here. You're a shining example of everything that's right with our city. So thank you very much and wish you the best. Anyone else, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, moving on to item A3. Madam Vice Mayor.
A3, we have a proclamation to honor a great architect, Talo Victoria, and we have members of the community here to accept it. Before I read this proclamation, I need to say a few words about his contribution in a project that I've been working on together with members of the community that are also here to improve the requirements for Mediterranean design, because it had been noted that our Mediterranean design requirements have deteriorated and had become like wallpaper, had been diluted, and the love that Talo Victoria had for beautiful architecture was so deep that he thought that it was part of his mission to help improve architecture in the city of Coral Gables. So we did a symposium at the Coral Gables Museum last year. Members of this commission had the opportunity to attend, and you could see the true love that he had for beautiful architecture and how it interacted with people. It affects your mood, it affects how you feel, it adds value to the city, and it makes Coral Gables what Coral Gables is. And for those of you who are not familiar with why we had the Mediterranean Revival and Design movement in our city, it was to make it special. And when the glass cubes appeared on Alhambra, these buildings that Mayor Dorothy Thompson called glass cubes, it started the evolution of developing a code provision that rewarded or enhanced, the Mediterranean design. Some areas of our cities are required to be Mediterranean design. without any enhancements. But in other areas, we have to incentivize it because it costs more. It literally does cost more to build beautiful buildings. And it's a lovely thing that graces our city. Without further ado, though, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. And I thank the family for being here. Maria de la Guardia, you're a special human being. If every building had your touch to it, we would make our decisions so much easier. So, whereas Teofilo Victoria was a distinguished figure in the world of architecture and urban design, his remarkable career and contributions have left a lasting impact on the field. And whereas Teofilo Victoria held a Master's of Architecture in Urban Design degree from Columbia University, as well as a Bachelor of Fine Arts and Architecture from the Rhode Island School of Design. He was a visiting professor at esteemed institutions such as Harvard University and Cornell University, sharing his expertise with students around the world. And whereas at the University of Miami, he served as the undergraduate program director and later as the graduate program director, influencing countless students throughout his tenure. His work was exhibited at prestigious institutions, including the University of Pennsylvania and in the Institute of Classical Architecture in New York. And whereas Teofilo's impact extended beyond academia, as he lectured and participated in domestic and international conferences, in 2023, with his guidance and participation, the ICAA, Institute for Classical Architecture and Art, and Coral Gables Museum presented a popular lecture series he curated on one of his passions, the Mediterranean architecture of Coral Gables. He also inspired and participated in drafting proposed revisions to the Coral Gables Mediterranean Design Architectural Standards to improve the beauty and quality of Mediterranean architecture in Coral Gables. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor in the city of Coral Gables, along with our city commission, do hereby proclaim May 7th, 2024 as Teofilo Victoria in Coral Gables Day. So thank you all for being here. It's an honor to be able to read this proclamation, and for any of you who've missed the series at the museum, it was recorded and is part of the lectures and learning series where you can enjoy it in the future. Would you come up?
Please join us.
Maria? And Gordy?
Thank you for being here with us. Can we have a few words? Not that often that we have an architect of your caliber here speaking on behalf of an individual who really shaped the community. So I would love to hear from you and any words that you have in regards to this gentleman.
Teofilo lived all his adult life here in Coral Gables, and this is home for him. And he truly loved his city, and he truly loved the University of Miami, and he would be very, very happy to receive this honor. And there was one project that was very important to him, which was the manual for the restoration of Coral Gables architecture. And this is a series of 5 years of student drawings, and that was one of his great donations to the city. So this manual was to serve as a guide for restoration, and that was part of his commitment to the city of Coral Gables. But thank you very much for this very important recognition.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item A4, Commissioner Castro.
Presentation of a proclamation declaring May 14th, 2024 as Israel Independence Day in Coral Gables. Whereas, since May 1948 and every year thereafter, the independence of Israel is commemorated in the United States and recognized in the city of Coral Gables as well. And whereas the city of Coral Gables acknowledges significant milestones and events of historical importance. Therefore, we proudly join the Jewish people and communities to celebrate the State of Israel. And whereas the city of Coral Gables is a diverse community, which includes a vibrant Jewish population that shares a wonderful cultural heritage, which is built upon friendship and respect. And whereas the City Beautiful welcomes events and celebrations which promotes the understanding of such different cultures. And the celebration of Israel's independence provides an excellent means by which all residents can appreciate the history and legacy of the Jewish people. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 14th, 2024 as Israel Independence Day in Coral Gables. And is anybody here to receive this? Beautiful.
Perfect.
Would you like to say some words?
Yes.
Hey, good morning, Mayor Largo, City Commissioners. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm Kennedy Starnes, Director of Political Affairs at the Israeli Consulate in Miami. I'm here today on behalf of the Consul General, who is deeply regretful that he couldn't personally be here. But we want to thank you guys so much for always being amongst the first leaders in our community to stand with the Jewish people and with the state of Israel in times of celebration and in crisis. So thank you so much. We're very grateful for your friendship.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Let's take a photo.
Yes.
I'll do it. Yeah, no, it's just.
Moving on to item A5, presentation of proclamation declaring May 18th, 2024 as Kids to Park Day in Coral Gables.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas May 18, 2024 is the 14th Kids to Parks Day, organized and launched by the National Park Trust, and whereas Kids to Parks Day empowers kids and encourages families to go outdoors and visit local parks, public lands, and waters, and whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat issues of childhood obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia, and whereas Kids to Parks Day will broaden children's appreciation for nature and the outdoors, and whereas Kids to Parks Day is open to all children and adults across the country to encourage a large and diverse group of participants, and whereas the city's Community Recreation Department will celebrate Kids to Parks Day with the 4th annual Gables Family Literacy Festival at the War Memorial Youth Center from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. to celebrate literacy and encourage families and children to read a book outdoors in a park. In observance thereof, I hereby urge residents of Coral Gables to take advantage of the numerous city's parks and waterways and to attend the 4th Annual Gables Family Literacy Festival. Therefore, we, the City Commission, do hereby proclaim May 18th, 2024, Kids to Parks Day in Coral Gables.
Mr. Director, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It's interesting, when we were looking at this item a couple of weeks ago, there was a joke where we said, oh, it's Kids to Parks Day, and someone said, well, isn't that every day? And unfortunately, it isn't. I wish it was. But as stated in the proclamation, there's such a demand on children's time with entertainment. Everything's at their hands, whether it's iPads, phones, they're streaming, social media, video games, and it's hard to get them to go out. There was a time where the value of going to parks became known. Unfortunately, when we were going through some difficult times with the pandemic, but one of the things that we could all do as families and be together is go outside. And there was a value in the parks, and what we want to keep that momentum going and continue to do things. That's why we have more events than we've ever had, more activities than we've ever had, and we keep bringing stuff out there. And I think it was great that we had the teachers here, because what we're doing for Kids to Parks Day, it's a perfect relationship. It's our Literacy Fest that we did a few years ago, and it's getting bigger and stronger, and we're working with our teachers, and it's kind of a cool concept. Come read a book outside. We've got the field. Have a good day, and of course we got everything else open. If you want to play tennis, we're around. Golf, pool, all of our parks, the youth center. So we welcome everybody to go out to a park, go outdoors, and enjoy that day on the 18th. Thank you.
And Fred, I think your team does a phenomenal job of making sure that our parks are attractive to children. Salvador Park is always full.
Yes.
But I think it's also a responsibility that we as parents sometimes don't bring the children out to the parks. And it's on us to maybe have them put the phone down or the digital devices and just come out to the parks and play. And when they're asking us to bring them to the parks, maybe it's, let's take 15 or 20 minutes of our day to take them to the park. We have a lot of great neighborhood parks close to everybody's homes throughout the city, with activities that they can use, but activities that we can do with them as well. I think as parents, that should be one of our responsibilities. And I'm glad to see that we're doing our 4th Annual Gables Family Literacy Festival. I remember when we were working on this for 3 years just to try to make it happen. That first year, we weren't even sure it was going to happen. And here we are celebrating year 4, and every year it's bigger and bigger. We have some great sponsors that come out every single year. It's an event that has activities not just for children, but for families as well. And it's a great event to come out at the youth center and enjoy the outdoors and promote literacy throughout the summer.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a photo.
All right.
Thank you.
Coming back now, full circle to A1, presentation of proclamation declaring May 1st, 2024 as Law Day in Coral Gables.
We have students?
My understanding is that they were supposed to be here by 9:30. Are they here?
We can check, they might be outside.
It's awfully
Can
quiet.
somebody go outside to see if you see kids?
Fernando's gonna go check.
That's for them.
Are we supposed to be down there, or they're gonna come up?
No, that's right, they're gonna have the chief and I think someone else speak to them down there.
I hear.
While we wait, the following items have been deferred. Item F8, E6, and A6.
All right, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that, Mayor.
Item F8, E6, and A6 have been deferred. Moving on to, the manager has made a request to introduce our new parking director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce our new parking director, Monica Beltran, who we convinced to run away from Miami Beach and join the City Beautiful. Monica?
Good morning, how are you, sir?
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Mr. City Clerk, and Madam City Attorney. I'm Monica Beltran. I'm honored to join the City Beautiful as your new parking director. I've been in the parking industry for over 35 years. I've worked at with the county, over 35 years at the Miami International Airport, the aviation department, and later joined the city of Miami Beach as their parking assistant director and later the parking director. I would describe myself as a career public servant. I am here to work hard, hopefully make a difference, and to join all the efforts in keeping this beautiful city beautiful. I obviously love parking. I've been doing it for many, many years. I also have a background in American with Disability Act enforcement and transportation. And I am here today with a heart full of gratitude for my appointment.
Thank you for being here with us. It's a privilege to have you, and we look forward to working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Monica, welcome to the City Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Heard a lot of great things about you and your career, so appreciate having you here in our city. We're going to miss Kevin Kinney when he retires, but we're happy to have you on board, and I look forward to working with you. I think all 5 of us have open doors, so anything you need from us, please let us know.
Thank you. I think that parking is a quality of life issue, and as such, I'm passionate about it. So I have big shoes to fill, but I'll do my best, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back on to item A1.
Okay. A1, whereas in 1958, President Eisenhower proclaimed Law Day to honor the role of law in the creation of the United States of America. And in 1961, Congress issued a joint resolution declaring May 1st as Law Day. And whereas an annual theme is chosen every year to spotlight a particular aspect of law or the legal process and its impact on our daily lives, the 2024 Law Day theme, Voices of Democracy, recognizes that in democracies, the people rule. For nearly 250 years, Americans have expressed their political views and wishes by speaking their minds and voting in elections. In 2024, the United States will hold its 60th presidential election, and Americans will address fundamental questions about democracy and the rule of law. And whereas the Coral Gables Bar Association, in collaboration with the City of Coral Gables, is celebrating this day by hosting the students of Ponce de Leon Middle School to observe the process of municipal legislation in order to foster their understanding of the rule of law, while observing our elected officials collaborate with each other and the public in order to carry out our system of democracy. Now I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of Coral Gables, along with the members of our City Commission, do hereby proudly proclaim May 1st, 2024 as Law Day in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, I hereby urge everyone to observe this day by renewing their commitment to work toward achieving a more perfect union that strengthens our democracy, defends liberty, and pursues justice.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. We're so glad, as always, as we have done the past few years, to have these students visiting us here and to have them experience a little bit, firsthand of how legislation is adopted here, how things and important initiatives are furthered here in the City Commission. And so we welcome them and thank them for joining us.
Well, good morning once again. Thank you. This is the 3rd year that we have the honor of being here, having our students here. And I told them next week they'll be taking the end-of-year course exam for civics, our 7th grade students that are here. And this is a hands-on experience which I'm married to an educator. My wife is an elementary school teacher, and we always talk about how real-world experiences shape education. So I want to thank the Coral Gables Law Association and everyone that helped put this together for allowing our students to be here and get this wonderful opportunity. So
How many students do we have?
right now, we have 30 students.
It's wonderful.
Okay.
Congratulations. Excellent. We're blessed to have you here, all of you. How long is the time period where they'll be joining us?
We'll about 2 hours, give or take. So.
Well, hopefully we can have them for a little bit more of an extended time on another day if they enjoy it. Again, I want you to enjoy the experience. We need more and more people to engage in public life in one form or another. Not only just working in public life, but also potentially running for public office. So you're kind of getting a little bit of a background look at how the sausage is made here in the city. And when I say the sausage is made, is how laws are passed. But I think you could gain a lot of, interest and also expertise in understanding how, certain things happen in our city and how they come all the way to the commission floor. We'd love to have them in one form or another get engaged, either stop by office hours or potentially maybe during the summer, engage with us during, a week-long period if they're interested in it.
Wonderful.
Just a couple words too, because you're young and impressionable, and I used to be your age at one point in time, but a lot of us didn't plan on being up here at your age. We had no clue where we'd end up, but we were inspired to make a change in our community and did different things. Made sure we get out and vote, make sure we participate in boards and committees to do good things, whether it be, to help someone in need or plant a tree. I've served on boards, and that's where I started, and then someone asked me, why don't you run for office? That may happen to you someday, but you may be able to help out in another way in your life and help lead others to a brighter future. And key is making sure you vote. Do never take that for granted, because once you do, you'll end up, we'll lose and dilute the democracy that we have if we fail to vote. So please remember to vote.
Okay, so this is going to be a little different. I'm kind of curious to know, can I have 3 kids who could tell me from this field trip today, what have you learned that you didn't know before? Anybody?
Just got here.
Oh, they just got here. Oh, maybe afterwards then.
Yeah, I think their teacher will be doing that questioning, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of curious.
So we'll catch up on our lunch break.
By the way, you all plan on going into law or something you're interested? Raise your hand if you're interested in going into law.
Wow.
Okay. You still have time to change your mind. But quite honestly, you're on the right path. You have great support. You have great teachers. You have a great school system. You have a great community. That anything that you set as a goal, you will be able to accomplish. There are a lot of people that care about you, that are rooting for you. And though we're sitting up here and you're watching us perhaps for the first time, here's a secret. It's not that complicated. By the time you're our age, you'll figure it out probably, hopefully even better than we do collectively. But thank you for being here, and we're rooting for you.
Right.
I want to thank the Coral Gables Bar Association for sponsoring this important project. I've always said that having children participate in what they are considering doing later on in life is important. My career decisions were shaped on internships that I did. Originally, I was going to study meteorology, and I did an internship with Channel 23 with John Morales, and I realized it wasn't what I wanted to do. And then I did an internship with Congresswoman Ross Layton, and it set my path forward. It's important for each one of you to decide what you want to do, but always keep one thing in mind. You have to be happy when you wake up in the morning that you're going to work. So make sure it's something you really enjoy. Don't make a career decision because of how much money you're going to make or how glamorous it may seem, because at the end of the day, it may not be very glamorous if you're doing it. When I was your age, like the vice mayor was saying, I was the quiet kid who would sit in the back of the class hoping I wouldn't get called upon because I did not like public speaking. And as you can tell from being here, I've been speaking quite a bit today. But it took a teacher and my parish priest who said, you have a talent and you're not using it. And that's how I started facing my fear, getting out there and speaking in public. And I'll tell you, getting on that microphone and speaking is just as easy as talking to your friends. There is no difference. Just be out there, like my colleagues have said, participate, get involved, speak your mind, and just be yourselves. I think that's the most important thing. And I thank Principal Balboa and your teachers who are here for helping you through this process.
Right. Well, it's great. By the way, you don't have to be a lawyer to do this job either.
No.
That's true.
Good luck, and I hope you enjoy the day. Looking forward to your feedback, okay?
Thank you.
Picture?
I mean,
You want to get us up here now, or you want to do it after? What do we like?
I think they'll like it
Everybody's
here.
that's going to be interesting.
It's air conditioning.
Well, last time we didn't get the picture because we never made it to them.
Okay.
How about if
If they say sitting?
that way?
Yeah. If they say.
Yeah. Why don't you get up here?
First row, right here. First row, right here. Spread out, spread out. Spread out. No.
Guys, we're gonna do is you're gonna
Stand back here.
Tall folks in the back. Shorter ones.
You're shorter. No more.
Why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you switch with her so that we can see her?
Everybody step to the left. Or something.
There you go. Where's the camera? He's getting his steps in today.
Yes.
Where is the camera?
Right back there.
Look over there.
One more.
It's a lot.
I'll just walk like this. By the way, you can see it on YouTube later. They play it on YouTube later.
Congratulations. Mr. Clerk, the approval of the minutes from the regular city commission meeting dated April 16th. Can I
I'll
get a
move it.
motion?
Approval of minutes.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you being here. Thank
Need a
you.
motion?
Yes.
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, moving on to public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker this morning is Mr. Jackson Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good morning.
Wow, this is a big meeting here. That we got the new parking director. I know her from the Taxi Advisory Board. Most importantly, I think she knows parking garages. She knows parking garages. So the reason I'm taking up your time today is that we're in danger on Miracle Mile, even the city's tax base. It's the most upsetting thing. You'll probably know about Sears. We may lose our anchor department store at Sears in 4 years. If you can help me with the slides. Thanks. So this was I finally got my hands involved in this, and I know the subject now well enough to make this presentation. So there's bad news and there's good news. The bad news is that the present owner, which is RK Centers of that site, and I've talked with them, and I had a good conversation, but they're already applying for a high-rise residential permit. All right, so that's the bad news. We're under the gun. But I'm coordinating with people who are having meetings with Raquel Regalado, with the state representative, trying to oppose it. Not that you care, but the Homeowners Association and Coral Gate. Okay, now we get to the good news. The owner, do you all know this famous man? He's the co-owner of the Miami Heat basketball team, Ronan Katz. And here comes the good news. If you go to the next slide. All right, so this is his company, and they're into retail. They got retail centers all over, everywhere. So this is a guy I think we can reach, because if his home, if his bread and butter, as you slide down even to the next slide, I mean, he's a billionaire because he owns all these retail centers, right? So I'm rehearsing my speech, so to speak, when I talk to him on the phone or whatever, so we can reach him. And to inform you, the citizens of Coral Gables, that this is going on. I think a poll would show that like 98% of the people of Coral Gables don't want us to lose the retail anchor there. I mean, among other things, it gives the city money to its tax base. And so we had 4 years, because the Sears is bankrupt. They're going under. But I'm working. I got a list of all the department stores and who you call to get them to come to Sears, right? I got the inside info, and I'm calling them. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Maria Cruz.
Good morning, Ms. Cruz.
Good morning. I'm still Mrs. Cruz. I guess I'll be Mrs. Cruz till the day I die. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. And I'm here today. I changed what I was going to talk about because I want to thank you for what you did for the teachers today. As a retired educator, let's face it, I spent 40-some years in the classroom. Sometimes I wonder if the general community understands the impact that teachers have on their kids. It's not what they teach, the subject matter, it's how they treat them, the example that they give, the mentoring that goes on in the classroom. And I would have been remiss if I did not do this today. One of the teachers that you recognize today, I'm going to tell you a little story. Many years ago, when my oldest granddaughter went to David Fairchild Elementary, a public school, for the first time, she was very young. I don't remember whether it was first or second grade. I went to pick her up, and she was crying. She was very upset. She had taken one of those small dolls, and she had lost one of the shoes, a tiny, tiny, tiny shoe. So she comes to the car and she says, "Abuela, I lost the shoe." I said, "Okay, I'll wait. Go inside and see. Go by the room, and you may find it." I waited and waited. All of a sudden, I see Miss Valdez, who you recognize today. Not only did she see this little girl by herself looking. She did not stop, and this was after school. She should have been home by that time. She did not stop till she helped Samantha find the little shoe. And then I see her walking Samantha to the car. She could have stopped at the gate and just say, go to your abuela. No. She walked her all the way to where I was. This is what teachers do. This is why I told her today, you're my favorite teacher. Of all the people that I've met in education, the impact you made in that little girl. I mean, talk about 10, 11 years ago, we still talk about her in my house. That's what teachers do. You may not see it all the time, but they do impact people's lives. And this is, to me, it was fantastic that she was one of the people here. And I reminded the principal, I said, remember? She says, oh, I remember the little shoe. I said, well, we will never forget Miss Valdez and the little shoe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Humberto Silvestre.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here with us.
Hello, check. Good evening, Commissioners. I was raised to always speak to someone with eye contact, so naturally I hope it would be reciprocated. I'm here on behalf of myself and a large group of parents for the Coral Gables Youth Center. We have learned about the huge need for a pickleball facility in Coral Gables, and we full-heartedly support that initiative. It's a huge initiative, and there's a very large call for that, and by all means, our residents should get that. I want to take you back to understand my connection to Coral Gables. My family has been in the city for over 60 years. My grandmother, when coming from Cuba, bought her house on the corner of Coconut Grove Drive and Malanga. My father walked to Coral Gables High School, 69, 70, and he was a class of 73. I had the great experience of being in class 2005. I went to Ponce de Leon Middle, class of 99. Shared a cool experience of our PE teacher was the same person, Joe Hudak, which might be some family ties there. So I have a pretty big connection to the youth center. I was in the after-school program at the Biltmore from 94 to 96 while the youth center was being built. I was the first member when it reopened in April 19th, 1997. So I grew up playing baseball at the youth center. I've learned discipline. I've learned how to be part of a team, and I've learned a lot of life skills that have carried me throughout my life. I'm currently a father of 4 kids who attend the youth center, 19, 17, 6, and 3. They've done the programs. I've been a coach there. My father has been a coach. And the reason I'm here today is because we would like to speak up against building on top of the Coral Gables Youth Center field. It is a place that was opened in December 7th, 1944, and is going to stand for almost 80 years this year. It has been a tribute and a huge point of emphasis for our community as being a world-class youth center. And the commissioners have always done a great job in preserving that. The goal is not to create division, but to help unite us and how we can get the pickleball facility here as soon as possible. I commend you, Mayor, for being creative in your ways of thinking of using the parking lots and turning Anastasia into a one-way, even with the considerations of reevaluating Riviera, because there are ways that we could do different things besides using the field space. You mentioned yourself that you played baseball, as so did I. The diamond that was suggested, the lower triangle, is for our teenagers. Our teenagers are a huge part of our future, especially baseball, because growing up, if you played baseball, we said 80% mental, 20% physical. So we need to be very cautious as to what type of message we're sending to the residents of Coral Gables if we're considering taking away the only teenage baseball diamond at the Coral Gables Youth Center. The field space has been precious to us. Kirk, you pointed out on that part of the field, they have shade. All right, and it's really one of the most valuable parts, right? Because it's a place where you get a really nice breeze. There's also considerations that those trees create a lot of waste at the bottom. And if you put pickleball courts at that side of the field, you may have an ongoing issue of cleaning and taking care of those courts. We've gathered about over 500 signatures for a petition to not build on the Coral Gables field in about 48 hours since we've learned about this. And so the idea here is to just spread awareness to the community. I'm working with the clerk's office to gather an email list of all the Coral Gables residents so they can be made wide aware of this. They can provide their input and whatever decision that they think is fair to them in their opinion, as we're all entitled. But I'm very cautious to a sport that is addictive to our youth because we don't know how this could go in 5 or 10 years. And by all means, I support a huge world-class facility, but not at the expense of sacrificing our kids' sports. We shouldn't have to choose. We have more than enough vacant lots that we can utilize. There's a lot of county parks and resources that we can evaluate before going after the low-hanging fruit of our kids' parks. I spoke to Fred and Alexandra as they walked out. I went to school with her, right? Fred was there when I was a kid in '97. I'm just speaking on behalf of the parents. We'd like to work in tandem with the city. We'd like to work in tandem with the pickleball community to make it happen. But we should treat this park as sacred ground. It's been there for over 80 years. It came together between efforts of 48 lots purchased of residents, the city purchasing 12 lots and putting them together. There's an idea for a youth recreation center. Youth. Not to sacrifice the youth for, I don't know the numbers, but it seems like predominantly when I'm there Tuesdays and Thursdays, some of the older residents play. I support that. I'll be at the youth center today at Tuesday when my son has soccer practice. It's a situation that impacts all of us parents. We pay thousands of dollars every month, hundreds of us. So you're currently generating revenue off the field right now. So it's maybe something to consider of how the parents and the residents may be impacted and something that's generating you revenue and it's actually investing in the future of the children. So I just wanted to share that with you. After exchanging emails with some of the commissioners, this was supposed to be deferred, but we are where we are now, and I will be back here for our next meeting, and just hope that we can all work together to make the quickest world-class pickleball facility as possible.
Sure, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. And the goal at the end of the day is to find common ground. And I think the opportunity before us, which is not an idea that was brought by this commission. It's an idea that should be taken advantage by this commission. And that is between the library and the youth center, you have a great opportunity. And I've already spoken with, 2 separate county commissioners about possibly exploiting that strip, which could provide 2 important factors. 3 things. Number one, not touching the fields. Number 2, much needed parking for pickleball so you don't have a cannibalization of the parking. And number 3, providing pickleball fields. But it takes a long-term process and a long-term commitment to do things the right way. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you exchanging emails with everyone on the commission. And again, the key is to work together and to find a solution that doesn't hurt the baseball players, the soccer players, my daughters. I don't have any sons, even though they be playing baseball. Mm-hmm. At least I would try my best to push them into baseball.
Sure.
My daughters play soccer.
Yeah.
So the last thing is, just like I'm hearing from people in baseball, my good friends who their kids play soccer, nobody on this commission.
Yeah.
Nobody on this commission wants to be, with the amount of work that we have already here, wants to be swamped with rumors that we're taking away people's baseball fields and
sure.
Stuff. It's a conversation. But
Absolutely.
let me address one last point. Mm-hmm. I think it's critically important that we all come to the same consensus. We've searched everywhere in the city. Mm-hmm. And the limit, what we're trying to do is limit the exposure on the residents.
Absolutely.
In the sense of noise, traffic, there's a lot of different things. So when you talk about parks and you talk about, available land, there really isn't that much. Mm-hmm. And due to the significant cost of properties in the downtown, it's tough to put a pickleball facility when you buy something that just doesn't make real financial sense to buy something. So we have to take advantage of what we have, the properties that we have. And I think that, this is my opinion, and I don't want to speak for the whole commission, but I think when everybody's analyzed everything possible, we've all driven through the city, we've all looked, we spent hours and hours and hours looking for an area where you can put a handful of courts. No matter how difficult the situation is, I'm of the belief that in between the library and the youth center, we finally have to make the step to work with the county and to deliver on something that works there. It's less impactful on the residential neighborhoods. You can get some shade, you can get the parking that you may need there, and you can also address the fact that you leave the fields, you don't encroach on the fields, or you don't touch the fields. So I think that the opportunity is now to work together. I just want youth center aficionados, pickleball people, and whatever other groups I'm missing, just to give us a little bit of patience so we can work through the process, budget everything, and then move forward on the item. I think it's pretty simple request.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Mayor.
That's what I told you, by the way.
I agree with the wholeheartedly with the mayor. I think each one of us has been out there exploring all the different options that we may have. We're a city that is nearly 100 years old. Our green space is very limited, and I've heard the concerns. The reason we deferred this item was because of the concerns that we heard from the community. I'll be meeting with Coach Alex this afternoon to discuss the concerns that are being brought up. But if you can, on your way out, if you can stop at Gabby's office, she's our assistant right on the other side of the staircase.
Absolutely.
And leave me your phone number and I'll call you so we can schedule a time to sit down and talk. I think, like the mayor said, right now, we need to find a solution that works for everybody, but we are also limited on what options we do have out there. The information that was presented to us last commission meeting was that this field is not being utilized. Obviously, that's not the case. That's why we got to this point. But I think you have a commitment from 5 people up here. We want to work with the community to find a solution that works across the board.
If I may add something just to that point. Okay. If you look at the 3 items that I brought up, there was 3 opportunities. Only 1 was possibly on that field. And now that we have different information, we'll discard that possibility.
And discard the possibility of using the field?
Of using the field. But my 2 other options should still be considered.
Absolutely.
Which is, again, it's the commission's will to move forward and deliver on pickleball courts. But I think that what ends up happening a lot of times, and I say this with all due respect, okay, is when there's a rumor, the rumor runs. The rumor runs. And we need to come together on this front because, to be honest with you, I think that this is not that difficult. We can deliver.
It shouldn't be.
Right? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. We can deliver on pickleball needs, and we can also deliver on ensuring, that the youth center is the gem that it is. But we also have to be honest with ourselves. We have a budget season that's forthcoming. So identifying the location, getting our team activated to start working with the county. I held a town hall meeting this past week before Commissioner Cabrera was there. I had a conversation with the commissioner in regards to this, and I said, listen, this is not my idea. This is an idea that's happened before, that's been discussed in the past about that street, being potentially closed out and connecting the library, which, by the way, the library is owned by the city, the property is, and the youth center. It's not that complex. We just have to think big. And then I think that we can deliver on something exceptional. So I just ask for a little bit of patience. And we're being as transparent. We talked about it at the town hall. We're talking about it here in commission meetings. We have open office hours. Nothing's happening in the cover of darkness. I just don't want to see unnecessary pressure because I'll tell you why. All the people that work in the city are swamped with issues. And you're hearing from the commission saying our plan is to deliver on something that is not impactful to the residents and the users. Trust me, I got calls from my daughter's soccer coach. I got calls from neighbors in regards to that. So there's a way to make everybody happy moving forward. And I think that we can find common ground. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I'm going to follow up on some of the things that weren't covered yet. And one other thing is there is a process for every single one of our parks, coming online or offline with different things and ideas. And there will be notice. We do postings. We get the community involved and we get public input. The fact that it's being discussed here is not the final decision. We have to reach out to the community, especially those impacted the most, which are the folks that live close by. Now, I put a discussion item on regarding opening the courts up for play on Sundays, the existing courts on Sundays. So far, I knocked on the expensive townhomes across the street. The majority of folks that, are in favor of it. No one said no. It's just that some of the folks weren't home. So that is something that we can explore to take away some of the pressure. And the other is, if we need to raise the money to be able to improve courts, expand courts, whether it's there at the youth center or elsewhere, and to take some of the pressure off, so our residents can get an opportunity to play. Because I know that people who are within walking distance have not been able to play since it's been so well advertised that, come out here and play. My neighbor next door, my neighbor 2 doors down, and even I cannot get on these courts anymore because everybody from around the county has now found out about our free courts. So
Sure.
membership is something that we have to talk about. So
Absolutely.
and it'll help us maintain the courts. It'll help us maintain the safety of the youth center. It'll help us control the parking. How many people can be members? How often can you be out there on the courts? Because we're out of parking too. That's a major impact for that.
If I could add something else to the Vice Mayor's point, that the common misconception I heard from multiple people say, well, you have a court in Salvador Park, and why don't you just expand there? Or, they just mentioned that. I said, listen, number one, that's not really a possibility because we took county funds there. So when you take county funds, you have to open it to everybody in the county. So this should be a facility, when I'm talking about pickleball, that is, to minimize the impact, should be first come, first serve for residents. And it should be something that, again, it's solely dedicated. Why? Again, I'm going to speak without having every fact, but I've heard from individuals and residents told me, look, I try to go there, but a lot of people from all over the county are coming to play here.
Sure.
So our facility should serve residents first. They should not be serving, Homestead, Doral, Key Biscayne. Even if you're visiting a friend, that's fine. We got to figure things out. But there's a lot of opportunities here. Let us just give us time to work through the issues. I promise that we're not removing anything.
Absolutely.
I look forward to finding common ground.
Can I respond?
Of course, man.
So, absolutely. We recently had a meeting in regards to the soccer program and the future of it. And the youth center reassured us that we serve our residents first, similar to what you just said, right? And I really hope that that's at the forefront of building a world-class pickleball facility. It should be done for us Coral Gables residents primarily. I know that these other areas and other towns are building their own, like Pinecrest and some of the other ones that were referenced in the prior meetings, but we shouldn't let others dictate the way that we move, right? We are our own city and we should think of our residents first, and I applaud you guys for doing that. My concern is that I went back and I saw all of the previous meetings on this. In February, you mentioned that you had particular ideas about using a park that was underutilized. Wasn't any reference in March. In April, you said, let me switch gears in the meeting and let me show you where I walked to this weekend. And you laid out your plans of how you thought and inspired different ideas at the youth center field grounds. Later in that meeting, you passed the initiative to Mr. Fernandez as to, I want this to be your project, I want you to push this, I want you to move forward with it. So I'm not really sure where the focus for using the youth center field is coming from, but at the very least, it's an idea of using the parks and resources that are underutilized, right? But we're just going to be very close, working hand in hand as parents, working with coaches, right, to help the pickleball facilities go up. But we're just going to work, in hand in any way we can, right? We just want to support you guys, but as residents, we want our voice to be heard that this is our field. We'd like it not to be used. We don't want it to be the first or second choice. If it has to go up, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, right? But we want to create unity and work together and just try to find a common ground so that everybody's needs can be taken care of.
So I'd like to respond to you because
Absolutely.
you brought it. First off, I haven't been fortunate enough to hit the nail on the head and hit it out of the park, a grand slam in the 9th inning. I don't know if you have, maybe you have, but
I did.
There's multiple iterations before you find a solution or before you chart a course to success. So I've looked at almost every single park in the city, every single opportunity. And to me, I think the youth center makes the most sense. And that's why I came back to the youth center.
Yeah.
You know why I chose the youth center? Something that you left out in your comments right now, which I think are important. And maybe I'll get you a copy of the meeting so you can refresh. Is the infrastructure.
Absolutely.
It's key. So one of the big things why I changed gears from the downtown is because multiple things would have to be built. Number one, you'd be impacting the business community, which I don't think it's the right thing to do.
Smart.
Number two, just like you don't think you should pack a residential neighborhood because we talked about potentially using the empty lots across the street from the youth center.
I got one.
And then the residents said, listen, it's going to be a lot of parking, a lot of noise. Maybe that's not the appropriate place. So we shifted away from that opportunity. So why did I think the youth center was the best place? Because I thought of 2 out of 3 options would not impact the fields. Number 1 is the issue of ADA compliance. Number 2 was the bathrooms. Number 3 was the parking, and that there's shade. We have a lot of infrastructure there. When you're talking about trying to save as much money to make a real solid investment in an actual amenity, I don't want to have to pay for things that that I wouldn't have to pay for when I'm trying to put,
very smart,
a square into a round peg. So at the end of the day, it's not about finding the first location that you come up with and forcing that peg through. It's about, thinking a little bit more outside the box and finding the best location. And I will tell you now on the record, I think the best location, which has the least impact, is between the youth center and the library.
Thank you.
We just have to be creative, and we have to do the proper planning and the proper budgeting to move forward on that. And I welcome you being observant and keeping tabs. I have open door Fridays. You should come every Friday at 2:00. We can sit down. We can see the progress of the meeting. You can put it on an email. Okay. Copy the manager. You can get a public record statement every single week in regards to where we are and what we're doing.
Amazing.
I look forward to it.
Thank you, guys. And just so you know, I'm going to go back to the residents of that open lot by the Coral Gables Youth Center. And I'm just going to have a discussion with them to see if they would be possibly open to maybe having a pickleball court there. Kurt mentioned that some of the issues are the lighting when it's right next to residential homes, right, are a huge issue. Yeah. But maybe if there was some sort of tax incentive from the city to help, we got to get creative, right?
I talked to those residents, and the lighting, the noise, the parking.
It's a tough
And you're
one.
talking about a facility that will be open till very late. I've had conversations with all those residents already. I went to visit them because I didn't want to float that.
That's great.
Without, and none of them were very. But maybe you're more. Maybe you can persuade them. Maybe you can persuade them, and with a tax incentive. I don't know what else, but I look forward to you engaging. Maybe you have the power of persuasion.
We can't boil the ocean, guys, but I really appreciate you taking the time, each and every one of you. Kirk, I look forward to you helping build a soccer program to what it can be.
So I hold office hours on Fridays too. So come down and see me, and I'll fill you in on some.
This has been fun. Being a resident, going through these experiences, being able to show up, and I just appreciate that you guys have this open podium and we're able to feel like the voice is heard. Right? A lot of the parents are watching this on Zoom. This feels like we have been heard, and let's just work together to build a world-class pickleball facility.
That's why I put together years ago this 1 hour of open discussion. That's the intent of it. So you can come in here and have a conversation with the elected officials and have your voice heard. I'll see you on Friday, 2:00.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Lucita Moran.
By the way, for the young people listening, the word of the day, pickleball. Okay? Just take that with you. And
Good morning,
Good morning.
Mayor and Commission.
Good morning.
This is divine intervention. My reason for being here is not about teachers, but I'm a retired teacher and counselor for many decades in Dade County school system, and I appreciate your respect and concern for teachers. Back in the day, we weren't really mentioned that much or thought of that much, so it's a pleasure to see the recognition that is long overdue and well-deserved. I was a counselor for Shenandoah Middle School. Hey, middle schoolers, I appreciate how patient and quiet you are. Your energy on steroids, from what I remember. So it's so cool to see you all attentive and well-behaved. Congrats. That being said, my real motivation for being here is I'm a concerned citizen in Coral Gables, and I would like to see the mayor's council left in place. I would appreciate that. That is what motivated me to come here today. This is my first time coming here to speak, but I so feel driven to do so. On a personal note, every time I ask Mayor Suarez for anything, regardless of what it was, he responds immediately. I think Johnny on the spot would be a good nickname for him. As a senior in Coral Gables, he's very supportive of our Adult Activity Center and has been there on various occasions and for other things as well. So that being said, I would very much like to see his council in place. I bid you all a good day and enjoy the week. Bye-bye.
Thank you for being here.
Cindy Abreu.
Ms. Abreu, good morning. Please join us.
Cindy, I read your email. I haven't had a chance to write back to you, but very informative and good email.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. My name is Cindy Abreu, and I'm a resident of Coral Gables. I know that the motion or the proposal for the youth center expansion has been moved to May 21st. I will not be here. I just want to make sure that at least an active voice is obviously heard before then. I'm here with another fellow concerned citizen as well. We're both part of the Blue Devils baseball team. My son Max is right there.
Have him come up.
I'm sorry?
Have him come up
You
with you.
you want to come up, Max? Come on, Max. Oh, how cute. So as the previous resident so eloquently put, I concur with everything that he absolutely was saying. We have a lot of history with the youth center. We also have an older son who's in college right now. So we love this youth center. Obviously, the programs that it offers, everything that it offers. And we understand that obviously we have to find some common ground with these other individuals. Absolutely, 100%, we have to share our beautiful city here. However, many of us are concerned because, again, of the recent, proposal to house those courts at the youth center, and even probably more so with how quickly, well, I shouldn't say how quickly, but we just found out about this last week. It was so quick to turn from its original intended location atop the parking garages, which we thought was a great idea, to all of a sudden now to the youth center. Many of the residents that we know that live there, that have their kids there in the programs, were not aware of this whatsoever. So I'll let my friend here talk real quick, and then we'll wrap it up, and then we'll get going. And
Good
just want to make sure
morning.
we have our voices heard. Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Still morning.
My name is Andrea Waller. I am a long-term resident of Coral Gables and Coconut Grove. And, we all do love the Coral Gables Youth Center. And I could understand why pickleball would want to be there. I will also say that I am a pickleball player, and I do love the sport. In retrospect now, I feel it's not necessary to put it there. It is extremely loud. It also does form a lot of safety issues with the children. So there are after-school care programs where there are counselors that are watching these kids, and they are not, if we put all, you're thinking about it, it is a youth center. So it's, you're introducing a multiple amount of adults there. Also, on top of that, I will say that it can bring money, right? It can bring money to the youth center, and the youth center does need money to do different things. If you look over the entire United States, there's multi-million-dollar lawsuits that are against the city, against the park. It doesn't necessarily have to be just a moneymaker. It can actually cause a lot of lawsuits and a lot of issues. So we have to look at that as well. The infrastructure, and I know that you had spoke about this, Mr. Mayor, but, not only, it's already difficult, it will bring a lot of attention, but what about when we have to have a fire rescue truck come in? What happens when there's so much traffic? We already have trouble with that now. And there are multiple times. The baseball field is not just a baseball field. It's a baseball field, a soccer field, a flag football field. I loved the proposal back, I think it was in March 16th, where they were putting 8, and it's still in progress, 8 pickleball courts on the top of the parking garage, right next to the Lejeune Publix. There has to be more discovery. There hasn't been enough attention to what could happen. Or, of course, everybody loves it and it's great, myself included, but there are things that can possibly bring that area danger, really, to be honest. So I did want to say that. And we really do have to focus on the kids right now. In order to be an adult in that area, if you're not a parent, you have to have a background check. So can you imagine bringing in, pickleball brings in how many people? And what are we proposing, like 8 courts in that area? How many people would actually be there? How many adults are going to be around those kids? It's not just the Little League. It's also, there's Lego bricks for kids, there's after-school programs, there's gymnastics, there's the infrastructure inside the Coral Gables Youth Center, the bathrooms, there's safety issues, there are concerns for that. Also, you know how Coral Gables is, obviously. The minute that they start hearing that, there's going to be lawsuits, there's going to be pushback. Yes, it can make money, but I think that it would actually drain more money than make money. But I do believe that there should be pickleball courts, just not in a youth center. I like the idea of what we had decided before on top of these parking garages that are underutilized. There's so many of them around the area. And it's very close. I mean, how close is the Lejeune, that Publix, that parking garage? What, 3 minutes, 4 minutes?
Driving is probably 5 minutes.
Yeah, what for, yeah.
But the issue is, and I just want to hear the end of what you were saying. May I?
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Again, what I said before, I don't want to reiterate because we have a very long meeting, but this is a very simple discussion. There's an opportunity to do something. We're going to explore it.
Okay.
The commission has been very clear with you in regards to the fields. Trust me, I received a phone call from Dr. Amar. I sponsor the Blue Devils personally, and it's going to be perfectly fine. You know, we're going to find a way to deliver on both ends, on all the needs, and nothing is set in stone. And we're moving forward to find a location which is suitable and does not impact your son's baseball or anyone else playing soccer.
Right, exactly.
But I just want to be very careful reiterating over and over and over and over the narrative that we're going to hurt the baseball program, because that's the way things catch. You know, you repeat it enough and it becomes the truth.
But it's
And
not just baseball, right?
I understand. My daughters play soccer. My daughters play soccer. I know there's going to be a lacrosse program forthcoming. So a lot of great things that are coming. Flag football.
Yeah, sure.
So again, I think that there's an opportunity to coffee on the way. I think there's an opportunity to
Put it somewhere.
finally do something, which again, in an area that potentially can house the impact. And I think the library also works well when you talk about that area, because you have existing parking that could be potentially used if there's a way to, you know, come to an agreement after hours when the library closes. So, you know, moving forward, there's going to be a lot of discussion, but the commission has been very clear already in regards to the fields. We don't need to have that conversation. It's difficult enough to budget and get this project off the ground. The last thing I want is anyone who opposes the project. So we'll find a way to make everybody happy.
And I'll be meeting with Coach Alex later today about this. What position do you play? Outfield and pitcher. Who's your favorite player?
You.
Ohtani. Well, that's a good choice, and he does play two positions, so that's good. Be proud of your mom, what she's doing. She's here to stand up for you. Do the same in the future, and play baseball. Play your heart out, and know that baseball is not going to go away in Coral Gables. So you'll have a place to play.
I just want
One more thing, even though, yes, you're right, it shouldn't go away, but that is the primary. There's not really any other baseball parks in Coral Gables. I did share with all of you the petition that we created just 2 days ago. It's interesting if you look at the comments, and it's interesting to see if people are informed, and you can look how many people are looking at it versus how many people are signing it. So it's interesting to see that. So take a look at it. I did share it with all of you, and check out the comments, see what other people are saying. And, you know, remember that if you look at what's going on right now in the United States, we don't want to put all this money into something that everybody's just going to get sued for, or there's going to be lawsuits.
So, Mayor, just a couple things. I was also a softball player. I played every position. My last position was pitcher. So
cool.
It's near and dear to my heart. But we do have basketball courts there, which also make noise. So come by on Friday. We can debate some of the issues. That's why I went door to door to talk to the folks in the townhomes and see what their thoughts were. And so far, not a single person has opposed it because they have impact windows. So the basketballs make a lot of noise too. The critical thing here is we need to have balance. We can't have one sport pushing out another sport. And so the item that I put on the agenda literally was purposely phrased as opening the courts. I didn't say what for. That is still got to be. We have to have meetings. We have to determine how much time do we need for basketball, how much time do we need for pickleball. Do we split the courts? there's a lot talked about here. So love to hear from you.
Okay, well, great.
So I
Thank
want
you
to,
so much.
if I may, your son, do you see this picture? See that? No? Well, see that guy with a bat? That's my son. He played for the Blue Devils. He's in college now. He was about your age. Grand slam home run to win a playoff game. Proud dad. But just on a side note, you want to do it? Come on, get the close up. My son would kill me for that. There he goes. That's him, grand slam. That's Coach Alex over here with his mouth open. There he is. Proud dad. I would make a copy of this because one day he's going to be in college and he's going to look back. He'll be very proud.
Thank you.
It was said.
Thank you. We just want to reiterate again,
Yeah.
we understand, of course, that this is going to go into discussions, further discussions, and again, we want to make sure that everybody's happy. Again, I don't know if you guys are active at the youth center. We definitely are. So, you're aware of all of the new issues, especially, it's such a wonderful place to be, but ever since, post-COVID, post-pandemic, the youth center has exploded with memberships. Okay, these guys are maxed out and understaffed. Unfortunately, we love those guys. Those folks are our friends. The staff are our friends. Those guys are maxed out, which is obviously contributing to the traffic congestion, the human congestion, and so again, even thinking about adding something additional there, we're already parking in the overflow. Parking at Christ Journey, which is my church. We're parking at, obviously the Coral Gables Library, the extra green space that I believe is dedicated for the church, but obviously also for the youth center. So again, there's just that's been causing a lot of issues, and so that's obviously another main concern for us. But just like Andrea said, the other thing too would be intermingling, and I understand the mayor's point here because I saw his video. That's how I found out that it was actually really happening, and to the point of, again, it already has existing bathrooms, 100%. Obviously it's much easier than, spending more money recreating that elsewhere. But again, our main concern is that there's going to be adults intermingling with children, and if they're going to be using the same bathroom facilities, that's unacceptable for me, and I know a lot of other parents as well. If anything, that's going to be the main concern. I'm sure that there's going to be something drafted in place to prevent that. But again, I think a lot of us who are obviously advocating for this, we're just trying to preserve the integrity of the fact that it is a youth center. It's near and dear to my heart as well because it's a war memorial. And so my husband and I were retired Air Force. And so we love the fact that we have a place here that actually honors those who made the ultimate sacrifice. So again, we don't want to obviously keep you guys here all day, and we know it's going to be obviously decided later on down the road. All things are going to be considered. We just want to make sure that we highlighted these points to you folks, and hope you guys take it to heart.
So two of us live close by. We live very close by. You'll see me walk with my 2 greyhounds around there several times a week.
I grew up at the youth center since the 1960s, and I coached there for 30 years. And the baseball program they had was dying. There was nobody participating. I brought Alex to meet with Fred and Carlos Pichardo one afternoon. I go, this is the program that can save baseball. And baseball is one of the original sports of the youth center, going back to 70 and 80 years. Back in the day, it was tackle football, it was basketball, and it was baseball, and perhaps soccer, but I'm sure soccer came later. So it's a traditional sport, and the deed to that property says it's to be primarily for our youth. Right. Not completely, but primarily.
Right.
So I would be hesitant, and the folks with pickleball from day one said, we don't want to help pickleball grow at the detriment of other sports. So they're totally on board on not hurting, especially programs for youth.
Right.
So we're here, I think the mayor said it very well, and my colleagues as well, a balance, but the programs after COVID, they are growing. I talked to Fred, the numbers are picking up again, pre-pandemic numbers, and the youth center is primarily for our youth. I grew up there, and we will protect and preserve our youth and their programming. We need to find solutions because the world changes. Right. But I think, as everyone has agreed, this was a discussion, not something that was going to be voted on and agreed to. A lot of moving parts, but I think if everybody comes together we have a consensus at some point with a solution, heck, perhaps this was a good exercise of bringing everybody together.
I think she's great, too. Also, thank you for that. The other question I was wondering, which I don't know, because it is a war memorial, does that take a lot more to actually build something at this caliber? Do we have, for approval?
The war memorial, I'm sorry, the war memorial was dedicated to those who served in World War II from Coral Gables. It was actually, originally the youth center was where the Publix is on Lejeune, and it was on the cover of Life magazine. But a nonprofit bought the property and helped build the youth center in the 1950s, and they deeded the property over to the city. The only part of the deed that is the part that they have to maintain is A, the name, control, and it has to be primarily for the youth. Those are the three prongs that the deed holds true, that the city must comply.
Right.
So we don't want to perhaps test the boundary, and it's already been tested, by the way, and I hate to repeat, but perhaps you're new to the area, so I'll repeat the story. Late 60s, the city commission voted 4-1 to tear down Coral Gables Elementary and build an office building there. And they were going to build a new youth center, a new Coral Gables Elementary between the youth center and the library, a smaller version. But because they didn't have land, the city commission was looking at moving University Drive, picking it up and moving it towards Lejeune to create more land. Late 60s. But because of the deed in the youth center, it was challenged in court. Actually, the city challenged it. And the third DCA said those three prongs are upheld. You have to abide by primarily youth. You can't change the name, can't change control. So the DCA has already supported the fact that it is what it is and you can't change it. We can adjust and do certain things that enhance the experience for the community, but it should be and it will always be a youth center.
So we have a long day.
We're
And
done.
I
Thank you so much
appreciate
for-
both of you being here,
and
please. And we'll
guys on
have,
Friday.
we look
Thank
forward
you
to
so much.
continuing the conversation. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Carlos Haley.
How are you, ma'am?
Carlos Haley.
Carlos. Sir, good morning. How are you?
Carlos Haley, I've been a resident of Coral Gables, about 50 years. I'm 66 years old. The only reason I'm mentioning my age, besides the gray hair, you probably noticed that already, is because I'm probably the oldest guy that's been a member of the youth center. I think Commissioner Kirk came in like right after me, or we came in right around a long time. So the youth center holds a special place in my heart, without a doubt, particularly the field that we're going to be using now for pickleball. That's the field where I coach my son.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I coach my son for a championship. Now, the reason I'm up here basically is obviously my wife is the head of the pickleball community in Coral Gables, so I better be for it. No, but what I'd like to do is basically clear some misconceptions, and I think it's incumbent upon the commission to clear the misconceptions that have been going on. One, that pickleball's taken over the youth center and there's going to be no baseball. If that were the case, I'd be the first one and we'd have 1,000 people out there complaining. That's not the case. That's the first misconception I want to clear up. The second misconception I want to clear up is the fact that pickleball is for adults. Pickleball is for everybody. There's been proposals for having programs for kids. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States right now. Of course, it doesn't grow if you don't have youth and if you don't have kids coming into these things. The proposals, Mr. Mayor and Ariel, that you guys came up with I'm sorry, Kirk, and everybody else, I'm sorry I missed somebody, came up with doing it at the youth center, I thought was brilliant. Okay, there's a lot of things to be worked out, but it's also for kids. Let's not forget that, okay? That's being lost in the whole thing that we're talking about now. It's there's going to be programs for kids to go along. And in terms of interaction, since I've been going to the youth center, there's been programs for adults. What we used to call as kids, look at those old fogies. Well, that happens to be us now. Since I can remember, there was Los Viejitos playing softball way back then. So there's always going to be that interaction between the adults and the kids. And frankly, I find that to be beautiful. I find that to be very constructive to have a community place in the city of Coral Gables where you do have that interaction. Are there risks? Absolutely there are risks, but there's going to be risks everywhere. You know, I think in many cases those risks can be mitigated through people in public office who know what they're doing. But again, I came to say that to please clear up the misconception that this is adult only and that no kids are going to be involved and that we're going to get rid of baseball. That is not the case. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go to Zoom next. Speaker is Catherine Sherahe.
Good morning.
And I'm asking her to unmute. And they're not unmuting, Mr. Mayor, so.
We'll come back.
And that's it.
Okay. You tried to unmute? Okay. Nothing else, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, perfect. Can I get a motion in regards to our consent agenda?
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any other item on the consent agenda?
Entertain a motion?
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Before we move on to time certain 10:30, 2-1, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
And we're back.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on to item 2-1, which is time certain 10:30 a.m. Good morning.
Good morning, Anna Pernas with the Historical Resources and Cultural Arts Department. I just want to introduce to you our Vice Chair of the Historic Preservation Board, Mr. Michael Maxwell, who will be presenting on this item.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for your patience, and I apologize we didn't tackle the item at time certain at 10:30.
Pickleball.
Good morning, sir.
Vice Mayor, Commissioners, how lovely to see you today. I'm Michael Maxwell, 2845 Granada Boulevard, Coral Gables. I'm here on behalf of the Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board and the Landmarks Board. Mr. Sleznick, unfortunately, could not be with us today. He was planning to, but he had to be for a chamber event with the military. Previously, we had a public meeting at the request of the Commission following our previous resolutions. At the beginning of the year, the public meeting was held. The city manager was kind enough to come. We had public input, the Landmarks Board, the Historic Preservation Board, and city staff, the city attorneys, and the preservation officer were there. And we had a wonderful discussion about this. The result of the discussion is really the resolution that we have put before you. And to begin the process, to begin to negotiate with FP&L regarding this, we understand that this is a lengthy process. This has to go to the Public Service Commission. This is something that's not going to happen tomorrow. But it's in the long-term best interest. We, the people that met, believe that this will save us money over a long period of time because it standardizes everything and we don't have to go through so much rigmarole. Secondly, and maybe even more importantly, this is one of the key elements that defines the urban design of our streets in our city. It is unique. No other city in our county or South Florida or that I know of, maybe outside of Disneyland, has the same kind of wonderful historic style lighting that we have. So one last thing, in terms of the resolution as was requested gives a geographical area. We had discussions regarding that geographical area, came to a conclusion, are presenting it herein, but one thing is missing from this. We do recommend, but it would be in concert with the people that own property, historic properties south of US 1, which would leave us with the villages, the Dutch Afrikaans, the two French villages, and the Chinese village, would be there. And we would recommend to the Commission that these types of lighting be available for those historic areas as well. And that would be the limit of that. So we had a wonderful discussion. Mr. Rojas was there, really supported us in a very, very positive way, and we were very grateful to have him there and to meet. And the public came out very much for this as well. So if I may, I'd like to read the resolution, please. City of Coral Gables, Florida, joint resolution of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board and the Landmarks Advisory Board making recommendations to the City Commission regarding the replacement of certain streetlights by Florida Power and Light. Whereas in January of 2024, the City of Coral Gables Commission adopted Resolution 2024-03, directing the scheduling of a joint meeting between the city's Historic Preservation Board and Landmarks Advisory Board to discuss the recent replacement of certain streetlights by Florida Power and Light. And whereas in 2023, the City Commission adopted Resolution 2023-360, directing city staff to direct Florida Power and Light to cease the replacement of certain silver streetlights within the city, and those lights were the subject of the joint meeting between the two city boards. And whereas, following a presentation by the city's public works staff and a robust and lengthy discussion, the Landmarks Advisory Board adopted a set of recommendations to the city regarding the type and locations of certain lighting in the city. And whereas, after full investigation and discussion, the Historic Preservation Board and Landmarks Board will refer to silver lights as those 10-foot tall silver fluted streetlights currently installed throughout the city. And whereas at the joint meeting, the city's Historic Preservation Board adopted the same recommendation, and today the two boards jointly submit the following recommendation to the City Commission as directed in Resolution 2024-03. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of the City of Coral Gables, Section 1, that the foregoing whereas clauses are hereby ratified and confirmed as being true and correct, and are hereby made in specific part of this resolution upon adoption thereof. Section 2, that the Historic Preservation Board and Landmarks Advisory Board jointly recommend, 1, that the city approach Florida Power and Light and request that they cease removal of all silver streetlights within the city located in residential areas north of US 1, that the city approach Florida Power and Light to reinstall silver streetlights where recently removed, that the city and Florida Power and Light adopt a policy to consistently and exclusively install the silver streetlights in those residential areas north of US 1 within the city. That any further streetlight, number 4, that any further streetlight installation by Florida Power and Light or the city, other than installation of the silver streetlights described above in those residential areas north of US 1, shall be submitted to the Historic Preservation Board. Section 3, and final, that this resolution shall become effective upon the date of its passage and adopted herein. That is our resolution, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And we hope you'll seriously consider it, and so that we can move this process forward and continue making our city beautiful, even more beautiful. Thank you for your support. Any questions? I'm happy to entertain them.
Are you guys going to have a meeting with FPN?
Ms. Castro, I hate to tell you this, but I don't hear very well when there's noise like that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
And I'll speak a little louder then.
Thank you.
Do you already have a scheduled meeting with FPNL?
No, ma'am, we don't yet. We need to adopt this resolution in order to move forward to do that.
Okay. And let's just think about Plan B and Plan C, right? I hope this works out because this is what I really want to happen. However, I know that we have spoken to FPNL and it's a little hard right now to try to even negotiate a little with them. But what would be Plan B in the case that?
Plan B is the same Plan B that we had during the 80s and early 90s. We're patient because, as I've mentioned to you before, they told us the same thing. No, we can't do that. It's not on our rate base. So we waited, said, put it in your rate base. They ultimately did and came back, and we ended up with lights on Segovia. And then later on, we ended up, lights on about 12 miles of streets now. So it's a matter of being patient and working with them. They're under tremendous constraints with the Public Service Commission. And just like McDonald's, if we wanted McDonald's to go into a historic building, the very first thing they would do would give us their normal McDonald's, the golden arches, everything else. We'd say, no, not compatible with what it is that our community's image is. They'd come back with number 2, where they'd modify a bunch of it. We'd say, that's a great step. Here's what we'd really like. And the third time, they're going to give you what you really like, because they want to be here too. FPL is a big part of our community.
I'm a person that really never gives up. So I am in full support that you commence conversations with FPNL. And you keep on trying and trying as Plan B, having patience. Okay, we could think about that. That being said, I'll move this resolution.
So
Before we do that,
I think we need to have more discussion from all the members of this commission.
So we already had a discussion with FPNL. They came here, they met with the previous city manager. We had discussions with our public works team who were present in the meeting. Again, I support the resolution, but it's a little bit more complex than just passing a resolution. They've been adamantly opposed to moving forward. We looked at, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but we looked at the cost, I think, that was provided by FPNL to replace the existing poles, to these poles that are not historic, by the way. They're fiberglass poles that were in pretty bad shape. But we got to be very careful when we say they're historic, because they were not historic. It was millions and millions and millions of dollars that FPNL was not willing to pay for themselves. So my only concern is I don't have a problem being patient and hoping to bring them to the table or luring FPNL to the table. But during that time of patience, we have neighborhoods that I've gotten phone calls from that are dark, certain areas of the golf course that are dark right now. Also, the people who are calling me are saying, Vince, we also want, some of them want the new poles, some of them want the old poles. I haven't done a poll, a scientific poll to find out who is more, who's not. Obviously, I have the new poles in front of my house. I think they're perfectly fine, but my house is a different context than in the areas that we're talking about. So I have a little bit of concern about being so patient because you have areas of the city that had lighting and now don't have lighting. And certain areas of the city where these lights were installed where the light has to be corrected because it could be encroaching on somebody's yard, keeping them up at night. So I agree with the resolution. I don't have any issue with it, but we need to find an answer. And the answer is either FPNL steps up to the plate or we're going to have to pay, I don't remember what the number was. It was some pretty significant. It was millions and millions and millions of dollars. And assume the responsibility during a hurricane, by the way, which is something that, again, we're not in the business. We don't have the bucket trucks. If there is a hurricane here, that's FPNL's responsibility of bringing us back online. So that was another major concern of mine.
Mr. Mayor, you bring up really wonderful points, and there's no one that could disagree with you on those points. However, I will say this: the patience is really about what I alluded to. They'll do whatever we want. And high costs are, well, I think it could be this much. We don't know what anything costs until we begin to look at it on an engineering basis. And I mean, you and I are both in construction and development. We know that. So, in this particular case, we need to make the ask. We need to have very serious conversations with them that are backed up by the city, by your board and our local government, to say this is what we want to have, and to actually put them in a position where they have to respond on a business-like manner to us. We have over 50,000 customers here. This is becoming one of the leading commercial centers in South Florida. They put a lot of electricity here, okay? They bought our system from George Merrick and promised to keep it. So
if I may, I'd like to bring up our Public Works Director here, just to refresh at least my memory in regards to the conversations that we had with FPNL. I know that they came before the commission and they reiterated that they are not willing to budge, especially that this had been already addressed at the Public Safety Commission. And again, when you're dealing with the Public Safety Commission, it's kind of, you run up against a wall. And they are a monopoly at the end of the day. They do control the electricity here in our community. So, Mr. Public Works Director, can you give me a refresh of the costs of FPNL's position in regards to the request by the two boards?
Correct. So the option that FPL gave us was basically we take over the lights and we have to do them from scratch based on the standards that were applicable to us. So according to our estimates, and those estimates are based on prior jobs with some price escalation based on the recent increase and the certain features that we've gotten recently, the 137 lights that were recently replaced, we're looking at approximately $3.2 million, including some fees that will have to be paid to FPL. There's an additional 516 lights of the same silver fiberglass around the city. If we're going to redo eventually those as well because they're obsolete, they're not LEDs, etc., the overall cost spread out over 5 years will be a little bit over $13 million. And then if we want to harmonize, because we have a plethora of other lights around the city, now you're looking at a significantly higher number than that. I don't have those numbers exactly, but
from what I remember, what was shown here at the commission before, which I would like for those documents to please be shared with the board if it hasn't been shared already through the manager's office, was examples of harmonizing existing poles and making everything uniform. And correct. I remember there was a cost breakdown, there was examples, there was a PowerPoint presentation showing the different poles that exist throughout the city.
Right.
We didn't really have an answer how those poles got here, just like how did Coral Gables Whiteway lights end up in Broward?
Right.
Somebody can tell me that story, but now they're here. So
the breakdown that we put together was specifically for these pedestrian level silver lights. but we know we have others around the city. So yeah, we could look at a projection and just do an interpolation and see about the additional poles around the city, especially the pedestrian ones. But yeah, you'll be looking at an excess of $13 million, and we could come up with an order of magnitude.
And also, maintenance, you know, if something were to happen during a hurricane. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this resolution after the whole commission has spoken. But at the end of the day, you know, FPNL has the final say, and we can come, and I welcome, we can have another negotiation with them, we can have a sit down with them, we can, you know, really come to, you know, try to find some common ground, but it's a pretty significant cost at the end of the day.
It's a significant cost right now, because whenever I'm in opposition of something, I'm going to give you the very highest cost. If we took Hermes said it was $13 million to replace 100 and some odd, if I heard this correctly.
I think it was 140.
No, about $3.2 million for almost 140 poles.
Okay, now do the math and figure out how much that is per pole, and you'll go, what?
But that's not just the pole. That's all the infrastructure, the wiring, the connection, and everything that goes along with it.
I understand that, but you know.
Because one of the things that, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's coming to memory now. One of the things they mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that if they abandon the service, they remove all the infrastructure underground also.
They're also running on a different code than we are as the city. And that's really the big issue that
I'm just reiterating what they said, not me.
Yeah, I mean, look, we need time to resolve this thing. We need to get in front of everybody, and the commission needs to support this and move forward, or we're just going to continue to be where we are.
Yeah.
So I'm going to follow up through the mayor. Okay. What I'm reading versus what was said was two different things. Your suggestion was that the board negotiate with FPNL. Typically, what we do is
No, I didn't suggest the board.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear.
We've got to do it.
The resolution says the city.
The city, yes, because.
So it would be through the city manager.
Yeah, the city manager's office, I think, is it. And there's another conversation we have to have with FPNL too, with regard to, you know, the location of these transformers in front of historic homes or homes with, you know, and the impact that it would have. So we have that coming up as well, and it would be an opportune time, you know, to have, you know, a deeper conversation with FPNL. So as far as having a, you know, conversation, absolutely, I'm open to having a conversation. It is budget season, though. You know, we always have the tension on the rope, pickleball versus poles versus other facilities, and you know, different parks that need improvements, streets, drainage. It's a lot. It's a lot. Then we have some streets that are very dark and have been very dark for a long time. I mean, I remember walking and knocking on Aragon just a couple blocks away from here. And, you know, it's dark. It's dark. I mean, you put your hand out in front of you and you can't see it. So safety is one of the issues as well that we have to think about. So let's have the conversation, but let's keep in mind that there's a lot that needs to be taken care of in this city.
Madam Vice Mayor, there's a lot that needs to be done in the city. As a matter of fact, one of the major lights that we have are wooden poles with little hanging lights off of them. You know, we haven't had a lot of new lights installed. As a matter of fact, you know, the kind of recent surge where these black lights have all of a sudden come in has really been the first kind of movement on more new lighting that we've had in many years.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, I mean, look, as I've said from the beginning, you know, the fact that the previous agreement did not include the silver lights was just an oversight. People just didn't think about how that was. And, you know, we need to move back to that. So that's my position. Yes, ma'am.
He mentioned an oversight. You mentioned an oversight. I just want to be clear on that. When we had conversations with FPNL, I don't think it was an oversight. I think they told us this is what has been approved by the Public Safety Commission, and that's all we can give you. Am I correct or no?
These conversations.
They were very clear that they're not giving us.
That's go back to 2017, and there's a little back and forth where we asking about, and then they first said maybe let me look into this, and then finally they said no. So it wasn't an oversight. It was a very lengthy conversation over several years, and you know. They pretty much made it clear at the last meeting, obviously subject to further discussion, but that they made a business decision.
And from what I remember, again, it was a public comment. It was, we discussed it here with FPNL representatives who were here. They were adamant. They wanted to have a uniform handful of options for municipalities, and that supposedly we were getting the most high-end model that was available. Am I correct? Or
It is. I will tell you that the polls that are looks aside, they're definitely better quality than we have out there right now.
Okay.
I think that's just very clear. I mean, looks are in the eye of the beholder, and obviously, these are concrete with the integral color on the materials, like integral. I mean, it's definitely a better quality product than what is out there right now. Now, whether people like the looks or not like the look, that's a whole different conversation.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we've been here before. I mean, we had the same conversation back in the 80s and 90s, and look, we ended up with these silver lights, okay? And it didn't cost us much more, okay? So we got it. It's a matter of being patient and persevering, okay?
I'm supporting. I'm supporting.
I know you are,
but I just don't want to see a community that's without lights for another 2 years. And then it's a catch-22. Then the resident calls us and says, "Hey, I haven't had lights in my backyard for 3 years." Commissioner Castro, you wanted to say something?
No, nobody's stopping any new lights putting in.
I think the best answer here is to convince FPNL, even though they've shown a very strong opinion on it was an executive decision. That's what Addis told me from FPNL. But let's think outside the box a little bit, right? What about if we talk to other municipalities? We convince them that they want these lights too. And maybe we'll have a little more leverage with FPNL.
I think we can do that. But in answer of your question, I don't believe that there's any problem with them providing that. It's just a matter of sitting down, negotiating with them, and then having them and to come to an agreement with them, and then have them take it to the Public Service Commission. Because it's the Public Service Commission who will approve it. And if they come out and said, we want this for this city, they'll approve it.
So they're thinking about manufacturing, they're thinking about storage, they're thinking about that they're only making these lights for us, right? And how often do we need them replaced? So I think those are things that when we are negotiating with them, we need to keep in consideration.
We'll come up with a good solution.
And first of all, thank you and the boards for sitting through that meeting and coming up with this plan for us. I think there's a lot of different factors of what has been said here that can be incorporated into this conversation. We asked several questions of FPL last time they were here, and they were supposed to get back to us. My understanding from the manager's office, they still haven't on some of those questions. So I think we still have that conversation that is ongoing with FPL. Commissioner Castro brings up a good point. We are not the only municipality who's probably looking for different options. I know that if we contact the Florida League of Cities or the Miami-Dade League of Cities, we can talk to other municipalities that have a similar historic nature to Coral Gables, and they don't just want to take whichever the best option is in a box. Because as they themselves said, other municipalities have been historically using these same poles that we have used in Coral Gables. We are not the only ones that were using this pole. Everybody's being forced into the new poles, but not everybody's using it. I think the resolution that we passed here in the commission on this item was to stop the installation of new poles north of Coral Way. So I don't think that the impact is being felt by areas that do not have light poles, because those are still moving forward. The only thing that we stopped was the replacement of the silver poles with the black poles. And I know your team has done a great job. I've seen some of them that have fallen, and you've brought a new silver pole back and replaced them. So I don't think anybody's suffering from a lack of lighting because of these poles. In fact, I think a lot of people are suffering from lack of lighting because of the new poles, because the location of the poles is inadequate. It's shining light in the wrong direction. It's above the tree line. So I don't think that, I think we have the adverse effect. Having these new light poles in some areas is having a negative impact on parts of the community. What I would like to see is for the manager's office, we have a new manager in place who's obviously gotten an understanding of the concerns that the community has in this issue. Have a sit down with FPL. Our FPL government relations person is the incoming chair of the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce. So they obviously have a stake in Coral Gables and an interest in ensuring that we have the best in our community. And I'm hopeful that we can use that. And I think in the past, Mr. Mayor, there's been conversations up here about undergrounding and how it was going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars to do the undergrounding. And through lengthy negotiations and a lot of pushing from the city of Coral Gables, we got that number down to zero. It's not costing us a penny. And I think that was also a conversation that was had with other municipalities throughout the state. And it was an effort, a larger effort to ensure that it didn't come at an additional cost to the residents. And I think it's something that we can move forward with through the manager's office, start that conversation with FPL, and see what the process is. There's also been other conversations. One of the requests that I made of FPL last time they were here, they currently have a cement pole, which is a basic pole, which has the light feature on top, whether we would be able to create a case that goes around that cement pole that's similar to what we had before, and that would fix the problem. They still have their infrastructure, and we still have the look that we're looking for. It would be a joint effort. It wouldn't come at a cost of $13 or $16 million, as you're saying. It would be relatively inexpensive in comparison, but they didn't have an answer for us at the time. So I think that's something that we need to continue having the conversation. The only reason I would not vote for this resolution today is because we are giving directives for FPL to start replacing the old poles. I think we need to have the conversation with them first so that we can figure out what the final solution is, what that final solution is going to be, whether it's the old silver pole or whether it's a new hybrid that we can create with FPL that will satisfy the needs of the community and the look for Coral Gables that we would have. So if it was up to me, I would give a directive to the manager to sit down with FPL and start that conversation to see what the potential solution can be to make sure that we have the best of both worlds. We want to make sure that we have adequate lighting. Some of those older light poles don't have the Kelvin level that is necessary to properly light our streets. The vice mayor has mentioned that the coloring sometimes isn't the best either because we have those orange lights, which don't allow for identification or proper sight. So we want to make sure that we offer the best for our residents. And I think just having the conversation, we don't lose anything. We didn't lose anything when we started the conversation on undergrounding, and today we're better for it.
So if I may, I want to respond because I was the one that commenced the conversations about undergrounding and we worked on it for years. It's not correct what Commissioner Fernandez said. We started off the process having a discussion about $275 million and finding a way to pay for it as residents with some help from the city over a 10-year period. We abandoned that process, and as the director will tell you, when we found out that through the insistence of the city of Coral Gables and other municipalities that were interested in undergrounding, that they were going to come up with a new rate that they were going to spread across the entire state of Florida. Right. So every person in the state of Florida is going to be paying a higher rate. What we did get in the city of Coral Gables was that we are ahead of the line in the sense of that we're getting the work done now because we started with our consultants, and Mr. Diaz can tell you, we started working on the process of undergrounding. We started having these conversations over years and years and years and years. So we were considered first in line. Other municipalities are also working on undergrounding their lines, hardening their system, but the rates are not going to go up just for Coral Gables. It's going to be spread across the entire state of Florida. So eventually their goal, FPNL's goal, like our city goal is over 10 years to have 70% of our city underground. But to me, I think it's important. The trade-off for the additional costs is a benefit, especially for the elderly, for those individuals that are disabled, and for the fact that who wants to be out of electricity 2 or 3 weeks under a minor hurricane. So there's benefits, but there's also drawbacks because we've had to spend extra money, and we had no other choice because it came through the Public Service Commission. But I don't have a problem. I don't have an issue at all having the manager have a conversation with FPNL, getting as much information as we can, trying to see if we can build consensus to deliver the polls that we want. I'm all for it. I'm there to have as many conversations as you want. I just don't want there to be an issue where lighting is an issue in the neighborhoods. And I've been contacted by certain residents say, listen, I had a light pole here before. It was going to be replaced. Maybe I didn't like the pole. Someone told me I don't like the pole that they're planning, but at least it had some light on it.
Let's see what we can do.
I just want to say, staff, I imagine you're getting those calls too. When is my light pole going to be replaced or brought back? We just have to tell them, listen, we're working on a different angle.
Well, and just in very quick response, and I know everybody's busy, we would, both of the boards and the public that attended the meeting would encourage you to vote positively on this resolution today. The reason being that we're asking you to vote on the resolution rather than defer it, because the resolution gives you a political forum to go to FP&L to say, our community has voted for this and asked us to do it, and we've approved this resolution. Simply having to say, we'd like to have another discussion with you, does not give you the tool that you need to effectively, bring them to the table. And so I would encourage you to do that, and I would encourage you to pass the resolution today.
By passing this resolution, first we would have to come into an agreement with them, right?
No, you don't. You basically have it, this resolution basically says, we want to have conversations with you to ultimately move to some kind of resolution on these streetlights. It does not tell you anything other than that. It says it's all about conversation and moving forward with it. Ultimately, the commission does not have to accept whatever comes out. That's up to the commission to do. The intent of the people that came to the meeting and are speaking up is to try to move this forward to effect a resolution.
On section 2, numbers 1 through 4, we would have to go into an agreement with them to then comply with the rest of the numbers, correct? Right. So I was a little confused to why Commissioner Fernandez said you wouldn't vote for this.
My concern is regarding the line where it says that we would be requesting that FPL begin removal of the current light poles. I think we need to have a plan before we agree or we instruct FPL to replace the poles, because we don't know what that final option is going to be. They don't currently make the poles that we have, so I don't even know where to begin the process of sourcing the poles that they would have to replace back to the old poles. Because those poles are no longer available, correct?
But they are available.
The issue is not that they're not available. The issue is that FPL made a business decision not to use them.
Yeah, so they're not going to install them.
So, correct.
They're not gonna, so, Madam City Attorney, will you please step in and give us a little guidance?
Yes, I just want to, just kind of clarify what the joint resolution states. And of course, the commission can adopt a variation of that or does not have to take any action. It's obviously up to the commission, but the first request is that the city approach FPL and request that they cease removal of all silver lights within the city located in residential areas north of US 1. So I want you also to keep that in mind if this is the commission's intent or if it's something more narrow. That the city approach FPL to reinstall silver lights were recently removed. Again, that is an approach, but is that what the commission is deciding today? Is that what the request to FPL will be? And that the city and FPL adopt a policy to consistently and exclusively install the silver lights in those residential areas north of US 1 within the city, and that any future streetlight installation by FPL or the city, other than installation of the silver lights described above in those residential areas north of US 1, shall be submitted to the Historic Preservation Board. So there's a lot of different things that the joint resolution includes. I just want to make sure it's clear that if you adopt the resolution as is, that you would be adopting all of that. But of course, the commission can do something different.
So if I may, just one quick thing. I think there's everybody here wants to resolve this issue. Okay, why don't we do something? Okay, why don't we get the manager and his team with Hermes, who has a wealth of knowledge, to listen to the previous time FPNL was here, schedule time with FPNL, and move in a direction where we can try to build some consensus here and find a roadmap for success. I want FPNL to tell me yay or nay, I'll help you, and what wiggle room do we have? I'm all for being patient, but I don't know how long it'll take. And if they tell us no, what do we do then? We wait 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, we keep going to the table. What leverage do we have to get FPNL to come to the table and negotiate with us? That's what I want to understand.
I've just given it to you. I've given you a resolution, and the resolution is your leverage. The leverage says that the community of Coral Gables, which is a rate-paying entity that regulates a public monopoly, the people want this public monopoly to do this for it. That's exactly what we've just said, and that's your leverage. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. We do need to have these discussions, but without a resolution to this thing, without a public commitment by this board to achieve this, I don't believe you're going to get a serious interest out of FP&L, because it's just like more talk, okay? In other words, this is kind of where you put your money where your mouth is. Now, you don't have to adopt the total part of the resolution, but what I believe you need to do is to say, FP&L, we're serious about this, and we want to engage with you and move this process forward. We've been here before.
May I
go ahead,
make
sir.
a suggestion? Listening to everyone express their views and their concerns and ideas, which I think is a great discussion. I know Commissioner Fernandez you were hesitant about one of the lines. The city attorney says we can pass. I guess we can amend or modify a line that perhaps we're all uncomfortable with. And if we're good with the rest of it, perhaps if we want to pass that, but he can maybe suggest, can we add a word or remove a word?
So also, I just want a point of clarification. The way this is drafted, it's almost a request, a general request to the city commission. But if the commission adopts a resolution, I'm assuming it would be a direction to the manager. So the manager will need to have clear direction as to what the commission wants the manager to do, and when he reaches out to FPL, what he should be asking for and what the end goal should be, or not, or maybe you want to leave it open-ended. Perhaps that's up to the commission. But for instance, that the city approach, it would be a direction, the city manager approach FPL and request a cease removal of all silver lights within the city located in the residential areas north of US 1. Is that the direction of the commission? And then is it, that the city manager approach FPL to negotiate to reinstall silver lights were recently removed? But then, number 3, that the city and FPL adopt a policy. Of course, this commission cannot direct FPL, but I think perhaps it would be that the city manager approach FPL to with the goal of the city and FPL adopting such a policy and so forth. And then number 4 is really a direction that I think would apply beginning now, which is any future streetlight installation would have to go to the Historic Preservation Board, and that's something that perhaps needs to be further fleshed out, because is it for a recommendation? Is it for final approval? That's not part of our process right now. So that should be discussed as well, fleshed out.
If I may ask for a clarification, as to the areas that we're talking about just single-family homes. Like, for example, you have several developments that are going on right now, right? Several maybe in the commercial core. So I don't think that's what we intend
Residential.
to do here. And then you have somewhere like on the periphery, like, for example, Alex and Craft or 1,000 Ponds. And some of them, so are we talking just about, because there's single-family home residential, there's duplexing, there's multifamily, so I just want to make sure that we get a clear direction, because there's some stuff on the works right now that it's going to be impacted potentially.
How would you?
In section 2.1, that the city approach Florida Power and Light and request that they cease the removal of all silver street lights located in residential areas. The idea is being that this is really residential areas at this time, and that the court, and that while we've suggested an area as requested by the commission at the previous time, dealing with lights in the commercial district at this point, hasn't been fully discussed.
How about multifamily areas? How about new developments? Like Alex and Craft is a residential development.
Multifamily is residential.
Well, it's zone commercial, so.
I really think that we should have a little bit more discussion before we vote on this. And I think that it would be beneficial if we sat down with the manager and we put it on the next agenda. We're more than willing to put it on the next agenda. There's so many open-ended questions here. And you mentioned the fact that the city of Coral Gables regulates FP&L. We don't regulate FP&L. We're at many situations, we're at their mercy, as you've seen before, where we've entangled them on issues of power lines. So I just think the appropriate thing will be defer. We can put it on the agenda immediately for the next commission meeting, so it's going to be on the agenda, and we can flush that out with the city attorney and the city manager to get a better understanding. We can have conversations offline, with each one of us, with the manager and with the city attorney, just to get input in regards to what we believe should be on the resolution.
Yeah, and I have concerns still that I think would be good to have conversations offline with the city attorney and with the manager. I'd be happy if we can defer to the next meeting, that we can have a more robust conversation about this. Because as much as we've had conversations about this, I think it's important to also have a conversation with the new city manager and his take on what has taken place, the assistant city manager who was part of the prior negotiations. I think it would help us better formulate, because I agree with you. I think the biggest tool that the manager would have is a resolution from the commission giving a directive, because the commission is the one that's making the decision at the end of the day on this process. And if we just send the manager, to FPL saying the commission would like for you to consider this, there's no teeth. And I think today is not the day to give this teeth, because I don't think any of us are really ready to hammer this out completely. I don't know if
All
my
right,
colleagues disagree.
I will second your motion for deferral. I'm not ready to proceed with this today. We do have conversations going on with FP&L with regard to the transformer issue. They've asked to speak to me ahead of time before we do a sunshine meeting on it to see if we can reach some resolutions, so I've looped the manager's office in on that. The response I had on the transformer issues, we're just going to skip you. And my concern is we really don't have any leverage. But we need to have a conversation to try to move it in the right direction. We don't want our community in the dark. We
You really
don't
want
want
to
it skipped,
conflate
but
those
we want
two
to...
issues, though, Madam Vice Mayor?
Pardon?
You really want to put those two issues together? They're pretty different.
No, not exactly, no. They're not. It's all about talking to people, about reaching a compromise, and it does, because if FP&L just says, no, I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to install this, my ask of them is, let's have a conversation about it. There may be another option. It's really the same process that we're talking about. You're talking poles, I'm talking locations for transformers, because there are other options out there, and we can do a
There's
better
lots of
job.
options.
We can do a better job.
So we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, before the vote is taken, we have members of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Okay, all right.
First speaker is Maria Cruz.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maria Cruz, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Very interesting. As you all probably remember, I lived in my house since 1976. Fast forward a few years after, we had issues with proposals to build housing for the University of Miami. University Village, I think it's called. And through that process, the university proffered, I guess is the word that the attorneys use, to put in up to $1 million to improve our neighborhood. I find it very interesting that we're talking about moving the poles, because, that would be a problem because the streets will be dark. My neighborhood is still dark. And you know where the money is? Last time I checked, before the new manager came in with the previous administration, there's only about $250,000 left in that proposed $1 million, because the university came back several times to ask for some of the money because they needed to do something, and nobody discussed it with the neighborhood, so we ended up not improving our neighborhood. So when we talk about dark streets, you'll need to drive in my neighborhood, and you will see what dark is. Very dark. Okay? Now, the issue at hand today are the light poles. When we talked about it before, and Mr. Diaz will remember, when they started installing those ugly black poles on San Amaro Drive, I contacted him. Okay? I objected to that. I asked when was it discussed with the community? Never. It was a decision made by the previous administration where Florida Power Line said, that's the only thing we can do. We accepted it. Guess what? This city, for years, has been known for fighting when we think we're right. We have lost many battles, but we have fought. Okay? So in this instance, we chose not to fight. We chose to pick from the catalog that we were given because that was what we could do. We have fought things here that the community didn't want, And yes, we fought. But when the community wanted to fight, we kind of were shy, we didn't want to do it. The issue is, in the old times, when we drove from South Miami into Coral Gables, when we drove from Miami into Coral Gables, we knew we were in Coral Gables. We could tell we were in Coral Gables. The light poles, the residences, the way we took care of our streets, the parks, the greenery, everything was different. Nowadays, we become like everybody else. Not long ago, I wasn't driving, so I was looking around. South Miami has the same poles we do. Okay, all that are unincorporated, the county has the same poles. You know what? We're not the same. We brag about the fact that we're different. It's time for us to be different. It's time for us to say, hello, stop, let's see what we can do. And there are options. It's very easy to sit back and say, oh, we were given the catalog and we could only choose. No, we do have options. And Vice Mayor, I appreciate the fact that we do have options, okay? And it's time for us to stand our ground. We can fight for so many things that we fought, some won, some lost, but we do have a voice. We don't want to be like everybody else. It's time for us to go back to the way we were, what we expect, what people want. That's why they move here. If we're going to be the same as everybody else, why should anybody come here? Okay, so please, let's tell Florida Power and Light that we are different and we would like, and I appreciate the idea of going to the League of Cities because I bet you other people will join in the fight because not everybody wants to be the same. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is on Zoom, Mr. Mayor, and it's Alejandro Silva.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Alejandro Silva of 1043 North Greenway Drive. I sit on the Historic Preservation Board, but I'm here today as a private citizen. I won't take much of your time. I know you all are busy. I believe Mr. Maxwell did an excellent job of presenting the resolution. If you haven't already, I would really encourage you to review the minutes of our joint meeting with the Landmarks Advisory Board. Many of the points you brought up for discussion were discussed in detail there. Mr. Slesnick's points in particular on reopening negotiations were especially apropos. This is being presented currently as an all or nothing option. I really think the city is being presented with either we keep the existing lights that FPL is providing, or the city pays an exorbitant amount to restore the historically appropriate lights. I truly believe there's a middle ground where everyone can be satisfied. And I would really ask that you re-engage in discussions with FPL to explore other options where perhaps each side gives in a little and the fiscal impact to the city could be lessened greatly to provide the historically appropriate lights. Then the city can make an informed decision. Mayor Lago had an interesting suggestion to sit with FPL and city staff, and I would highly encourage that perhaps a member of the Historic Preservation Board or the Landmarks Advisory Committee could sit in on one of those meetings. Thank you very much for your time.
I agree. Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to defer to the next meeting and have, through the city manager's office, staff, meet with FPNL to try to find consensus in regards to multiple moving parts in regards to the joint resolution that was presented to us today by the Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board and the Landmark Advisory Board, which I wanted again reiterate our thanks and gratitude for your hard work and commitment to making sure that the city beautiful maintains the city beautiful. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Sir.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Moving on to time certain, 11 o'clock, E1.
Mayor, item E1 is an appeal to the Coral Gables City Commission from the decision of the Historic Preservation Board on March 20, 2024, to designate the property located at 1221 Milan Avenue, legally described as Lot 9, Block 39, Coral Gables, Granada, Section Revised, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 8, page 113 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, as a local historic landmark. Mayor and Commissioners, I'd like to briefly review the procedural posture on this matter. The property was designated historic in September of 2022, and that decision was appealed to the City Commission. As you all know, the City Commission heard the appeal and remanded the matter to the Historic Preservation Board with instructions to provide a more detailed explanation for its decision to designate or not designate. Pursuant to Section 14, and then it did go back to the Historic Preservation Board, which did once again designate the property as historic, and the property owner has appealed, and that's why we are here today. Pursuant to Section 14-208.6 of the City Zoning Code, this appeal is based on the record of the hearings before the Historic Preservation Board and shall not be a de novo hearing. What that means is that no new or additional testimony shall be taken. This is an appeal based only on the record. As a reminder, your role in considering this appeal is whether due process was afforded, whether the Historic Preservation Board's decision was based on competent substantial evidence, and whether the essential requirements of law were met. The Commission's role is to determine whether the zoning code was followed, whether there was competent substantial evidence supporting the decision of the Historic Preservation Board in approving the request for historic designation. After the Commission's review, the City Commission has four options. As we've discussed in prior appeals, the Commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Board, which designated the property historic as a local historic landmark. The City Commission can affirm the decision with conditions. The City Commission can override the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which in this case would mean the property shall not be designated historic, or as you know, the City Commission can remand for further proceedings with the Historic Preservation Board. The Mayor, as Chair of the Commission, with me as parliamentarian, has issued a procedural order that was provided in advance to the Commission and the parties. Pursuant to that procedural order, the appellant will be allowed 15 minutes for presentation, which shall be limited to the record before the Historic Preservation Board. Next, the Historic Preservation staff will be allowed 15 minutes for its presentation, which will also be limited to the record below. And next, there will be time for questions by members of the Commission to staff or to the parties. Then public comment will be allowed, but will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Because the review of this appeal is not de novo, public comment shall not be considered testimony in this case. Finally, there'll be time for additional questions and discussion by members of the City Commission. Because this is a quasi-judicial item, if you've had any ex parte communications, those should be disclosed.
Thank you so much. Before the council begins, I've had ex parte communications with multiple members, interested members of who will be here with us today.
I've received numerous emails.
I received emails, phone calls. I've spoken to the applicant in the prior consideration of this item as well. And I've had residents who have called and spoken to me about this.
The same here.
Same here.
Yeah, and I didn't include the prior consideration. Yes, we did meet and talk.
Counselor? Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners and staff. My name is Wayne Pathman with the Office of Pathman Law, located at 1 Biscayne Tower, 2 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the Salimoneses. I would like to ask from the beginning that our presentation is a lot longer than 15 minutes. This is the fourth time that we're having a hearing on this matter, second time before the Commission. This is the most important thing to the Salimoneses, their home, and I would ask that we be given the time to put on our entire presentation.
So I'm going to ask a question first. How many of us here have watched the Historic Preservation Board's meeting?
So, again, as you've probably witnessed in the commission meetings, I'm pretty lenient in regards to presentation times and holding people to 3 minutes. I give you the necessary time that you need to speak, but let's also be considered that we have other people who would like to, put their interests on the record. So
we're going to present. I'm just going to do a quick overview. Then our expert, Richard Heisenbottle, will speak. Then Mr. Salimones, and then I'll conclude.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for all of you for your time. When we were last here, the Commission mandated the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board find with specificity reasons to designate 1221 Milan as historic. Yet, you will see today that the Historic Preservation Board did not provide further support for their findings. We feel there is an overwhelming evidence that this home does not meet the criteria for historic designation. Further, support is not specifically identified in the staff recommendation. In fact, the staff recommendation is pretty similar, almost verbatim, as the original staff recommendation to the first hearing over a year and a half ago. What is in the staff recommendation? There's a lot of assumption, speculation, and hearsay. Regarding the March 20th, 2024 hearing, there are three main issues I'd like to address. First, the Historical Resource and Cultural Arts staff remained virtually unchanged. The report remained unchanged from its first hearing. Second, the best evidence of the home's construction is a 1922 tax card, proving that the home was not built in George Merrick's vision, as staff would like you to believe. The tax card, which I will show you a copy of, which you saw last time, is a particular item that is really important to this hearing. A tax card is usually not issued until the house has been built. If you'll see in the tax card, which is a matter of record, and I have a copy of it here, and I have copies I can give to everybody if you'd like to see. On the tax card, it clearly says 1922. On the tax card, it clearly shows the outline of a house being built. Throughout the staff report and throughout the hearing in front of the HPB, staff maintained that the house was built in 1923 and 1924. Why? Because they were trying to fit the round peg into the square hole. And that is that this house was a house that was a George Merrick design and Mediterranean revival. As you will hear today from our expert and what we put on before the HPB, it's not Mediterranean revival. It was not part of that original design that George Merrick came to the city of Coral Gables to build. It was, in fact, a Spanish-style home that was built in 1922. Why is that important? And I want to emphasize throughout our presentation is that the entire staff report and everything that was presented to the HPB was based upon something from 1923 and 1924. Why? Because that's when Merrick began with his Mediterranean revival style of building homes in Coral Gables or having homes designed in Coral Gables to meet that style. This doesn't qualify. It's Spanish style and not Mediterranean revival. As I stated to the board during the March 24 hearing, the integrity of the house is completely changed. Whether it was done with a permit or without a permit, that's really not in your purview. What's in your purview is that the condition of the house today, what does it look like? What does of any of those original characteristics? Are they still there? The house has gone through over 45 different changes from the time that it was built until about 10, 12 years ago when Mr. Salyamonis did some additional changes. It's important to understand that because one of the key elements is integrity of the house and whether or not it has been significantly changed. And we'll get into that as we continue our presentation. Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code states, a home must meet one or more of the several criteria for historical designation. In order to meet above criteria, a property cannot be significantly altered. You will hear from Peter Salyamonis, the owner, who has a great deal of knowledge about his home and its history. You will hear from our expert, Richard Heisenbottle, whose name and reputation precede him in terms of his knowledge of historic preservation. I would like to address some of the arguments made at the March 20th, 2024 HPB hearing. Staff report is premised on a home's importance to the Mediterranean revival style and its relationship to George Merrick. And as I said earlier, this house does not meet that qualification because it was built prior to the institution of the Mediterranean revival and prior to George Merrick having any interest in this neighborhood. This was built in 1922. The tax card is the best evidence, and that's a key element. There is no other evidence that was presented at the HPB by staff or anybody else saying that the house was built in any other era. Or another year. It was speculation, it was assumption and hearsay. The tax card speaks for itself. Mr. Heisenbottle represented to the board that this home certainly did not define Merrick's vision for the city, nor is this home an example of the Mediterranean revival style. This early home, 1922, not 1923, displays characteristics of Spanish style and predated Merrick's vision of the Mediterranean revival style. Mr. Heisenbottle, through presentation, argued that this home exemplified Spanish style initially, but underwent major alterations, destroying any historical value. However, not a single board member asked for clarification on the evidence provided, and there was not a single request made by any board member for further clarification from Mr. Heisenbottle. Mr. Heisenbottle's presentation and expertise were not considered by the board members. Moreover, we believe the board member, Donna Spain, confused the two architectural styles and their significance. Ms. Spain stated the home possesses numerous character-defining features of a Spanish-style home, as argued by Mr. Heisenbottle, transcript page 35, paragraph 5. However, further down the page, she states, Merrick envisioned a Mediterranean-inspired city, and thus the home is an example of Mediterranean style. Well, which is it? Is it Spanish style or is it Mediterranean revival? It's Spanish style. However, I want to provide you with a few quick comments made on the record by Mr. Heisenbottle during the March 2024 hearing. Please note Mr. Heisenbottle will provide further details of his findings in his presentation. When we evaluate a home for historic designation, we must evaluate the home for its current architectural appearance. Again, I remind you that this house has had 45 different changes made to the house over the last 60 years. In my view, it is not eligible for historic designation. Why? Because it's totally lost its architectural integrity. Most of the facts stated by the Historical Resource and Cultural Arts Department in their report allege unsubstantiated findings. There is no reference to any treatises or any architectural digest contained within the report. It's all hearsay and speculation. They rely on an old newspaper article that they believe somehow incorporates this particular house, which it does not. They rely on unsubstantiated data saying that the house was built in 1923 and 24. Yet, when proffered, when asked, and I cross-examined, which I'll get to later, Anna Pernis, she refused and could not provide anything to show how or why they believe the house was built in 1923 and 1924. I ask that you remember throughout the presentation the definition of integrity, and remember how that is to be applied in this scenario. Law Insider defines architectural integrity as the architectural elements, materials, color, and quality of the original building construction. And I emphasize original building construction. On our topic of integrity, I stated during the hearing that almost one half of the entire report by staff, over 10 pages, discusses the alterations to the home. That in and of itself is enough to say the house has lost its integrity. In fact, as testified to by Mr. Salimonis, there have been 45 alterations to this house. That's clearly significant. And I'd also ask you to remember the word significant because it comes up later in my presentation about what happened during the last hearing. However, the Coral Gables tax card provided to HPB members during the 9/21/22 hearing and the 3/20/24 hearing clearly shows the home was built before 1922. Again, it's so important to understand that because this document, the tax card, identifies a house already built. You typically only tax and create a tax card once something is completed, not before. At this point, I'd like to introduce our expert, Richard Heisenbottle. He will speak with regards to the Mediterranean style, the Spanish style. Does this home qualify for historic designation? Then Mr. Salimonis will give his presentation, and I will wrap up with a conclusion. And at that time, I'm going to walk you through very quickly the transcript, just certain portions of what was said at the other hearing. I know many of you watched it, you just told me that, but I think it's important to identify some of the things that were said because on cross-examination, ultimately the staff admitted that the house has gone through significant, using the word significant, alterations, and they could not decipher between the two styles. With that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Heisenbottle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Heisenbottle. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, everyone. May I ask my associate here, Nina Caruso, who's our Director of Preservation Services at the firm, to be in charge of the slides today and keep me on track. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Rich Heisenbottle, and I'm president of R.J. Heisenbottle Architects. We've been in Coral Gables here for probably the last 35 years. With our own firm with a specialty in historic preservation. And it's very unusual for me to speak against a historic designation. It's not what Rich does. You've seen me put up big fights over designating and saving buildings such as the Chally Block downtown or the Coconut Grove Playhouse as an example. But in this case, I truly believe that staff has completely overstepped and exaggerated everything about this designation report. So When Mr. Solomonis and his wife asked me to review the historic landmark designation report that was prepared by staff, I agreed. Our review focused on analyzing the information presented in the staff report and assessing whether the criteria for historic designation was met. My analysis has concluded that the criteria justification for historic designation have not been substantiated by any means. We're going to go to slide 2 for the moment here, Nina, because this is a predicate to how we make decisions as to whether we're even going to consider designating a building. Section 8103 establishes a criteria for designating historic landmarks or historic districts and states that buildings are significant if they possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, or association. In order to qualify for designation, in order to take the first step forward as a local historic landmark or historic district, individual properties must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city. Those are two important questions. And I'm going to ask you those questions if you don't mind. Does 1221 Milan, the way it exists today, possess integrity of design, setting, material, workmanship, or association? The answer is absolutely no. Does the property have significant character, interest, or value? The answer is once again absolutely no, which to me means we shouldn't have gone any further forward. In addition to Section 8-103, the eligibility of a potential historic landmark shall be based on meeting one or more of the following criteria. Staff lists 3 criteria that it feels that the home meets. We don't think so. Regarding the significance, criteria 1, the home is supposed to portray the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural styles. Staff's summary of significance claims that the building was built in the Mediterranean Revival style that defined Merrick's vision for the city. This home certainly did not define Merrick's vision for the city, nor is it an example of the Mediterranean Revival style. The early home, 1922, built in 1922, displays characteristics of the Spanish style and predates Merrick's vision of the Mediterranean Revival style. The Spanish-style home is a result of the fact that its architect, Louis Brum, was a California architect who relocated to Florida, bringing with him the Spanish style that he knew so well. So criteria 1 has not been met. Regarding criteria 2, the home would have to embody a distinguishing characteristic of an architectural style, period, or method of construction. Staff's summary of significance claims that although the home has been altered, it possesses numerous character-defining features associated with the Mediterranean Revival style. The summary lists just about all the features one could possibly be associated with the Mediterranean Revival style. It calls them character-defining. In my professional opinion, these features are not character-defining or distinguishing characteristics of this home. Distinguishing characteristics are those marked by excellence, or more conspicuous by excellence, or made more conspicuous by excellence. There's nothing excellent about this home when we compare it to other homes within the Granada section that are locally designated. Criteria 2 has not been met. Criteria 4 would require the home to exemplify the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Staff's summary of significance for criteria 4, historic cultural significance, does not clearly state how the home exemplifies a historic, cultural, or political, or economic trend of the community. It just states that it does. The reader is left to guess, to surmise that because the home was moderately priced, it is somehow part of a historic or cultural trend. No context for local, state, national, cultural, economic, or social trends is provided. This, to briefly mention the South Florida real estate boom, is not enough to prove the point that because this home was moderately priced, it was part of a historical, cultural, or economic trend. There are no citations, no footnotes, no evidence to support the claim. Furthermore, staff states that the home was built as an archetype upon which Coral Gables was founded. This home, let me assure you, is not an archetype upon which the city of Coral Gables was founded. If it was, we would not be the great city that we are today. After evaluating this criteria professionally, I find that criteria 4 was not met either. In my opinion, the home at 1221 Milan displays architectural features associated with the Spanish style, influenced by the 19th century Spanish territories in the Southwest United States. Louis Brum, an architect originally from California, was inspired by these Spanish style architecture. You can see it on the right-hand side of this slide. You can see the comparison between those are Spanish style homes. They do not have the Mediterranean revival influence in them, and they are directly from California. In its original Spanish style, the home represented characteristics of a distinctive architectural style, with distinctive characteristics of its period. However, with its 45 alterations in all, and Peter's going to review each one of those, I'm not going to bore you with those, the home has lost its architectural integrity by any measure. This is supported by the fact that staff's report dedicates 8 pages to discussing alterations to the home between 2009 and 2011, calling them, quote, notable changes. Then the report discusses each change in detail, contradicting staff's point that, quote, it possesses significant integrity for the designation. When evaluating a home for historic designation, we must evaluate it for its current architectural integrity. We cannot designate a home based on its original design and how it used to look, unless those changes have gained historic significance over time and are truly worthy of designation. And when you look at these changes in a few moments, and Peter's outlined every one of them in red for you, there's one thing you can be assured of. They didn't gain any significance over time that would justify staff's suggestion that they have design integrity. Let me demonstrate a little bit more in depth here the errors in staff's report. I believe that staff's selection of the 8 homes on Million Avenue is completely arbitrary. First and foremost, 1221 Milan was built in 1922 as indicated on the tax card. This is the only substantiating evidence for when the home was built, Staff references 1923 and 1924 in their report and suggests that the tax card is wrong. They have no other evidence, just suggesting that the tax card is wrong. It doesn't appear to be wrong. The staff report emphasizes 8 initial homes on Milan that were commissioned by Merrick. These initial 8 homes on Milan Avenue come from a September 24th, 1923 Miami Herald article that reports that there will be 40 new moderately priced homes in the Granada section and specifically mentions 12 on Ferdinand, 18 on Genoa, 8 on Milan, 6 on Capri, and 14 on Pesaro. There are 2 other newspaper articles, one on October 15th and one on November 1st, 1923, reporting on several moderately priced homes being constructed in the Granada section. In the last paragraph, on page 6 of the designation report, a 9th house, 1212 Milan, is introduced, leading to more confusion about whether there were 8 or 9 homes on Milan. Now, what is the point of staff trying to talk about these homes on Milan as if they were the first? I'm going to show you that they were not the first. Staff's point in trying to do this is to give them significance. If they were the first, they might just be significant. They're not the first. My research shows, according to the tax data, that 1 home was built in 1922. It's Peter's home. 1 home was built in 1923. 4 homes were built in 1924. 3 homes were built in 1925. The point of this analysis, again, is we're showing that Milan predates the newspaper article from 1923. And we're noting that these initial 8 homes were constructed at different dates. If they were constructed at different dates, then how can they possibly be the initial 8 when other homes were built in 1923, 24, 25, 26? To raise the question, as I said a moment ago, why is staff singling out these 8 homes on Milan Avenue when there are also 12 on Ferdinand, 18 on Genoa, 6 on Capri, and 14 on Pesaro? They're all the initial homes. The first reference newspaper article of September 24th, 23 suggests 30 new homes, moderately priced, and from new and original designs by George Fink, Martin Hampton, Louis Brum, that's the architect of this house, will be constructed in the Granada section, end quote. The same article references, in the same article, 40 new homes will be the first of a large number of residences to grow in the Granada section. There is inconsistency even in this newspaper article about the homes being built and the time frame that the homes will be built. The October 15th, 2023 newspaper article announces a new building campaign, which involves the construction of 50 moderately priced homes. The houses, all Spanish design, were constructed by George Fink, Walter DeGarmo, Hampton, Eamon, and Louis Brum. Emphasis on Spanish here. Here is yet another newspaper article on November 1st, 1923, that states that plans for the homes will be drawn by George Fink, Richard Keenel, Mark Hampton, leaving out any reference whatsoever to architects Brum, DeGarmo, and Eamon. 12 homes will be erected on Ferdinand, 18 on Genoa, 8 on Milan, 6 on Capri, and 14 on Pesaro. Again, the point of this analysis is that there is no significance to singling out these 8 initial homes on Milan Avenue, referenced in the designation report as the initial homes. Rather, it is important to acknowledge that all the initial homes on Ferdinand Street, Genoa Street, Capri, Pizarro, and all the other 30, 40, 50, 58, or even more moderately priced homes were the original homes. Staff would lead us to believe that these initial 8 homes were the initial homes. However, our analysis of the homes still standing on Milan today demonstrates that 38 homes were constructed between 1923 and 1926. Of the 38, only 8 are historically designated, and only one of the original 8 designated is classified in the initial homes listed by staff. Let's pause and review this chart for a moment. 1 home built in 1922, 2 homes built in 23, 8 homes built in 24, 18 homes were built in 25, 9 homes built in 26. As far as criteria 4 is concerned, historic, cultural, political, economic trends of the community and making a case for historical and cultural trends, singling out one moderately priced home, 1221, and inferring that it is somehow part of a historical or cultural trend is purely conjecture, where there are 38 other homes on Milan. And those are just the homes on Milan. Let's look at the Granada section map for just a moment. If the staff and the board wish to highlight the importance of moderately priced homes and to help save them, ultimately, I recommend stepping back from this individual designation and directing staff to evaluate the eligibility of designating all the homes first mentioned in the newspaper article of September 24th as a historic district. You might consider calling it a cottage home district. You might call it, you might take the entire Granada section as a potential historic district. But don't single out an individual homeowner without the proper context. Moreover, when we view the Granada section map in 1924, the entire area contains 50-foot lots, all likely intended to be moderately priced by Merrick. That's why there were the 50-foot lots. Here's a close-up of the previously mentioned streets indicating the homes built in 1924. An analysis of these initial 8 homes on Milan shows that 6 appear to be consistent with the criteria for historic designation. 1 is already locally designated, 1 has already been demolished, and in my view, 1221 is not eligible for historic designation, should not be considered even as a contributing home if it was a historic district. Let's switch to a quick discussion of the Coral Gables cottage criteria for a moment, because staff tries to bring up the idea of the Coral Gables cottage criteria to try to give this home significance. Staff believes that 1221 meets the criteria for Coral Gables cottage and mentions the affordable homes becoming known as Coral Gables cottages. Again, section 8202 of the city code goes on to describe the criteria for designating cottage homes. Coral Gables must be, Coral Gables cottage must be detached, single-family dwelling that is distinguished by its movement in plan, projection, recesses, asymmetrical arrangements of entrances, frequently employed surface ornament for embellishments, and at least 12 of the following specific features which are original with the cottage. Right away, 1221 Milan does not meet the basic criteria or contain 12 specific features. We count 4. I'm not going to bore you with them. My assessment finds that 1221 Milan does not meet the basic criteria and is disqualified immediately from being a cottage home. Furthermore, it only meets 4 of the 12 criteria required for designation as a cottage home. When compared to the other potentially eligible houses on Milan, or in proposed historic district, or the homes that are already designated, 1221 Milan lacks any degree of architectural integrity. The inclusion of a house such as this, which lacks architectural integrity, would harm the value of truly eligible properties. This would hurt the public perception of the quality and significance of what constitutes a Coral Gables landmark. To conclude, I do not believe that the criteria for the designation of historic landmark under the criteria of the City of Coral Gables Code has been met. 1221 Milan Avenue does not meet the basic criteria to make it eligible for local designation. It is not historically significant because it does not possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, or association. Furthermore, it does not have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, and architectural heritage of our city. My conclusion also is that it does not meet criteria B, architectural significance, criteria 1 and 2, because 1221 Milan has simply lost all of its architectural integrity. I'm concerned that an attempt to designate a home that has lost nearly all of its architectural integrity is simply bad preservation practice and significantly lowers the bar of what is deemed to have architectural integrity or historic and cultural significance in the city of Coral Gables. If the board wishes to save moderately priced homes or cottage homes in the Granada section, we recommend directing staff to evaluate it as a potential historic district and establish a clear period of significance between 1921 and 1926. Under that sort of criteria, 1221 Milan would not even be eligible as a contributing home in a historic district. Thank you very much, and I'll be delighted to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. How are you, sir? If you could give, please, because we have a very, very packed schedule today.
Try to speak quickly.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peter Saliamanis, along with my wife, Ann, and my 2 children, Gabrielle and Sarah, 2 out of the 3. Sarah and Nicholas, 2 out of the 3, sitting behind me. We own the house at 1221 Milan Avenue. This has been an extremely trying time for my family. We're more anxious than we've ever been. You know, when we go for walks around the neighborhood, we mostly talk about what will happen with our home. And what put us in this situation, we made plans to build a new home. That's it. Made plans to build a better home. Ann and I have worked hard all of our lives, and we've contributed to our community. My wife's been involved in fundraising for the Coral Gables Community Foundation and serving many years on the PTSA. I was a volunteer coach at the youth center for many years as well. We've never asked, nor do we expect, special treatment. But now as we look toward our future, our city that we love so much is telling us that either we have to remain in a home that cannot meet our needs or move somewhere else. I'd like to tell you why we need to build a new home. First of all, it's small, and we'd like a bit more space. Our new home would be only 2,400 square feet, so family gatherings can shift from our parents' homes to ours, so that there's room for grandkid visits, so if need be, there's room to take care of our parents. Is it correct for this city to deny us those needs? Secondly, our home requires massive amounts of repairs. To start, we need a completely new roof, new plumbing, new electric, and new windows. Eventually, we'll need to do something about the cracks in our exterior walls and our sinking floor. And it won't end there. We don't want to be forever sentenced to a home in need of constant repair. Renovating would be idiotic, as it would cost substantially more than rebuilding. And besides, what's the point? Our home isn't worthy of restoration. It has zero significance and lacks the number one reason people think a building should be saved, beauty. It's not ugly, but it certainly isn't beautiful. Like every home, it has a few architectural features. Is preserving those more important than my family's welfare and rights to improve our future living conditions? That is what Historic Preservation Department is saying, but it's completely out of step with what residents want and is quite frankly unethical. The Historic Preservation Department wrote a long, drawn-out, unobjective, inaccurate report about my home, which I have no choice but to refute. At our first hearing, I meticulously demonstrated the numerous falsehoods, exaggerations, and misleading and unsubstantiated claims in the report. I won't go line by line like I did last time, but please ask me any questions about anything I've skipped over, as I know my home better than anybody. First, I'd like to clear up a common misconception regarding the Historic Designation Code. I need the PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Thank you. Is it the middle button I click to go on to the next one? This one, okay, thank you. I'm sure you've heard many times that according to the code, all that is required to designate a home significant is if it meets just one criterion. But that's wrong. What the code actually states is that it needs to satisfy 3 conditions. 1, it must maintain its integrity, and 2, it must have significant character, interest, or value, and 3, it must satisfy one of the other criteria of the code. And this explains why the Historic Preservation Department's report, in order to justify designation, attempts to convince you that my home is something that it isn't. It needs to show significance. What's the point in claiming that my home is a Coral Gables cottage when it clearly is not? What's the point in claiming that my home is an example of Mediterranean revival architecture when it's clearly just Spanish? What's the point in writing about the people associated in one way or another with my home when they're not significant figures because it needs to show significance? That's why the report can't speak only about my home's architectural features, because architectural features alone does not satisfy the code. So, if it were a Coral Gables cottage, it could have historical significance. If it was a Mediterranean revival style home, it could have architectural significance. But since my home is neither, it lacks significance. My home shouldn't be designated simply because it lacks significance. If the Historic Preservation Department objectively reviewed the evidence and followed the code, they would have stated from the beginning that my home lacks significance, therefore doesn't meet the code, and therefore isn't eligible for designation. But they weren't being objective. There's nothing in our code and nothing in the guidelines set in the National Preservation Historic Act that designates a home simply because of its age. But that's not all. A home also has to maintain its integrity. Design integrity, workmanship integrity, material integrity. A home loses its integrity when there have been changes. Here are the changes to my home. This was the original plan, which we then darkened so that we could create renderings so you could see what it would look like from 1922. And sometime before the 1940s, awnings were added, decorative feature removed from the parapet, front porch added. Originally, it was just a landing. Decorative features removed from a different part of the parapet. It was changed from screens to windows up to 1967. Shutters were removed, barrel tiles removed, decorative garage door removed. From 1979, casement window replaced by jalousie. The chimney had finished its alterations sometime prior to 2009. Planter added, window frame changed, window opening reduced in size, S-tile roof added, front porch enclosed, new stairs, new doors, new windows, new S-tile roof. These are the 20 changes only to the front elevation. From the west elevation, window removed, loggia removed, door removed, casement windows removed, shutters removed, screen replaced by window, vase and pedestal removed, porch added, door added, window opening reduced in size. 9 changes just on the west elevation. Screened-in porch added to the east elevation, French door added, detached garage attached, casement windows removed and replaced with jalousie, shutters removed, decorative window sill and hood removed, screen replaced by windows, barrel tiles removed, pyramid-shaped parapet removed. These are the east elevation changes. To the rear elevation, the barrel tiles were removed, screen window removed, French door removed, porch enclosed, decorative vent removed, and finally, windows added. These are all the changes to the rear elevation. My home has undergone 45 indisputable changes in design, workmanship, and materials. In fact, there's little that's original with my home. Now, the Historic Department will try to convince you that I'm the one who caused it to lose its integrity with only one change in closing the front porch. There are multiple problems with that statement, least of which is that the front porch itself was not original. Originally, it was just a small landing. So how is it that I compromised the integrity of something that had already been compromised? Of the 45 changes, 40 of them were done before we bought the house. The alterations and loss of integrity began 80 years ago. Furthermore, as you just heard from Mr. Heisenbottle, our home as originally built was Spanish, not Mediterranean. The Historic Department also stated that my home is a good candidate to be restored to its original condition. However, doing so would create an enormous hardship. No value would be created by the enormity of the expense, and we'd be left with a home that doesn't fit my family's needs. We would have to remove the back room, detach the garage, resize all the window openings, reconstruct my chimney, relocate the side door, reconstruct the side loggia, change the S-tiles to barrel tiles and decorative features along the parapet, demolish our front room, and recreate screened-in sleeping porches in the front and the back. It's a completely irrational demand. Is this the future of preservation in Coral Gables? Now, I'd like to explain why my home is not a Coral Gables cottage. There are 3 reasons, each one individually sufficient to disqualify my home from being considered a Coral Gables cottage. Number 1, as already pointed out, it was built in 1922, which predates Coral Gables cottage construction. Number 2 is it does not satisfy the Coral Gables cottage code criteria. I think only 4 of the required 12, as Mr. Heisenbottle stated, and its design is not indicative of Coral Gables cottages. Regarding the year my home was built, the only evidence is a tax card, and it's pretty clear 1922. The permit cards are illegible, and in all the historical documents, there's nothing stating any date aside from 1922. Yet the Historic Department can't accept that, because if they did, they couldn't say my home was a Coral Gables cottage, and then they'd lose their argument for significance. Since my home lacks significance and lacks integrity, my home's architectural features are irrelevant. But in case you're wondering, for the record, here's what the Historic Department says my house has. Here's what's actually on my home. Let's go one by one. Stucco is not original. It's difficult to show with photographs the different workmanship in the stucco, but I submit to you that these photographs represent the workmanship, which means different workmanship, which means that most, if not all, of the stucco is not original, which accounts for a huge loss in integrity of workmanship.
Sir, how many more slides do you have? How much longer do you think your presentation will take?
I'm almost finished, actually.
Thank you.
If I could just ask, was all of this presented to the Historic Preservation Board, like the last slide and these slides that you're showing us now?
These were, if I go back.
Are they part of the record below? That's the question.
Yes, because these were questions that were asked to Ms. Pernas by Cesar Garcia Ponce, and she said these were all the features that were on my home.
Understood, but the question is, was this slide presented to the Historic Preservation Board?
Was this exact slide on there? No, it was not.
Okay. So just remember, you're supposed to base your decision on the record below.
Okay. Combination of roof types and heights, yes, but I'd submit that it's not the best example. Here's a good example of that exemplifies the code's intent. My home does not have a series of arched openings. These are homes with series of arched openings. It's not responding, okay.
And Mr. Limones, the same goes, if any of this was not presented to the board, then if you could just please move through it because they're not to consider anything that was not presented to the board.
Okay, I'm maybe a little confused on a different way to present something that was already presented and what's new.
So there should not be, and as we've discussed and your lawyers are aware, you should not be presenting anything new that was not presented to the board. This is intended to be a presentation of the arguments that were raised and whatnot, and just like a summary, but really the commission's consideration is of the record below.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'll go through my slides. They're here, but I don't know exactly which ones were part of it and which ones weren't. I mean, all these pictures, for instance, are from the previous presentation, at least on this one. So
if it was part of the previous presentation, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, I think they all are. Okay, so here's the evolution of my chimney. You can see originally it had, had a Spanish-style curved feature on top with diamond-shaped cutouts. It lost the top feature sometime prior to the 1940s, lost a diamond-shaped cutout sometime prior to 1979, and then sometime prior to 2009, the S-tiles were added on the roof. Here are good examples of wing walls. This is my home. On the east side of the front, this is not a wing wall. In the rear of my home, attached to what used to be the garage, there's a poor example of a wing wall not visible from the street. Here are all the roof tiles on my home. They're all S-tiles. They're not barrel tiles. These are the diamond-shaped vents. All the original casement windows were replaced with jalousie, and my window sills are not original. As if they were, they would have been constructed in solid concrete, like the masonry hoods. In conclusion, these are the 4 architectural features original with my home. Masonry hoods, which are only on 4 of the 16 total windows, the 2 knobs on the arch of the front window, the diamond-shaped vents, and a poor example of one wing wall visible from the street. Most cities that I'm aware of, including Miami Beach, do not impose such a hardship on a property owner who does not consent to designation. Historically designated our home would impose an unbelievable hardship on me and my family. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I will just try to summarize. At the hearing in front of the HPB, I asked Anna Pernis, the Historical Resource and Cultural Arts Director, the following question. It's on the transcript, page 20, paragraph 4. So again, would you agree that the alterations were significant? Yes, comma, there have been significant alterations. So if you look at the criteria that's been presented and that you'll hear from your own staff, if you have significant alterations, then the integrity of the home has been destroyed and you should not be able to declare a house historic. I'd like to just quote Warren Adams, your former director, who said, as noted, to qualify for designation as a historic landmark, a property must possess certain criteria. It must possess integrity. It must have significant character, of which this house has neither. Interest or value, and it must meet one or more of the several criteria. In order to meet the above criteria, a property cannot be significantly altered. And that's from the Historic Preservation Board hearing on 430 Minorca on November 16, 2022. So the point that I'm trying to draw here is that you can't have 2 different ways of enforcing your code saying, well, a house can be significantly altered and we can still declare it historic, or it's significantly altered, it cannot be declared historic. The truth is that the staff admits, under my cross-examination, that the house had significant restoration, has been significantly altered, and they spent 10 pages of 23, 24 pages of their report on discussing all of those alterations. You just saw Mr. Salimonis put on a demonstration that there have been 45 changes throughout the history of this home. You are charged with looking at your own code and making sure the decisions of your lower boards, like the Historic Preservation, follow your rules. You may want to declare this historic. You may like to declare a lot of homes historic, but you still have rules that you have to impose. If, in fact, a house has been significantly altered, you cannot declare it a historic home. You have to take it as it is today, not what it could be, but what it is today. Anna Pernis stated during the HPB hearing in conclusion The single-family home at 1221 Milan Avenue was one of the 8 homes on Milan commissioned by former founder George Merrick in 1923. That just is not true. We have the evidence to show, and it is the best evidence on the record, it was built in 1922. It was not, as Mr. Heisenbottle demonstrated, one of the first 8 cottage homes. The property tax bill, which you've seen numerous times, shows the house built in 1922. You must consider that in any decision you make as the best evidence before you. There is no other evidence of the lower tribunal that shows, or the lower board, that shows the house was built at any other time than 1922. I'd just like to take you briefly through some of the cross-examination questions that I asked of Anna Pernis at the lower hearing, and then I'll conclude. I asked, are you familiar with the tax card showing that it's 1922? I have seen the tax card, Anna responds. I say, are you familiar with what a tax card is? She says, yes. Okay, so you would agree that the tax card shows a building or a home being built as of 1922 as referenced on the tax card? Yes. I then say, well, but I'm asking you a question. What do you see on the tax card? She says, yes, 1922. The reason I bring that up and I want to emphasize it is because the entire report never brings up 1922 as submitted by staff. It only brings up 1923 and 24 because, again, they're trying to make this house something it's not. It wasn't built during that time. It was built in 1922, and we have an admission on the record in the HPB. Again, so what would be the best evidence of when that house was built? Would you agree? Given that the report was written by staff, she says, I'm not sure. I say, well, again, what do you have from staff that would show it was built in 1922, 23, or 24? Hold on 1 second, please. She starts looking for things. She says, I assume you knew what the report said because you signed it. At the time of the hearing, she didn't seem very familiar with the report that she had signed. So she wasn't actually sure what she was testifying to when she put on the record the things that she stated about the house. Because on the record, she says, I don't know. I didn't basically review or write the report. I just signed it. I then asked, I assumed you did it because you signed it. She says, so in reaching staff's conclusion that the home was built in 1924, Ms. Pernis totally ignored the 1922 tax card. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, that in of itself is evidence that the staff report is not accurate because the staff did not even consider the best evidence. My cross-examination continued on page 27. Okay, but again, my question was the tax card. Do you agree that if Merrick acquired it in 23, that's when he built the house? I'm trying to find the date that the permit was pulled. Apologies. Okay, I would stipulate that if the tax card is already out, the permit had to be pulled prior to that. That's how it typically works in the system. So as I showed you before, the tax card shows a house already on the graphics of the tax card. So that is clearly the best evidence that a house was built in 1922, not 23 or 24. She says, again, we've seen discrepancies between those. I asked, do you have any specifics? I said, I asked Anna Pernis to provide specifics as to when 1221 Avenue was built, considering the existing 22 tax card. She didn't have any. The only thing she relied upon over cross-examination was the newspaper article, which you heard Mr. Heisenbottle completely refute that it doesn't reference this house. It has nothing to do with this house. But yet, in the report given to the HPB, again given to you, it has no relevant evidence, nothing that talks about this house and its Spanish style, not Mediterranean revival, or when it was built. To me, that's gross error on behalf of the staff to try to persuade the board and you that this house meets some kind of qualification of Mediterranean revival when it does not. Lastly, as far as the cross-examination, I'd like to just say that I asked Anna, you have to accept the house today when you're designating something as to the condition the house is in now, which is the correct standard, whether it was done with a permit or not. And she says, right. So here you have your director, your officer saying that the standard is you accept the house today. We have put on ad nauseum evidence at both the HPB and here today that it does not meet the standards. Nothing has been refuted. The HPB never asked any questions. The staff never refuted what Richard Heisenbottle put on the record in connection with the standards that to be applied, the integrity of the home, and all the alterations. I asked her, so again, would you agree that the alterations were significant? She says, yes, there have been significant alterations.
Thank you, sir.
I'd just like to conclude with the best evidence presented today is the tax card. You must consider when the house was built because everything in the report talks about 23 and 24. The staff report relies on the home being built at that time period. Staff is not willing to acknowledge the home was built on or before 1922. Why? Because it evidences that 1221 Milan Avenue is not a George Merrick Mediterranean Revival home. The 1922 tax card undermines the argument for historic designation. This home was designed in a Spanish style, as our expert explained. This home was not part of Merrick's plan. It is not a Mediterranean revival. It does not have any historical integrity and was built at a time before George Merrick designed the Mediterranean revival homes in that area. The HPB has failed to follow your mandate in specifically identifying why this house should be designated historic. For all the reasons stated in our presentation, you should find that the historic designation of this home is improper because the best evidence shows the house was built in 1922 and has not retained its architectural integrity. I would ask that I be given some time for rebuttal later, a few minutes. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff?
Good afternoon, I think now, Commission. Could I please have the staff report? Thank you. Anna Pernas, Historic Preservation Officer for the City of Coral Gables. Just because we have kind of gone over this timeline, I'll try to be brief with my presentation. To begin, I would like to present a brief timeline to refresh your memory on the case history. The current owner purchased the property located in 1221 Milan Avenue in 1998. In June 2021, the owners filed for an after-the-fact building permit to legalize front porch enclosure and other work. The permit was reviewed and denied by all required reviews. On June 27, 2022, the owners filed an application for the historic significance determination in order to demolish the home. All demolition permits for non-designated buildings and/or structures must be approved by the Historic Preservation Officer or their designee. This may require review by the Historic Preservation Board if the building and/or structure to be demolished is eligible for designation. On August 1st, the Historic Significance Determination letter was issued stating that the property did meet the minimum eligibility criteria for designation as a local historic landmark. Staff's report for local historic designation for the property was presented to the HPB on September 21, 2022. At that time, the board found the property met the designation criteria as outlined in the report and moved to designate the property. Following the results of the hearing, the property owner submitted a notice of appeal to the city clerk. The appeal was heard by the City Commission on May 23, 2023, and a resolution was passed to remand the matter back to the Historic Preservation Board to further review the designation and to provide a more detailed explanation as to the reasoning for either designating or not designating the property as a local historic landmark. Staff met with the property owner and his team on different occasions over the last 9 months before confirming a hearing date. On March 20th, 2024, staff presented their report to the Historic Preservation Board, followed by a presentation by the property owner and his representatives against the designation. The Historic Preservation Board found the property met the designation criteria listed in the report and moved to designate the property. A transcript of the hearing was provided in advance of today's meeting. Many of the presentations you heard today, including by Mr. Heisebottle, were done at the Preservation Board, and they did take that into consideration when making their motion. The property owner is appealing that decision today. As per the resolution of the City Commission at the May 2023 hearing, I would like to focus on the criteria for designation and the board's recommendation. As per Article 8 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, the purpose of the designation of historic landmarks and districts is to promote the educational, cultural, and economic welfare of the public by preserving and protecting historic structures or sites, portions of structures, groups of structures, man-made or natural landscape elements, work of art, or integrated combinations thereof, which serve as visible reminders of the history and the cultural heritage of the city. The criteria for designation of historic landmarks include a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. As a reminder, for designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. In order to assess each designation, staff submits a detailed designation report establishing and defining the historic significance and character of the proposed historic landmark for review by the Historic Preservation Board. As the complete report has been submitted in advance of the meeting, I'll provide a brief summary of for the record today. Coral Gables was originally conceived as a suburb of Miami and attracted investors from across the nation during South Florida real estate boom in the 1920s. Its founder, George Merrick, drew from the Garden City and City Beautiful movements to create his vision for a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city, which is now considered one of the first modern planned communities in the United States. By fall 1923, Section F, which is highlighted here in purple, was significantly expanded. Merrick renamed it the Granada section and redirected hundreds of workers to lay streets, sidewalks, and water mains. Milan Avenue was the southern border of that section and is the red line on the plat map. The single-family home located at 1221 Milan Avenue was designed in the Mediterranean Revival style by architect Louis Brum, a key member of Merrick's design team. It is a very early example of the Coral Gables cottage prototype and was commissioned directly by George Merrick. The house represents Merrick's vision for the smaller, moderately priced homes built in the same high-quality construction and features as other structures that shaped the new city in the 1920s. In this slide, you can see the home over the last century. Visual assessment of the property, along with review of permit documents and historic photographs, indicate that there were minor changes to the character-defining features of the home prior to the unpermitted alterations by the current owner. A more detailed discussion of these unpermitted alterations is provided in the designation report. The Historic Preservation Board recognized that the building has been altered over its history, but agreed that the historic integrity was not lost. The property continues to convey some of its original historic attributes. As presented in the report, the existing home currently possesses numerous character-defining features of the Mediterranean Revival style. These include, but are not limited to, textured stucco finish, combination of roof types, arched openings, Spanish-style chimney, detached garage with parapets to match, groups of round decorative vents, barrel tile roof, and recessed windows with protruding sills and masonry hoods. In summary, the single-family home at 1221 Milan Avenue was commissioned by city founder George Merrick in 1923. It is one of the earliest homes built in the city, was built as an archetype upon which Coral Gables was founded, and while it has been altered, it is still clearly recognized as one of Merrick's early cottage homes, designed in the Mediterranean Revival style. The Historic Preservation Board, after a lengthy discussion to clarify issues of the home, the date of construction, and the changes that have been made to the home, voted to designate the property as presented in spite of the alterations based on the criteria found in the code. The complete motion was provided to you in the transcript submitted by the property owner as part of today's meeting materials. And as requested, the board provided additional details to support their reason to recommend to designate the property. The motion passed 6-0. And just a brief summary, the motion was to designate based off the criteria below. It exemplifies historical, cultural, political, economic, and social trends of the community. It was agreed upon by the commission that it's important to designate these small homes. This is not a huge home, but it absolutely exemplifies a trend of the community, particularly in Merrick's vision. He thought it was important to have the same architectural style in the larger and in the smaller homes, and it exemplifies that historic trend. It, for architectural significance, portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. It portrays an environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural styles, American vision in a Mediterranean-inspired city, and this is an example of Mediterranean design. I believe that it fits. And number 2 embodies the distinguished characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. Again, the motion included that the property embodies those distinguishing characteristics or architectural style or period of method of construction. Although it's been altered, it possesses numerous character-defining features of a Spanish-style home. Ms. Spain goes on to name the details existing on the house that were mentioned earlier. We ask that you uphold the designation of this property.
Thank you very much. Sir, you want a minute if required?
I'll be brief. While I appreciate staff's hard work and what they do in terms of trying to designate properties, you did not hear anything that supports their findings. Did not hear anything at the HPB hearing that supports their findings. The best evidence presented today was by us. We completely and thoroughly demonstrated this house is Spanish style, was built in 1922. It's significantly altered. It lacks integrity. It is not one of the original cottage homes. It was not a George Merrick design. It was not Mediterranean Revival. That should be enough for you to deny the historic designation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker is Ernesto Perez.
I think he stepped. Did they leave any comments behind in regards to whether they're in favor or against?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, next speaker.
Bruce Bernstein.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'll give you a break, keep it short.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Hi, I'm Bruce Bernstein, and I've been living in my house, which is directly across from Pete's at 1208 Milan. I've been a resident, I lived in the house for 45 years. I've been a resident of Coral Gables for over 50 years. So I'm familiar, very familiar with that neighborhood, the style of houses, the changes that have taken place. His house at 1221 Milan isn't one that catches the eye. It certainly isn't a head turner or a historical landmark. It's not particularly unique, and it lacks those standout architectural features that would make it unique. As for its Spanish detail, what is there is pretty minimal, as you can see, and it's been presented. Honestly, there's nothing new about it, nothing about it that is so special that it couldn't be replicated if you were to let Pete do what he wants to do and build a new structure there. And that seems to be what's happening in the neighborhood. A lot of these homes have been redone in an actual Mediterranean style, which adds value to the neighborhood, visual value, and which adds financial value and tax value too. Call it old, but calling it historical is a stretch, particularly since what's there now isn't what was there in the 1920s, and it wasn't what was there when I moved there in the 1970s. I've watched it like change. What really, and this is the important part, what really makes 1221 special and is worth preserving is the family that has lived there for decades and wants to continue living there. They are not just great neighbors, they're an integral part of our Gables community. That's what we should prioritize and be preserving. I'd really encourage the commission to skip the historical label for this property. Thank you,
sir.
Almost made it.
You're fine. Thank you, sir.
Arturo Fanjula.
Mr. Fanjul, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Arturo Von Hol. I'm a resident at 902 Pizarro Street. I'm also an architect and friend of Peter since around roughly 1997. I grew up in Coral Gables. I grew up at 921 Malaga. My parents sold the house as soon as I got back from Catholic U in DC, where I studied architecture, concentrated in historic preservation for a semester, and I did an internship at the Historic American Building Survey. So I have great respect for what historic preservation does, but I think here they kind of missed the mark. That being said, I have worked with the Historic Preservation Department on several other homes throughout my years here. And I met Peter when I lived on the beach over the years. And then 12 years later, I'm back here living in Coral Gables since 2012 with my family and my two boys. Ran into Peter at Publix, and he says, hey, I got hit with a violation. I need an architect to help me out. Can you help me out? So we started the process. The first thing I asked him, is it historic? He goes, no, it's not. And I go, well, let's double check. So we double checked the manifest, which is part of the historic preservations thing for publications. It's not in the publication. Obviously, when they designated the area, they overlooked it because, again, there's nothing seriously significant about the home. And that being said, I took on the case because I know it can get very complicated with historic homes. So we came up with a conceptual design. We go in, we meet with the city, and the city architect says, hey, this is great, but take a look. You're asking for a full demo, everything has to go through historic. And that's when the bomb dropped. And basically, my biggest concern here as a resident is the ability for a non-governmental board to put an imposition on a home that's not, they have no equity in it or whatever. That's the question that I have. I'm very much for historic preservation, but for the fact that a non-elected board can basically, any resident and any member of the staff can walk around the city and put an encumbrance or designate my property without my consent as the owner, I found that extremely appalling and kind of unconstitutional in many ways. Please, Don't designate it. Let this guy pursue his happiness. Let him have his house, and let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Doris Yeoman.
May I talk here? Or to, I just wanted to say these.
No, ma'am, I need you to speak on the microphone.
Thank you. If you may give us your address also. Thank you so much.
Doris Yeomans, 1410 Milan. I want you to reconsider the Salomonas. And I don't understand how come the staff never brought up the most important evidence of the tax card and the alterations that were done before the Salomonas purchased the house. So I just think it's going to be a better improvement to the City Beautiful Coral Gables. And those three things I need you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Salimonas.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Ann Saliamanas, 1221 Milan Avenue. I'm the wife of Peter Saliamanas, and we've lived in this house since 1998. We fell in love with the house the minute we bought it. We've enjoyed living there. We raised 3 kids in the house. It was very tight, but we did not have financial means at the time to expand or do anything else, so we lived in the small house. Now the kids are almost out of the house, or for the most part out of the house. We would like to build something that we can live in for the rest of our lives. The house that we live in now is falling apart. We really need to make big improvements. We need to do a lot of construction. We would like to add a little bit of square footage so we can have our family and our grandkids come and visit us. We don't want to leave the Gables. We love our neighbors. We love our street. We love everything about Coral Gables, and it's really been a difficult time for us. As you can see, we've relied on experts from City of Coral Gables, because we want to stay here. We want to stay in our location. We want to be in Coral Gables. This has been really hard for us and very stressful. So I just want to hope that you can consider, where we're standing too, because we are the property owners and we've lived there for, almost 3 decades. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Ms. Mayor, last speaker is going to be on Zoom, and it's Ms. Carelia Carbonell.
Ms. Carbonell, good afternoon. Ms. Carbonell?
She is unmuted, so.
Let's give her a second.
Here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Oh, okay. Yes, hello. I am calling on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. You have our letter on file, but we asked the City Commission to side with the Historic Preservation Board. They unanimously voted to designate property, and please affirm the decision of the board to convey landmark designation to 1221 Milan Avenue as recommended by the city's preservation staff. The City of Coral Gables preservation staff presented a well-documented report detailing the home's historical significance. The Historic Preservation Board concurred with the staff report and voted unanimously to grant historic designation landmark to 1221 Milan Avenue. With that said, I would like to just mention a few things, kind of misconceptions. One is the old Spanish style versus Mediterranean. It really is a matter of semantics. Old Spanish was how these styles of architecture were known for. So whether it's Old Spanish versus Mediterranean, it really is the same style. And just recently, those two styles were kind of merged together officially. The other is the tax card. I keep hearing that the tax card is one thing and basically incorrect. Well, tax cards are incorrect, and I know from personal experience, many of the tax cards, number one, don't exist, and number two, have inadequate information. For example, many tax cards don't have the name of the architect. And that, for a historical significance perspective, that's important. But do we just throw away the tax card? We don't. We understand that back then, unfortunately, there were some errors. And then the last thing, which we haven't touched upon, and I know I'm out of time, but that home, the first homeowner was Cyril Guest, and he was the police officer. He was the first owner, and he was the police officer who was the first police officer who died in the line of duty here in Coral Gables. He is honored in D.C. on a national monument, and so that house actually should have a marker somewhere, at least to mark that. But so that's how I wanted to end, and please consider affirming the decision of the Historic Preservation Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. Madam City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor. So this is now your opportunity if the commission has any questions for staff or the parties or the property owner or for any other discussion. And then, the options are to either affirm the decision, deny, or remand has been done. I think that, obviously it's still an option if necessary. But
So what is the will of the commission?
I do have a simple question or two for staff, at least preliminary question, if I can have. Just with my rudimentary knowledge of Coral Gables history, I would imagine, let me know if I'm right or wrong, that I would say early 1920s to mid-20s until we were incorporated, George Merrick basically commissioned everything. I would imagine pretty much everything that was built, George Merrick. Is everything that George Merrick commissioned automatically fall into the category of historic?
Every property that's considered for designation is looked at individually. We couldn't say that just because Merrick commissioned that house, it would be designated.
Okay, and my other question is, and I listened to Corellia when she spoke, and yeah, there are errors and mistakes and all kinds of documents that government issues. Have we been able to prove that the 1922 card, that card was issued by an error?
So part of the transcript that was provided to you today, during or after the cross-examination, Ms. Couts, our assistant preservation officer, did come to the board and explain that if I could, I'll read it. I'll be very quick about it. Let me just get to. Merrick didn't own the Granada section in 1922. He hadn't yet acquired the land. It's in purple. It was in the slides that kind of showed Section F being expanded into. So in September 23, the newspaper articles announced that the start of construction of the Granada section, and the permit for this drawing and the permit drawings for this house, number 402, lists lot and block in the Granada section, which didn't exist until after 1922 had passed. Therefore, we extrapolated that it was built post-22 in 1923. So there was evidence based off the drawings, the platting of the site, the development of this, when the development of the site happened, and also when the sales, of the properties on that area were being done, all in 1923.
So my last follow-up question, is it, but it is possible that a tax card was issued in 1922?
Yes. We've seen that happen before, and then permits aren't issued and construction doesn't happen until a few years later.
Thank you. Those are the only questions I have.
Yep.
I have a few questions as well, and
I have one question.
I'll get your one question out.
Okay.
And I'll do the follow-up.
Would the change in construction date alter the historic designation?
No. That was something that was discussed by the board, and it's mentioned multiple times in the transcript as well, that with kind of semantics at this point, 1922, 1923, these are the early development stage of the city and would still be considered, contributing.
So the fact that it's 22 or 23 or 24 would make no difference in whether it is designated, is what you're trying to say?
Well, I think what we're trying to say is that within the period of the early 1920s through 1926 was one of a major development era for the city of Coral Gables, and this property falls within that era. And so 1922 construction date and a 1923 construction date, based off the information that we have about this specific property, again, I look at them, we all look at them individually, was not a big factor that the board thought would alter their recommendation. They had the discussion and they found that either 22 or 23, it's still an important historic property for the city of Coral Gables.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes, on page 20 of the transcript, you agreed with a question that there were significant alterations to the property, correct?
Yes.
And what were those significant alterations that you were referring to?
So typically, any alterations at the front elevation are considered significant. That's something that when we're reviewing additions to property, historic designated properties, they're usually at secondary elevations. So seeing something at the front elevation is not our typical historic modification to a building that we would allow, but it's something that still didn't mean that the building lost its integrity. It still reads as a Mediterranean Revival style, an early cottage building, and has the history of the development of the city that was backed up by the report.
What happened to the garage? Because I was looking at the photos.
The door was removed at some point through the development of the period, and that's all within the report, was slowly added and then attached at the rear to the house.
Okay. What was the code violation for? Which edition?
There was a platform porch that was added to that garage side elevation that now does not allow access to that garage, so there's no covered parking on that property, which the city of Coral Gables requires a covered parking spot. And then the addition to the front elevation, that covered porch that was added was done without permits as well. There may be other things listed in the code violation that I don't have off the top of mind, but those were the biggest ones that I believe were not allowing for the permit to be approved because the property as it stands does not meet the code, the zoning code.
Okay. So you have the garage being closed, because I'm aware that our city has cited folks for closing garages that were carports. So
This was always a garage.
It was always a garage?
Yes.
With a door on it?
Yes.
What happened to the door? Where is it? I don't see it.
That was removed at some point.
Is it a room now, or is it locking?
I have not been inside the building.
Okay. You have the addition of a porch. Was that done with permit?
No.
So I really have a question for the city attorney on this. Where there have been, when a building has been significantly altered, can there be a substantial competent evidence to support a historic designation?
So the competent substantial evidence would come from the evidence that's presented at the hearing before the Historic Preservation Board. So it's it's with the testimony and staff reports, any documentation, any from all the parties. That could be considered competent substantial evidence. And so you've heard from staff that's in staff's opinion, or what staff presented, that the significant alterations did not affect the integrity. And there's still the integrity remained.
So is your answer that if there's significant alterations, it does not disqualify a building from being designated? I
am not the historic preservation officer, but I think what we're hearing is that it would depend. And I think in this case, she's saying what she's saying that she presented to the board below was that it did not in this case.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Pernis then to articulate a little more clearly why the significant alterations do not disqualify this home for historic preservation.
So I guess I'm going to focus on the front elevation changes that are done because that's what we were more discussing as significant. Seeing, apart from them being done without permits, the way that and maybe we could put a photo up of the property. So the enclosed front porch on the screened-in porch is something that happened early on. That was not part of the work that was done without a permit. The one with the knob corners, that's something also that the board has reviewed and approved at multiple occasions. We see them throughout the city that those porches are enclosed with glass and some sort of, so it was handled sensitively. I think looking at the addition on the right side of the property where that whole front porch or platform was added to or enclosed, they're using similar materials, they're using similar roof style, they're using, details that may have been appropriate to that style of building. So it's still in a sensitive manner. So it still reads as like I said, the integrity of the building still reads as a Mediterranean Revival cottage style. It may be different from, and we can work with an applicant always to make modifications to buildings, and we do that every single day. But they found that the way that it was done could also be reversed.
Okay.
And multiple of the board members, one an architect and one a contractor, both said that reversing, and it's in the transcript, that reversing this would be less of an intrusion to the building than demolishing it.
I have no more questions.
Quick question. How do you determine the significant alterations? Is there like a threshold that I could say 10 out of, like scientifically? Give me, or is
It
this
wouldn't be
opinion-
scientific. I think it's all done case by case, and so we kind of looked at the modifications. When we write a report, we pull the permit history, we look at everything that was done with or without permits, try to understand from when the building was designed and to the day that it is, where it is today, what those changes have been and how those changes, we go back to that integrity of the building, and that it was discussed at the meeting that it was the integrity lost. Is the building no longer recognizable? Is it no longer, are you reading the Mediterranean Revival style? Are you reading the cottage type? Those are the things that we consider when we're looking at alterations to buildings. And it was found within the evidence that was provided by staff, all the presentations you saw today, the board decided that they had substantial, evidence to say that it still met the criteria.
So is there like a guideline just to know how do we know that we're being fair when we're determining this house and we're determining this house? And we're comparing the same characteristics or the same things that were altered? Is there anything?
We typically look at these cases as individual cases. We're not designating one because the other one meets or does not meet criteria. So that's why our reports are so thorough and give you a history from the beginning of the city to the, the condition of the building today. That report should be able to stand alone.
Yeah, and my other question is, so is it Med Revival style or is it Spanish? What is it?
Something, again, that was discussed, but it kind of does fall under the umbrella of under Mediterranean Revival style, Spanish eclectic. All of those were terms that have been used for this bigger Mediterranean umbrella. And, those are inspired by Spanish, Italian architecture. It's just, we find Mediterranean Revival describes it better for the city because that was the intent of the founder.
Okay.
Commissioner?
I guess my line of questioning was along the lines of what the vice mayor was asking regarding competent and substantial evidence. The substantial changes that have been alleged here, the applicant said 4 of them were made since they owned the property, or 5 of them. That includes, I'm guessing, the enclosing of the front porch and the addition to the step on the side which blocks the garage.
I think he was mentioning the original details, that the 4 or 5, not the modifications. I'm sorry, I'm not.
No, I think the modifications are included. So the enclosing, to the creation of that front room, I guess, where the front porch,
This,
which wasn't a front porch before either, now exists.
This
That
section
area
here.
there was done since the current owner owned the
yes,
house.
it was done by the current owner.
And same with the connection of the garage.
I think there's a portion at the rear that was added by the owner as well. And this porch addition, I guess that maybe that's what you're might be referring to too.
I mean, to be honest, and having watched the Historic Preservation Board, I don't think really answered the questions that were sent back to them. I think they just revisited and made the same determination. I guess the buck stops here when it comes to these things, and we're going to have to make the decision.
I may have a few more questions when you all are done.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Pernas, Historic Preservation Board is probably one of the most powerful boards we have in our city. They can do things with properties that, setbacks and so forth that other properties can't, allowing larger additions to be put on, et cetera. Why can't this porch be legalized?
The porch at the side elevation or the front porch?
Either one.
The one at the side.
Talk about all the facts, since we're trying to make a decision here.
So the porch at the side elevation would not be permitted because it blocks access to the original garage structure, which is required by the city code to have covered parking. That garage was converted illegally at some point and does not meet code.
It's a closed garage. It's not even a garage anymore. It's plainly obvious it doesn't have a door to it.
But the city code currently requires that there's covered parking on site. And that closed garage was done illegally and would not have been permitted by the city.
Okay.
And then at the front elevation, we just haven't, I think the application was submitted, but looking at it as a whole, the board, the city itself had rejected the application. They would just have to go through a process to legalize the front elevation, and because I don't know if an architect or an engineer were involved in that construction of when it was done. And so does it meet, our current building code requirements? I won't speak to that, but typically with a front elevation change, you would go through the Board of Architects process, and none of those steps were taken in this.
I understand the steps weren't taken. But
Right.
when you go back to legalize something, as built or the way it has been evolved, you have a porch that's there, you have a garage that has been absent for a long time. They apparently pulled permit for that. We have homes of this era that have a carport on there. Instead, I thought this is a difficult case, okay? But I also agree that the Historic Preservation Board really didn't take the time. Maybe it was due to the hour, because it was close to 9 o'clock when they were going through this record. And they just basically checked the boxes.
2 hours? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to figure out, I think that the hearing itself was over an hour and a half, but
No,
for this specific item.
I know, but as far as the board itself going through the details as to why this house still qualifies, despite the significant alterations, which has been admitted in the record as being significant alterations.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Just as I sat with the Historic Preservation Board during this hearing, and I would just note that we reiterated the guidance from this board to them as they heard at the beginning of this hearing, and then again before their motions. And I believe it was in the transcript below that they identified specific features of the home that they found to be still existing and thus met the criteria. So I'm not sure if Ms. Pernas has their actual details of their motion, but prompting that guidance, which we again reiterated to them, there were some more details and specific features of the home that they identified in making their motion. So it may not be in accordance with exactly what you wished in making that remand, but it was reiterated to them, and I believe that they, sitting with them, they expanded on what their normal motion would have been to include specific details of the home. So again, it may not have been in accordance with exactly what you wish, but they did go beyond what they would normally do in a motion to identify specific features.
Regarding those details, how many details, in a universe of details, how many details were still identified?
Give me 1 second to run through that list.
And to use a sports analogy, while I'm listening, I'm thinking of all kinds of analogies. Using a sports analogy, Bob Greasy was the quarterback of the undefeated Miami Dolphins. He was still the quarterback in 1975, but in 1979. But in 1979, they were not the undefeated Miami Dolphins, even if Bob Greasy was there. So my concern is how many features are left today that were there in the beginning.
That were so the list that was provided to you that I had also reiterated in my presentation is about 9 to 10 items. It also depends if you're going to look at the type of architecture you're considering, that is a raised Mediterranean stucco masonry construction. That's also part of the. So it depends on if you're looking at, is the casement window still there? No. Is the opening? Some of the openings are original. Other openings have been altered. That's something we see again every single day. Had the property gone through the proper channels of, modifying, we would have seen this at Board of Architects or had been maybe notified earlier about these alterations.
All right, thank you.
Anything else from the commission?
Can you explain to me what was the confusion between the Milan 1212 and was that property, don't know?
I don't know. That's just, we put together a presentation of addresses in the development of that site and area, and that's just one of the addresses that came up. I don't know if it's because maybe the numbers are similar. That was kind of came up in discussion once with Mr. Heisenbottle, but that's not my argument to make.
Okay.
Anything else from the commission? Okay. Mr. Pathman, you have any comments you'd like to add?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. First of all, I'm sitting here and I'm in a little bit of disbelief of what I'm hearing from staff. We have had 3 hearings. Today is the 4th. We have thoroughly represented what is the best evidence, the best facts, the best documents, delineated styles, integrity, substantial alterations. And yet the staff continues to deny, even though I cross-examined Anna Pernis, who said, yes, there are substantial alterations. That is the standard to be applied, that has been applied by that staff in other homes that were being declared historic, that it's how you take the house today. The fact that Mr. Salyamonis may have done a couple alterations is not within your purview. You have to take the house today. Yes, he did them. They were wrong. But it doesn't change anything. You don't penalize him for that. You have to look at the house today. In addition, it's hard for me to fathom that when the commissioner asked about the 1922 tax card, they still gave you hearsay, speculation, and no evidence, no documentation, nothing that supports their position. Why is a tax card so important? If you read the report, it never mentions it. It never says 1922. If it's so insignificant, why didn't they put it in the report? Why do they talk about 1923 and 24 and try to say that it's Merrick? It's not Merrick. It's not Mediterranean Revival. There is a distinction. I would bet everything I have that every major architect would say there's a distinction between Spanish style and Mediterranean Revival. The tax card speaks for itself. It's telling you, it's screaming at you that this is your record, your document that describes on that tax card the house that was built. It was built in 1922. You don't get a tax card with that design if it wasn't already built. Everything you just heard was speculation and hearsay. They don't have anything that supports their ultimate conclusion. And you got it right. The board didn't either. I said 3 times in that hearing, you are mandated by the commission to find with specificity the issues that make this house historic. They did not do that. And you cannot skip this. You cannot say, okay, they did it, and now you're going to declare a house historic and create a huge hardship for a family that loves your city. I do a lot of historic preservation in many cities throughout South Florida and represent lots of homeowners, buildings, etc. This is not the way to do it. This hurts your design for historic preservation. Richard Heisenbottle is an expert who is typically working on behalf of cities and residents to create historic designation. He's telling you this is not the way to do it. the issues that they talked about, the garage, the porch addition, and so on, they got that wrong. You know, the fact that that was changed is a major alteration. But it wasn't just that. That was the only that was the violation. But for 50 years before that, the house had been altered. 40 other times. Is that not substantial? One alteration could be substantial. This one, 40. I implore you to look at this with the standard that should be applied, that you have to take the house as it is today. It's lost its integrity. It's Spanish Revival. It's not Merrick. And it wasn't built in 1923 or 1924. Okay, this house was built in 1922. Regardless of everything that they put in the report, it is unsubstantiated. The tax card speaks for itself.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does the commission have any other further comments? No comments? You have something else you'd like to
Yeah, so there's a huge possibility that this house could have been built and it wasn't even Coral Gables at that point. Didn't even belong to George. Okay, I think that's something,
So, anything else?
no.
Okay, so, Ms. Pernis, may I ask you a few questions? So obviously, more statements, and then maybe you can help me walk through a few points that kind of I want a little bit of guidance on. So, the 1922 document on the tax card is concerning to me. I'm not sure, because I haven't seen it before, but they provided tax cards for pieces of land, maybe that weren't purchased, or how can we have that 1922 card? What have you seen? You said you've seen it before, that this has happened before. I'm not aware of an example that's commonplace.
Something that I think just to identify too was at the May 23, 2023 hearing before you, Carol Coutts, the Assistant Preservation Officer, also presented multiple different things against the issue with the tax card. It is something that our office has seen in the past, and just to go back to Ms. Corellia's comments that she has also seen these, this is not unaware. But I think there are times that those cards are created and dated, but then the permits and the drawings and the construction happen after the fact. And so that's where the drawings were dated, and that was included in a slide to you, again, a year ago almost, but 1923. And what I've seen in the, kind of understanding the development of Granada and when construction started, when sales of those properties started, it all happened in 1923 as well. And then there was one other thing, but it left my mind. Apologies.
Okay. So my second point that I'm finding a little bit tough to navigate is the issue of the standards. What are the standards? And are we supposed to look at the property today, or are we supposed to look at the property has in its evolution over the last multiple decades? So as I looked down, I took some notes just for my own personal review of the facade of the building. The door is, instead of being tucked away, it's prominently featured in the front. It has an archway. The roof now has tile, which it didn't have tile before. That's a predominant feature in Spanish design. And I apologize, my eyesight and my handwriting is not that good. But the windows, you had casement windows, and then you went from casement windows to jalousie, and then now you move back to a different style of window. The landing to me is also pretty significant. The first landing, and I'm going off memory from the design, it's a much smaller landing in regards to what you have now. The steps are also were significantly less in nature than they are now. The roof pitch looks completely different in the sense of that the way the front of the
At the right, at the enclosed porch.
I mean,
There's an enclosed porch now.
I'm talking about the facade, but I mean,
Yep,
again,
yep,
it looks, whether it was done legally or not, it looks completely different, the roof pitch. The Vice Mayor covered the garage. That was item number 6 for me. You don't have a garage. It's pretty significant. And from my understanding is that there's only a handful, maybe 2 handfuls, of homes in the city that do not have a carport or a garage. It's very limited. This is something that we discussed years ago. And I'm always looking around the Gables to find a house that doesn't have a garage. Because, again, it's history. You don't see too many of those. I think the chimney also was something that I found very interesting, the multiple iterations and how it's changed. The gentleman, homeowner, showed about 5 or 6 iterations of the chimney, which to me show a significant change from a much simpler, very classical look to a more, Spanish with a tile, and it's more embellished in my opinion. And I think they took away some of the really nice design elements. There was a diamond that was inside the chimney that was, that wasn't just like a decorative feature. It was actually part of the chimney. From the picture that I could see, again, it's not, you see something face to face, or you see it working, you get a more of an impression of whether it's actually something that is just decorative or it actually serves a use. I mentioned the tile on the roof. So to me, I see the standard, and we've talked about this many, many times before. But I want to bring something else into the conversation that I don't think anyone else here on the commission can talk about, because they weren't here. They weren't here when this occurred. So years ago, and I asked the clerk to look this up for me just to make sure I got the dates right, because this came to memory. Years ago, on July 10th, 2018, we had an item that was coming before the commission. And it was brought before the commission because staff wanted to designate a building in the city that the Historic Preservation Board had deemed non-historic. That property was LaSalle Cleaners. And that property was important, in my opinion. I voted in favor of designation. I went against the board's recommendation to not deem it historic. The reason why I did that was because of George Merrick. That was George Merrick's office, where he had his construction business. And over multiple years, that property evolved. It was a gas station. Mr. Clerk, what else was it?
I'm sorry, sir?
It was a gas station, and what else was it?
And then it became the LaSalle Cleaners.
Oh, there was something else in between.
Dry cleaner, yeah.
A dry cleaner, yeah, but that was,
Mechanic shop.
yeah. So it had multiple iterations, and when you look at the photos, you saw that, the building that George Merrick had called home for so many years, that was, again, a place where he worked with all his architects to really design the city and build the city, was no longer the gem that it was. But I still believed that I thought it was important to save it and bring it back to its original glory, because of the simple fact that it was George Merrick's home of business, where the city was envisioned and where the city was refined and became the city beautiful, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many. So I voted to designate it, and to go against the Historic Preservation's wills of not designating that building. I find myself in a very similar conundrum here. But on the other hand, I can't find a reason why to designate this property. And I see all the alterations, and that's the same argument that was used why not to designate LaSalle. And that building carried significant historic weight. I know the owners weren't very happy when I was one of the votes. We lost. Obviously, the building has been torn down, but it would have cost the owner millions and millions and millions of dollars to bring that building back to its original glory. And obviously, it would have cost them money because they wouldn't have been able to build whatever they want to build in the future there, a multi-story building. They would have had to keep the building in place. So I bring that story up today because that's what I think about when I see this property. Should the owner have built, but he built without permits? Of course not. That's not even that goes without saying. We have rules and regulations here in the city, and those should be abided. We should follow those. We should. And that's a shame, because it's all incumbent on us to hold up our standards here in the city of Coral Gables. And I'm not reprimanding you or giving you a lesson. I think it's across the board, because I've made mistakes, and we all have made mistakes. But at the end of the day, we've got to try to do what we can to uphold the quality of this property, of our city, excuse me. Even if he would have done that, does that mean that building would have been historic? I don't know. Who knows? So to me, I find myself in a kind of a catch-22 here, because I hearken back to the days of the LaSalle Cleaners vote, and I'm trying to figure out a way, a path moving forward, but I really don't see one. So just wanted to put that on the record, because You know, that was a property that, you know, I was a hero to the preservationists that day, but, you know, maybe today I won't be, but
Yeah, no, and I know that that's something that came up at the last hearing as well.
it did?
And,
I didn't.
yeah, and that, and we kind of just go
at
back
the last
to-
hearing, I think
At
years.
your, 1 year ago.
Yeah, okay.
I had to do my homework because I've only been here 10 months now. So I kind of went back to both the original Historic Preservation Board meeting, the commission meeting, and then I was present at the March meeting. So I understand that, you know, looking at the physical building and seeing those modifications, we designate properties with modifications every day. We review applications to modify historic buildings every single day. And I think part of our role is to protect those buildings, to do it in a sensitive, appropriate way that the historic character of the buildings are not lost. That's something that, you know, we find that could be part of the process for this structure, having to if any of the violation cases had to be corrected. So we also look at, you know, how big of an alteration or modification was made to that structure, and could it be something that, you know, again, we're reviewing it based off of what is existing today, and we talked about that, and the motion specifically talks about details of that today. But again, looking at the criteria, there's also, you know, you're looking at the architectural significance and the style, and then there's also the historical and cultural significance.
So the next step from the commission is nothing else. We would have to make a motion to either affirm the board's recommendation or override. Does anybody in the commission would like to make a motion?
I just have another question. Following up on your point, you brought up a very good point. That 1922 tax card shows the, I guess, the
Outline of the building.
of the building. And that's true to what the construction was at the time, correct?
Yes.
So I guess the argument could be made that the house was built in 1922 before it became part of Coral Gables, or at least was designed prior to becoming part of Coral Gables. I guess that kind of affirms what the applicant is saying about the 1922. I mean,
We have no
I know that
evidence of
there's a
that
lot of
either,
things that have
so
gone on.
it's
Yes.
not, I wouldn't say there's evidence of that, so.
Right. There was another thing you brought up, and I totally forgot now. But I think your point on LaSalle Cleaners, I know the battle that you had at that time to try to convince your colleagues on the commission that it was historic, and the arguments that were made were the changes. I think going forward, obviously, it would not affect this. We should have a conversation about changes that are made to a property after somebody owns it, and whether that affects the integrity of the property. That's something we can talk about later, but that's something you and I would like to speak with you about. Maybe that's something that we can fix to make it easier when we get to these decisions. But I guess I'll make a motion.
I just want to make a comment before we vote. I think the 1922 card was not refuted. I know there are ideas thrown out there, but nothing goes to the heart of 1922 card. It's there. I also think that, like Vice Mayor said, we sent it back to the Historic Preservation Board, hoping that today's decision would be a lot easier. And in fact, it's almost, I think, more difficult since then. And all along, I think these types of decisions, you know, like I used to do archery, the bullseye, the yellow in the middle. If we don't hit the yellow bullseye, then I think we should really hesitate on moving forward on certain items, because then we're trampling on the rights of others. And to me, I wish this was a bullseye hit, but it's outside the yellow. So I'm not comfortable going forward if it's off target.
So I'm going to,
Van Holt said that. He said, in this case, the pen missed the mark. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
so I'm going to add just a couple of additional comments, you know, because it's illogical to me that you would have a tax card with a drawing of a building on it from 1922 and be assessed the taxes for a building that doesn't exist. Just illogical. Not to say that something can't be historic from 1922 for other reasons. But then we go down the bullet list of items that the Historic Preservation Board listed. A textured stucco finish. There's nothing in particular about a textured stucco finish that screams that it's historic. Unless you're using the Phineas Paste colorized stucco, there's something very significant about it, because most everything back in that area was, we didn't have drywall. We used stucco over lath, and that's the way these things were built. Combination of roof types, a flat roof, some barrel tile, although the S-type barrel tile could be changed back to the original. And that error could be mixed, but we don't have the various different layers that you typically see in Mediterranean design. Mediterranean design, I'm aware, is an eclectic type of design process, because I've had spent some time with Teofilo Victoria, and you get to see the high quality design that goes into and has been done, that has been subsequently called Mediterranean Revival. But this is not the type of combination of roof types that typically go into a historic designated home. Series of arched openings. I see one on the front facade of any significance, other than the one that was added after the fact. It's just a rounded opening. So it misses the mark on series of arched openings. The distinctive knob arch opening facing the street, that's one item. The window has been altered multiple times. It's not as tall. Spanish and Shire chimney, the mayor's comment about that being significantly altered and non-functional anymore with the diamond cutouts is a significant alteration as well. The detached garage no longer exists. That's a very significant change on this home. So, for that reason and others that are listed in here, a wing wall itself, these were not significant wing walls that you typically see in some of the historic designated homes. I think this one misses the mark as well. So I'll second the motion.
Yeah. There's speculation that the tax card could be incorrect, but there hasn't been evidence provided showing that the tax card is incorrect. With the evidence provided, there's a possibility that it wasn't even built in Coral Gables at the time. Even Coral Gables, it was part of Coral Gables. So with
The report has references to all of the materials that argue that it was built in 23.
But we have conflicting. We have a tax card on one side.
Right, and we
have
recognize
other
the
stuff on the
conflicts
other,
there.
which leaves doubt.
So I just want to just clarify that, of course, you're basing your decision on the record below, on the evidence that was presented below, and the determination to be made is whether there was competent substantial evidence to support the board's decision. And in doing so, you shouldn't step into the shoes of the board, but rather just determine whether there was competent substantial evidence for that decision.
So moving forward, we have to either reaffirm or we have to go the other way. So do we have I know the Vice Mayor made a second the motion, but I wasn't sure if it was so you motioned to override?
Correct.
Okay, then we have a second to override. Okay, I didn't hear the motion.
Yeah, no, I was stating reasons why there wasn't substantial competent evidence.
His motion.
I agree with all of those.
So we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro,
Override.
yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Have a nice day. Thank you. All right, I'm going to try to, I want to try to run through a few.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and
quick things
Commissioners.
before we go to
Much
lunch.
appreciated.
Because I know there's certain people that are here, and I'd like to get them done as quickly as possible. There should be pretty simple things as they're on second reading. Can we go through E2?
E2,
Yeah.
1 second, Mayor, my apologies. E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 74, Traffic and Vehicles, to create Article 9, School Zone Safety, authorizing the enforcement of school zones. Sorry?
Okay, we'll hear them all too. That's fine.
Yes.
No, we don't tell them to come in. But we'll do E2.
Okay, sorry.
We start. I apologize.
So to create Article 9 School Zone Safety, authorizing the enforcement of school zone speed limits by and through the installation of speed detection systems on school zone roadways, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. There have been no changes since first reading.
Correct. Happy to answer any questions. As our schools and traffic calming evolve, should we need to add any additional zones, we will do so via ordinance in the future.
Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item. Maria Cruz.
Okay, accepted.
Motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. While the police get in here, let's do E3 really quickly. It's pretty simple. It's mobile food trucks. Has there been any changes to E3?
Let me just read it, Mayor, for the record. An ordinance of the City Commission creating the city code, updating the city code to comply with state law by amending Chapter 14 Businesses, Article 8 Mobile Food Trucks, and creating Section 14-154 Limited Operation of Temporary Commercial Kitchens, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item, but there have been no changes since first reading.
Thank you, Naomi. We appreciate it. I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. E4?
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 46 of the Code of the City of Coral Gables entitled Pensions, amending Section 46-27, Purchase of Credited Service for period of military service and/or employment with other public employers, and providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. There have been no changes since first reading.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk? Anything?
No, sir. Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. I want to do E5 and E13 together.
Yes. E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2022-32, which approved the planned area development for the project known as Regency Park on the property legally described as lots 1 through 12, lots 35 to 46, including public alleyway lying in between, blocks 10 and lots 1 to 4, block 15, Coral Gables Craft Section, Coral Gables, Florida, to allow for the art in public places contribution to be made pursuant to an escrow agreement. And then E13 is the accompanying resolution, amending resolution number 2022-170, which approved a mixed-use site plan for the project referred to as Regency Park on the same property, to allow for the art in public places contribution to be made pursuant to an escrow agreement.
Just give me 1 second. Has there been any changes at all?
No changes, but the funds have already been deposited into escrow.
That was my next question. Okay, perfect. You satisfied, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, sir. If the commission approves it today, then.
No, I'm
they
saying,
can
but with the
proceed.
escrow and everything, okay?
Yes, correct.
I'll move it.
Second.
Second?
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Do we got to do these E13 or no?
Yes, separate. Yeah.
Move it.
We did it two
Second.
votes, Mr.
Yes,
Clerk?
two separate
Oh,
votes.
we've only done one vote. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez on E13. Who seconded?
Me.
Okay.
It's
Beat me by
E13.
nose hair.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Okay. Let's move on to, come back to the 1230 protocol documents. We deferred A6, correct? Moving on to A7. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate everyone's patience. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. This afternoon, we're going to present to you our Distinguished Officer of the Month for January. I'd like to have Officer Melanie Alzate and Officer Christopher Hernandez come forward. During the month of January, crime data showed that the increase in vehicle burglaries in the northern end of our city, as such, utilizing the data-driven policies, concepts, and crime suppression team, which two members are which in front of you, I think, Officer DeLeon and the sergeant, come on up. This is the crime suppression team that we started. I will tell you, Officer Hernandez, Peter Hernandez got called away, or he was here also. This group actually went through the county's RID, Robbery Intervention Detail School, and has continued to show a lot of promise for us attacking crime as it occurs. On January 27th at approximately 2:27 in the morning, the crime suppression team was working in unmarked capacity in the north end of the city. Officer Hernandez obviously stated or observed two males going from side to side down the street. As they continued to watch, Sergeant Aliman, who is the unit supervisor, came in a marked unit. One subject was detained right away by Sergeant Aliman. The second one took off on foot, ran across El Rado, and continued up on 8th Street. Officer Hernandez was in foot pursuit, at which point Officer Alzate then joined in the foot pursuit, continued across 8th Street, where he was finally came to the end of a tasing by Officer Alzate, who, if we remember, we might have shown you all this on what our body cameras actually recovered. As the subject was taken down by the tasers and then decided to try and run again to no avail on a second tasing, so to speak, Officer Hernandez was then quick to come up and place handcuffs on the individual. The interesting part about this case is that this subject has been known to us before, has hit several times, and because of these, our burglary arrests, our burglary incidents have come down, and they were able to clear vehicle burglaries and theft cases from 2023 and 2024. According to the nominator, Major Atherley, the bravery and persistence displayed by both Officer Alzate and Officer Hernandez serves as an inspiration to all. Additionally, it is evident that the officers' level of physical fitness, tactical training, and passion for police work afforded them the opportunity to successfully apprehend an habitual offender. Therefore, it is his great enthusiasm and mine to award both of them the Officer of the Month for January 2024.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your hard work. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, for having us. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to Major Atherley and Sergeant Alaman for nominating us. To senior staff for providing us with an invaluable opportunity to be part of the crime suppression team. The experience of working alongside the City of Miami Tactical Robbery Unit and the Miami-Dade County Robbery Intervention Detail has been instrumental in enhancing our skills and knowledge in crime prevention.
So the prospect of networking, collaborating with other agencies has enhanced our ability to apprehend subjects involved in criminal activities. By leveraging the resources and expertise of these agencies, we have improved the effectiveness of apprehending individuals involved in various crimes within Coral Gables. Incidents like these are always a team effort. We'd like to thank Officer Peter Hernandez, Officer De Leon, which are the other two members of our unit. Thank you to the Alpha Shift that night that really came forward and helped us out. Acting Lieutenant Poole at the time, and our CST Sergeant, Sergeant Alaman, for his support and guidance. On the night of the incident, when our squad was operating with only two of us, Sergeant Alaman stepped in as a fellow officer, taking on additional responsibilities such as assisting with paperwork and essential tasks that did not go unnoticed. So thank you to all.
Chief, quick question before we take a photo. How long have we had this team organized, the crime suppression team?
6 months. I think we tried it, we actually did an audition, if you will, for a few months in the pilot test. Actually, Chief Hanlon was the one that worked along with Major Hoff. So we tested many people within the organization. I think we had about 14 officers put in for it. These 4 were first chosen along with the sergeant. They were the first ones to go to the RID school, which is not something easy to do. It's right up there with SRT and SWAT. And they were on the road in January, I would say, what, about 2 months? Just about 2 months from getting out of that school where they did. They continue. This week alone, we have made, the department's made 22 arrests in the past week, or 22 cases cleared. And this group was responsible for about 6 of those proactive. A lot of those issues that we deal with that you all get calls about, whether it be neighborhood and concerns. This is the group that kind of transcends both patrolling as well as working with our detectives and boots on the ground. And I don't think the department could be prouder of a group of individuals that show us every day, but are also doing it safely. Of all the specialized units we have, I would say for our younger officers, this is where they want to start. So there is a line out the door to get into it. And as we continue to grow as a department, staffing-wise, we're going to continue to build this up because it does focus on those issues, those quality of life crimes that we want to focus on. And this is just a wonderful example of how it starts.
Yeah, that was my next point, and through the manager, when we started this 6 months ago, I had high hopes. Again, we have a lot of petty crime here in the city from people who are coming into this community, looking for affluent individuals who, for one reason or another, we've talked about it, over 60% of the cars are left unopened. There's situations that can be sort of avoidable, but for some reason, you guys have done such a great job that we let our guard down a lot. I'd love to see this team continue to grow because I think this is an opportunity to send a strong message that, the city of Coral Gables is going to do everything in our power to make sure that we train, that we have the best tools, and that we're the most prepared force of any force in Miami-Dade County, if not the state of Florida. So I just want to commend you for your hard work, your entire team. Obviously, the leadership team in the back always does a great job, but it's good to see, something that the chief, the previous city manager worked on over 6 months ago, and I think that bringing this to fruition and seeing it, in front of us pay dividends, makes me really, really happy. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Let's take a picture.
Okay. Thank you.
This is the first one we did.
Eso me gustó. That's a good one.
Mr. Clerk, moving on to A8. How are you, sir?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Good afternoon. I'm Jose Rodriguez, Assistant HR Director, and I have some more employee recognition. So I'm going to do a 2-for-1 here because we have 2 winners from the Parks Department. So I would like to recognize Sonia Osorio. She's our part-time employee for the first quarter. And I also have Kenny Larkin, which is our Employee of the Month for March. So I'm going to call them up here. As they come up, I want to say a couple words about both of them. So Sonia actually just hit her 1-year mark with the city. She's actually a marketing specialist in the country club. And Kenny Larkin, longtime employee. Kenny's been with the city over 30 years. Wow. This is actually his second time winning. Kenny's first time winning this was February 2009. So let's call him up.
We'll start with Sonia. So Sonia, who's in marketing, I wanted to call up her supervisor, who also was the one that did the nomination. Fabio Rodriguez is our marketing specialist. I'm sure you guys are familiar with him. He does a lot of our beautiful stuff, our posters and everything throughout the city. So come on up and talk a little bit about Sonia.
Hello.
Hey.
How you doing? So yeah, come on here. Well, she's been doing a lot of work for the country club. All their marketing stuff, she's doing it. It's very professional, very skilled and talented also with design and, she does marketing plan, business plan, everything. And yeah, she's been a great asset to the department this whole time and to the city. And, she responds very well to feedback, to projects, and she takes the initiative to doing beyond that. So even if I give her certain projects, basically it's kind of like a set it and forget it. You can just give her a project and she'll go beyond and be like, oh, this would also work there. And she'll take it upon herself to research things and everything. So yeah, just amazing.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to the City of Coral Gables for giving me the opportunity to express my talents. Everything that I have created in the country club, I really did it with lots of love. I have a connection with this place, and the marketing for the venue, the marketing for the club, and the entire location, that is the source, the first business building of Coral Gables. It's been a pleasure for me to do that. So I'm very grateful for the City of Coral Gables to give me this opportunity.
It's a pleasure.
Congratulations.
Yeah, let's do one, and then we'll take separate photos.
Okay.
For Mr. Larkin.
All right, so Kenny is our next one. So Kenny is a longtime employee of the city, and literally, a funny story about Kenny, he literally wanted to keep working in the city, that he stopped being in the drug program and came to me one day and said, Fred, I don't want to leave in 5 years. Please, let's fix this. I said, no problem. We'll get you out. We'll get started. We also call, Kenny's got some nicknames. One of the nicknames we call him the resident whisperer, because whenever we got some projects around the parks, he's able to go and talk to the residents and kind of smooth things over. So he's always been really great at that. Kenny runs the operations for our parks. We have 2 parks crews from the parks that the Community Recreation Department takes care of. We got 19. That are, the ones with the playgrounds and the ones that are a little bit more active. And Kenny runs 2 crews. He's responsible for that. He has to listen to me complain about things. He also is always on top of when we get resident complaints about dog waste stations, everything else. And whenever something doesn't look good, I call him, Kenny, we need to take care of this. He takes care of it. He's done a great job. I'm really happy that he finally got this award again after so many years of getting it before. So really think highly of Kenny and all that he does. And we love him here in Community Recreation, so congratulations, Ken.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you're tired. I just want to say this picture is clear like the People's Court. But I'm just a grateful servant of this city, and it's a pleasure. I grew up in the city, and I love this city, but as you can see, I have a wonderful team. I have wonderful leaders. And I'm able to do what I do because of Troy Hall, and I can't express my gratitude enough for him. But this is the best place to be. There's no other city like Coral Gables. So people must understand that, and the workers that we hire, the workers that we work with, we instill that in them. And I want to say thank you. I'm grateful. I know y'all had a long day.
We got a long day, but Kenny, if I'm... Kenny, before we take a picture, just a quick moment. All the residents, every time I talk to them, they talk to me about you. They say how much you love the city and how hard you work, and that you always do things with a smile. You're never in a bad mood. At least I haven't seen you ever in a bad mood with anyone. So everybody has great things to say about you, and we're blessed to have you in the city, my friend. Thank you.
Fred, if he's the resident whisperer, we may need him over on the commission side.
Let's take a picture.
Enjoy more with.
Squeeze in. Item 810.
All right, it's me again.
Yes,
so
sir.
I would like to recognize our April winner coming to us via IT. So George Atencio is our Employee of the Month for April. This nomination actually came from the HR department. George has been pretty pivotal in us switching over from Eden into our new system. So he's been the guy getting all the data out of Eden, putting it in for us. So the nomination actually came from HR. So I want to personally thank George for all he's done for us. And I want to call him up to be recognized, and also Nelson.
Good afternoon. I'm Nelson Gonzalez, Assistant IT Director. Like Jose said, George has been a great addition to our team since 2021. And I have Lemite Ramos, who's his direct supervisor, and he has some very detailed words for him.
Good afternoon. George has been with the city for 2 years, okay? And I have to say that it's been a great asset to us, not only to the IT department, but to the overall organization. First thing is his personality. He's never say no to an assignment, and when he doesn't know something, he's the one who says, let me find out, and I'll get back to you by the end of the day. So that's a great asset for us. George was an intrinsic part of our transition to the new HR and the financial system, and we cannot be more proud to have George in our team. Thank you, George.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I'm extremely honored to receive this award, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to work in this beautiful city. And honestly, nothing could be done without my team, and I owe it all to them because it's all of them and the leadership of the IT department. So thank you very much to you guys, and thank you to my parents, friends, and family for all the support. And I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Amazing. You have a great team, by the way.
Absolutely, yeah.
You have a great team, and everybody here is the people behind the curtain. They make everybody up here look great. The town hall that we had last week went out flawless because of all your hard work. So, congratulations, and it's a big achievement on your behalf. But it's an achievement shared by your entire department. So we're blessed to have you here in the city.
Thank you.
Let's take a picture.
Come on up. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, 15 minutes, right? We're ganging up on you.
I got them. All right, before we go to lunch, I'm going to take one more item. E9. I mean, I can keep going. You want to finish the day?
E9.
No,
Oh.
we need to
I'm fine.
put some fuel in the engine. Some of us are not the ever-ready bunny that you are.
E9 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving the purchase and sale agreement between the City of Coral Gables, a municipal corporation existing under the laws of Florida, and 4241 Aurora LLC, a Florida limited liability company, for the transfer of development rights as defined in Article 16 and Sections 8-114 and 14-204 of the zoning code from the Coral Gables Museum property located at 285 Aragon Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida 33134, and directing that all proceeds from the transfer of the development rights be placed in the city's historic building fund, and providing for repeated provisions of severability clause and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. The asset manager will present.
Zeta, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Zeta Sardinas, Asset Manager. So on August 17th, the Historic Preservation Board approved the issuance of certificates of transfer of development rights for the 285 Aragon Avenue Coral Gables Museum property in the amount of 71,136 square feet, as well as the maintenance plan for the property. On August 24th, the City Commission found that it would be in the best interest of the city to make the property's TDRs available for sale so that proceeds from the sale for the TDRs could be used to fund the continued restoration and maintenance of city-owned historic buildings. At that time, the commission also authorized the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate purchase and sale agreements for the sale of TDRs, and directed that the proceeds from those sales should be placed in the city's historic building fund. On October 24, 2023, per resolution 2023-314, the City Commission approved an application requesting receipt of transfer of development rights for receipt and use for the mixed project referred to as 4241 Aurora on property legally described as lots 12 through 22, Block 6, Coral Gables Industrial Section, 4241 Aurora, Coral Gables, Florida. Recently, 4241 Aurora LLC expressed an interest to the city in purchasing 25,812 square feet of the city's available TDR. The proposed terms negotiated and stated in the purchase and sale agreement are a purchase price of $40 per square foot for the TDRs, or $1,032,480, a 10% deposit of $103,248, closing no later than the date of issuance of the building permit for the project or 1 year following the date of City Commission adoption of the ordinance approving this agreement, whichever is earlier. As the city attorney stated, the item approval requires four-fifths vote because the sale exceeds $1 million. Staff recommends approval, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Mr. Clerk, are there any comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any comments from the commission?
I want to just state that this program was created by Ella Ucachoni, our first historic preservation officer many years ago, for the right reasons, historic preservation. And the fact that these TDRs are coming from the Coral Gables Museum, I want to put on the record, I mean, we all are in agreement, that the museum definitely needs a lot of work, repairs that's needed. So I don't want, give credit where credit is due. The museum and its board has done a great job, but I'd like at some point to make sure that they're taken care of, down the road, because they definitely need it.
Yes.
So I'm going to add to the record that I was, and of course, sunshine is a problem because it prevents us from speaking other than right here. Been pushing as well for these TDRs to make sure that the money goes back into the museum, because it does need significant repairs and use for it to be able to function as a museum, which it is. So we're talking about the ceiling of the walls, the ceiling of the windows. All those features need to be taken care of on a pristine basis because of the humidity levels that we have in southern Florida. So I'm happy that we're finally reaching this finish line. It was a long time coming. And let's make sure the work gets done.
Yep.
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
And I agree. I think we need to prioritize that these funds do go to the museum. There's a lot of work there that needs to be done sooner rather than later. I visited the archives, and there has been water intrusion in that area, and we are at risk of losing some of our historic documents and some of the historic things that we have in that venue. So the sooner we get these funds working for the city, the better.
Yes. The funds right now, as the ones that were sold before, and these are going into a general fund. And so when this goes through second reading, which is going to be in next commission meeting on the 21st, the finance director will bring back an item after working with the manager to delineate how those funds of the ones before and these will be allocated.
Great.
Right,
Okay.
so,
I'll move it.
second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
For E12,
Funny.
E12 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the final plat entitled Arcana Subdivision pursuant to Zoning Code, Article 14, Process, Section 14-210, platting subdivision being a replat consisting of two existing lots which total 97,377 square feet into a modified two lots in the property legally described as lots 4 and 5, Palm Vista, together with that portion of the vacated 50-foot platted right-of-way lying between lots 4 and 5, and dedication of 1,748 square feet between Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. We should have a presentation, right? Or
Mr. Applicant?
yeah. Oh, because the applicant, yeah.
Yes.
So everyone who will be speaking on this item should be sworn in because it is quasi-judicial.
Okay, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
So the applicant will.
Applicant
yeah,
always goes
sorry.
first.
My apologies, I confused the order.
Okay. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Joe Jimenez, address 2020 Salcedo Street, Suite 102.
We're back here with this is the second time this has been before you. To refresh your recollection, this was an old platted right-of-way that's sort of been grown over. Nobody even knew it was there until we went to design a new home. A fence had been actually put up across it. That fence will be removed now. The original cul-de-sac as it was platted so long ago, it wouldn't have satisfied your current equipment. So in vacating that, which you've already done, we then dedicated what is now a T turnaround for your garbage trucks, your fire trucks, and everything else. And the essential move here is while conforming to the minimum lot size, we're just moving the property line over a little bit is essentially the only thing this plat is actually doing. And finalizing the turnaround and everything else. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Garcia, as a planning official, sorry. So this is the last step in the replat process. You had seen the tentative plat and you approved it back in May 23 of last year, and staff recommends approval. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. G1 is pretty simple. We'll do the last two and then we'll have lunch.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission appointing someone to serve as a member of the Historic Preservation Board for the remainder of the current term, which began on June 1st, 2023 and continues through May 31st, 2025.
So, Mr. Mayor, my office forwarded applications we had received to the City Commission. The Vice Mayor proffered the name of Ana Alvarez, who was one of the applicants and meets the criteria of an architect, which is needed on the board right now. So,
I spoke to some prior and current folks that are serving on historic preservation about the best qualified candidate out of those that meet the architectural requirement, and Ms. Alvarez came out on top, so that's why I nominated her.
She has an impressive resume. I've never met her, but seems to be qualified.
Yep.
Anyone else have a question or statement?
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H2?
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing acceptance of an amendment for grant agreement number 23 HSC 900.154 from the State of Florida Department of State Division of Historical Resources for a 6-month extension to the agreement from June 30th, 2024 to December 31st, 2022 for the restoration of the historic gondola building, and authorizing city manager to execute the amendment of the agreement with DOS for said financial assistance under the agreement for financial services.
Pretty status quo.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to H3.
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission for a grant application requirement from the Florida Inland Navigation District for attachment E7 resolution for assistance. The grant application was submitted on 4/1/24 from the Waterways Assistance Program related to the purchase of a Marine Patrol vessel. The grant amount applied for is $150,000. The city matching amount is $190,000 for a project total cost amount of $340,000.
Do you have any comments?
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. I will see you at 3:15 back for lunch so we can finish first readings and move on to the City Commission items. Thank you.
How was your food?
It was very good.
That was Lip Park.
Item E7.
E7 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 6, entitled Alcoholic Beverages, Section 6-12, Retail Package Store, and Section 6-13, Retail Package Beverage Stores, Retail Beverage Stores, Retail Liquor Stores, Club Vendors, by changing the prohibited hours of operation on Sundays for retail package stores, providing for repeater provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. The Deputy City Attorney can present.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. As we discussed at the last commission meeting, we have brought back an ordinance amending the sales of retail package stores and retail package beverage stores in our city code to allow for consistency among the dates. So every day, sales can begin at 7 a.m. on Sunday, from Saturday to Sunday, and they can stay open until 1 a.m. So this just makes it consistent from every day in the week. Again, for retail package stores and retail package beverage stores, so this only has to do with off-premises consumption, not with anywhere serving for on-premises consumption.
Madam Vice Mayor?
This is in follow-up to our discussion item the last time. I have not received any comments from any residents to the contrary on this item. Do we have any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If none of you have any additional comments, I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving
Thank
on
you.
to item, thank you. Moving on to item E8.
E8 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving the vacation of a public right-of-way pursuant to zoning code, Article 14, Process, Section 14-211, Abandonment and Vacations, and City Code, Chapter 62, Article 8, Vacation, Abandonment, and Closure of Streets, Easements, and Alleys by Private Owners and the City, Application Process, providing for the vacation of the 70-foot wide Biltmore Drive between lots 1 and 2 in Block 25 and Lot 1 in Block 27, Riviera Section Part 1, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeater provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so everyone who will be speaking on this item should be sworn in.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mr. Director, how are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. So the reason we're here is for the closure of the unimproved portion of the Biltmore Drive right-of-way. The section of Biltmore Way was created by the Riviera Section 1, Plat Book 28-31. It was originally intended to cross the waterway. However, this connectivity is no longer feasible. The section of Biltmore Drive between Blue Road and the waterway was left unimproved. So we're planning to close approximately 14,500 of the right-of-way. 3/4 of this vacation will be used towards the Blue Road Park. This is an area view of the area in question for the park. The green space right next to it and between the single-family homes, that is the right-of-way that we want to vacate. The site is currently used to provide waterway access for canal maintenance. We had an original design concept that was on October 2021 for the Florida Recreation Development Assistance Grant. We have a matching grant of $200,000 as part of the park. We had a community meeting on May 2023, and this is a project that we're planning to have completed by June of 2025 in accordance with the grant requirements. So we ask the commission to hopefully approve the right-of-way vacation.
So this is a project that I've been working on with the team
Correct.
for some time. It's right next to my house. This then feeds into, if you go back, can you go back?
Sure.
Just, I want to show the picture of the overhead of the park. This would feed into the area where we
Oh, we're
now
bringing it
have
back.
the,
Oh, thank you.
no, where now we have the approvals for the sidewalks. We'd just be missing the sidewalks, across Granada, and we keep moving forward to where this bridge is. And if you get the bridge done here there is no sidewalks in that area.
Correct.
So I think it would be a good opportunity to start having a dialogue with the residents in that area who are have significant space in front of Blue Road to see how we can show them, look, the sidewalk has been built in front of the park, and while it'll take you to the bridge, and then you go over the bridge, and then we have a side yard there, which will continue adding the sidewalks that we will all the way to Riviera Country Club. All that connectivity will hopefully get buy-in from the residents, as we said, down Granada, down Blue Road, and just continue to add more and more connectivity in regards to sidewalks.
So something to note, when you vacate a right of way, the abutting property owners have the rights to reversal. So generally speaking, this will mean that that right of way will be divided by the city, who owns the partial of the park on one side and the property owner on the other one. But the owner has agreed to give us half for the half, so that's how we're getting 3/4 of the full right of way instead of just half.
So this is expanding. This will expand the park, make it look larger. And I think that one of the big things that we need to work on here is once we're done with everything here, we've been working on this for some time, is to get the sidewalks installed so we can start working with the neighborhood so they can say, look, here it is. Here's a testament. The sidewalks are being installed, especially, for example, down Biltmore Way. It's Biltmore Drive, excuse me. It's a major issue there. And Blue Road is a major issue. There's no sidewalks. So every day when I come home and I drive down that street, you see people walking on the street, and it's difficult. It's difficult to navigate that area. There's a lot of traffic. So that's a cut-through street. And that's why, just a little bit more background. If you look at Biltmore Drive, you can see the roundabout there. The Biltmore Drive was the first place that I remember that when we were talking about doing traffic calming, we installed the plastic humps, remember?
Yes.
The plastic traffic calming. And we tested it out at Biltmore Drive with the residents there probably like 6 or 7 years ago.
Right.
And then that, it bared fruit. We tested it out, and now they have permanent traffic calming. But that was one of the first places that we got county approval to just put something temporary to test it out to see what the impacts would be. But there is no sidewalk, so the people there walk in the middle of the street.
Yes.
Yeah, it is dangerous. I don't know if we have any public comment on, I'm ready to move it.
Yeah. I make a motion. Second.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. When do you think we start? Hermes, Mr. Diaz, when do you think we start?
I think we're getting the final plans probably this week, and it's just a matter of putting out to procurement. So probably about 4 months, we have a contractor on board, maybe a little less.
You think we can do all the sidewalks down Blue Road by then, or no?
We'll be close.
We can connect those 3 bridges, it would be amazing.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Great work. E10,
E10 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, amending Section 14-202.6, Building Site Determination, to facilitate building site determination applications. Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos can present the item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. So proposed before you is a modification to the existing zoning code that would allow building site determinations. There's a particular criteria underneath that requirement that requires 3 out of 4. The proposal reduces it to 2 out of 3, removing the covenant provision. We believe that that particular item is already adequately addressed elsewhere in the code, so it's a bit redundant to have it here. And at the end of the day, meeting the 2 out of the 3 requirements does not grant you a building site determination for 1 or 2 or 3 buildable lots. That's just basically a safeguard so that the commission isn't inundated with these types of requests. This will basically just allow property owners a channel to move forward, apply. As long as they meet those 2 out of those 3 criteria, then they will eventually come to you all for approval. If you have any questions, please let me know.
So it's basically giving you access to come to the commission.
Correct.
That's.
It's facilitating making the building site determination process, the administrative component of the process, a bit simpler to meet. It doesn't really change anything in terms of demolition requests and all that. All of that stays exactly the same. You still have to go through that process if you are seeking demolition. So everything else remains the same. It just basically opens the door a little bit easier for our residents to come before all of you to seek a building site determination.
It was something I had put on for discussion and took it off since an ordinance was already drafted because staff hadn't fully evaluated the complexities of this particular item. So I'm happy to second it.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to E11.
E11 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Division 3, Trial Board by creating Section 2-124 Procedures and amending Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Article 4, Officers and Employees by creating Section 2-255 Employee Protection, in order to provide for an administrative procedure for handling complaints made in accordance with the Florida Whistleblowers Act, Florida Statute Section 112.3187, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon again. I just wanted to know, it didn't appear in some versions that this item is sponsored by Commissioner Menendez. So just wanted to give you a brief background about what this relates to. This relates to the state of Florida's Whistleblower Act. So all employees of the city are covered by the State Whistleblower Act as it stands today. The city has the option in state statute to adopt a local administrative proceeding to have sort of an interim step between a whistleblower protection, invocation, and lawsuit. So this creates a sort of in-between administrative step. The Whistleblower Protection Act, as it's set forth in state law, allows for certain categories of disclosures to be made to certain city staff. And once those disclosures are properly made, should there be any adverse employment action taken against that employee at another point, there are some protections involved, including this local administrative proceeding. When looking at this with the sponsor, we looked at utilizing our existing trial board, which is a trial board made up of 5 residents, some appointed by the commission, some by the employees, some by the trial board as a whole, which is already in effect and existing. So this ordinance sets forth that the trial board would be the local administrative panel for purposes of an administrative hearing for those invoking Whistleblower Protection Acts. This is called employee protection, which is what it's called throughout Miami-Dade County, and it provides certain procedures to whom disclosures need to be made, to whom complaints need to be made, et cetera, all in accordance with state law. This does not change any of the trial board's existing rights and responsibilities, and in fact, the one other change in this ordinance provides that consistent with past practice and their ability, it just codifies the trial board's ability to create rules of procedure for their normal trial board proceedings, as well as these proceedings pursuant to the Whistleblower Act. Happy to answer any questions. It's sort of a complicated area of the law, but we tried to make this ordinance as simple as possible, just to reiterate to the employees that those whistleblower protections are available, and there is an administrative process here that should be followed.
I want to thank, first off, the city attorney's office. Both Christina and Stephanie worked very hard in working through the jungle or weeds of county rules, state rules, federal. Is a little bit convoluted, and I think this effort is basically, like everything we try to do as a commission, to streamline and simplify so that people can better understand what our rules and regulations are. And I also want to thank the city manager, who directly collaborated and worked very closely with the city attorney's office from the administration standpoint. Like I said before, other cities in the United States, starting with Miami Beach locally, enacted their own local whistleblower template. And this, to me, is basically a procedural template upon which, over time in the future commissions can add perhaps language here and there as we come across issues that come along. But I think it's important to have, at the very least, a procedural template. And I think we accomplished that thanks to your work.
So I have a couple questions for you. Having done some EEOC work and done cases in front of other cities with trial boards, and we do already have a trial board, this is asking the trial board to make some rules. I do think there's some preliminary rules that we as a body should require, and I believe in and always have advocated for pre-suit mediation, pre-suit, for everything. Because having someone go before a trial board twice is illogical to me. And why is it illogical? Because you got to go there anyway. So you're having someone prejudge something and then come back and judge it again. If what we're really trying to accomplish is an intermediary to help resolve issues and make recommendations back and forth to the city manager versus the employee and try to resolve difference, sounds like more of a role as a mediator than it does going in front of a trial board. It's a much more expensive process to go before a trial board for both sides because you're litigating at that point. You're putting on evidence at that point. And I think it's easier to reach a resolution with a mediation process.
We bounced around different ideas, and one was not necessarily a mediator, but using the different individual groups of individuals. But I think after the research done by the city attorney's office, they gave back the reasoning behind using the trial board.
Sure. So Vice Mayor, I'm happy to speak with you about if you mean like before the trial board, what that would mean. But it does have to be a panel. It cannot be a mediator. Following state law, it has to be a panel of individuals. But if you're talking about like a pre-trial board step, that's a different situation, and we're happy to discuss that with you all.
I think if it's the will of the commission, if the trial board is invoked for this purpose, certainly we can include a provision that mediation is an option, and perhaps even encouraged.
Yeah, and that's basically what I'm saying. You're expecting the trial board to come up with rules that folks here that are educated as attorneys would know how to do, but our trial board folks aren't necessarily attorneys. So
I don't disagree with you.
So it does provide that they should be done in consultation with the city attorney's office. Those rules of procedures are adopted. So we can certainly look at that, or we can look at, if it's the will of the sponsor, including something in here and making sure that those rules of procedure include the option for mediation.
We can certainly do that if it's the
Would
will
you
of
be
the
comfortable with that?
yeah, I would like a mediation option in there. Before we go on full throttle, I think folks should have this opportunity to sit down and talk.
So, between first and second reading, unless any of our colleagues disagree, I think that would be a good addition.
Yeah, I have a comment, City Attorney. Is the trial board, is it part of the charter or is it by ordinance?
The trial board is in the city charter. Our city code has certain procedures for trial board, certain general rules about its composition and so forth. But yes, trial board is in our city charter.
Okay, so is it possible, because it's under my understanding that you told me that the trial board is established after there's a complaint.
So not necessarily. Perhaps it's happened that way just by operation of the fact that trial board is rarely invoked. And so have convened trial board, and their terms are, and I have to rely on the city clerk to remind me, but I think they have staggered terms for 2 or 3 years.
It's 2 years. The commission gets 2 appointments, the employees get 2 appointments, and then the board as a whole appoints the 5th members, and then it's staggered terms of 2 years each.
Right. So what happens is that since we haven't had matters come before them, their terms have expired. I think all of them have expired at this point.
Yes, all the terms have expired, and we haven't convened the board because
Right.
there haven't been any cases that have come up.
Correct. So it's not necessarily that it's convened just when there's a matter, it's just that we've convened them, and then there hasn't been anything else, and their terms have expired.
So I believe the optics of if there is a complaint and then we choose, depending on who the complainant is, a new trial board it really doesn't look good. So my recommendation would be, if we're going to go forward with this, we need to go ahead and appoint the trial board.
That mechanism is certainly available to
We can do
you all.
that.
Yeah.
So the commission's recommendation would be to have the board but still only meet when necessary?
Exactly.
Correct.
Okay.
That makes
So they would have to meet at least, once we have 4 members on that board, we'd have to have, first of all, an election for the employees, we'd have to have the commission appoint 2 of those members, and then once there's 4 members, we'd have to have 1 meeting so that they could, hopefully at that meeting, or maybe sometimes it takes more than 1 meeting, appoint their 5th member.
It just doesn't look good when there's a complaint or a complainant, and then according to that person, then we're choosing the trial board. It's
It's a logical evolution.
Yeah, so just so we're all clear, I think, whoever's appointed to that board should know that they're not, once we get through these organizational matters and we can adopt the rules of procedure and all of that, then they may not meet again for a period of time because they would only be as needed.
and we have boards like that.
Yeah, the emergency management board is one of them.
Exactly.
My emergency management board member was complaining for a year that he didn't have a meeting. and he was wondering why they hadn't called him for a meeting, so, yeah.
I describe it as the zombie apocalypse board.
So it's probably a good thing when there's no meetings of the emergency.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So we can certainly work with the clerk's office
Yes.
and advertise those positions, et cetera, to get you nominees for that ahead of time.
So I agree with all the comments made. I'm glad that you brought this up. This is something that I've been trying to get done since I started here, and I think it's important for employees to know that they have the protections necessary, whatever the case may be, so I'll be happy to second.
Thank you. And by the way, in our discussions, we said, why have a procedural template? And my thought was it's important, first off, for the employees to understand what the procedure is, because even when we started looking at it between county and state rules, it was convoluted, even for folks with law degrees. But also, I think it's important to, let the employees know that the commission and the administration, every opportunity they move things forward and trying to make things better going forward in the future. So thank you for
Of course,
your work.
and to the extent that any personnel rules need to be changed to comply with this, we'll certainly work with the manager to make sure that that's effectuated.
Yes, Stephanie, could you just clarify that this does not apply to the,
Yes, so that's very clear in the ordinance, and I'll just make it clear for the record here that this would have to be bargained for. So unless and until it is incorporated into any of the collective bargaining agreements, it does not apply to any employees covered by those collective bargaining agreements. As you all know, they have their own grievance procedures, et cetera. So this only applies to those non-CBA covered employees.
Thank you.
Commissioner Menendez, I want to commend you for bringing this forward.
Well, thanks. I mean, like was mentioned, it had been discussed before, and I'm just happy for everyone that we're able to present legislation, but thank you.
No, it's very good. Having done them, it's a very stressful time for employees, and the more that we can do it on a low-key manner, which is why I'm kind of poking you in the direction of pre-trial board mediation, I think it would be better for the city, and it would be better for the employees.
I agree.
Okay.
So, I think we already have a motion and second.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Yes, who's that?
Maria Cruz. Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item F1.
Discussion, F1, discussion to require door hangers in the zoning code. Oh, there, thank you, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Garcia, Planning Official. So we've been discussing ways to increase our engagement with residents. So we're talking about maybe having door hangers be required for neighborhood meetings for just multifamily and mixed-use buildings. So if it's within a certain square footage, or if they're requesting a conditional use, to be required to have a neighborhood meeting before planning and zoning board. And at that point, then they would do door hangers within 1,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just wanting feedback from the commission.
Perfect. I think there's been a cultural change followed by tech advances, and it's evident that the culture of how you're receiving mail has changed quite a bit. You're receiving things online, you're receiving things through email. Maybe the priority we're giving to the actual postal service is not as high, especially for the younger generation. So I believe that the door hangers would increase awareness, community input, enhance engagement, transparency,
So let me help you out there.
Tell me, go.
What was it, Friday we met?
I think so.
You brought me in a tray of envelopes like this big, returned. And these were to businesses that were existing, like Metro PCS on the mile. And the Postal Service returned it. No such owner. There was, and it was, it's to occupant. So yes, you move it, and I'll second. Let's
Just
go.
want to put on the record, I only received 2 emails, and I think I imagine the residents, my fellow colleagues on the commission also received it. I don't have an issue with this, but they were adamant about, putting door hangers and people out of town and sending the wrong message, that potentially someone is not home and the door hanger's there, and they're, just I told that resident that I would bring it up for a fruitful conversation. They were concerned about, we're starting to do door hangers now for everything, and someone takes a vacation for one reason or another, that it's out there and that potentially could be an issue of a hazard. Just wanted to put it out there. I promised him I would say it.
The parks department is putting door hangers. This is one of the concerns that the city manager did bring up to me, but the city is already doing it.
So, I know we're not allowed to put them in the mailbox.
No.
So legally, we can't do that. When I was knocking door to door and hanging door hangers, there's some very alert residents that, with their Ring doorbell, would, say, hey, what do you need? Because I was ringing their doorbell as well. And then when I realized they were out of town, I said, listen, I'll take the door hanger off. I don't want your house to be noted as being something that's going to be broken into. But by the same token, I think when we travel too, we need to have somebody, a neighbor, picking up stuff, because stuff does you don't want your postal box overstuffed and for it look like, newspapers hanging out there. I pick up my neighbor's newspapers all the time and tuck it behind hedges and pots and so forth, so it doesn't appear as if they're not.
And I think our police department offers a watch service for when we are out of town. Maybe there's a way to cross-reference the list whenever they're going to put out door hangers. I don't know if that's even possible, so that they don't knock on a door where the resident is out of town or leave a door hanger. If we know they're going to be out of town, that should somewhat avoid that issue. But you're right. And I think this has been something that the prior commission had been talking about in the past. How do we adequately communicate with residents? And I know Commissioner Fors was trying to get something where you would have a text message depending on the area you were living in. And I know that I talked to Raimundo about this on Friday, and he told me they're still working on a few things to enhance our communication. But as much as our technology has improved, we're still in a day and age where the information isn't getting to people. I had one of the people who came for public comment who stopped me outside and said, I wish I would have known about the agenda prior to Friday. And the fact is, we do send out the agenda. The city sends out the agenda on Tuesday, it sends it out again on Thursday if there are any changes, but it's still not getting out to people. So the question is, how do we improve on that? And what can we do? I mean, other than sending smoke signals at this point, I don't think you're sending text messages, you're sending emails, and a lot of times people are just bombarded with things. They're getting so much on a regular basis. Just last week, saw a text message I hadn't responded to in 3 weeks because I didn't notice it had come in. Too many things are coming in on a regular basis. This is something that's right there on your door handle, and you're sure to see it.
So,
Chief,
we have NSAs. So if that door hanger is hanging out there too long,
Yes, so the recommendation obviously has been from security standpoints that we don't put door hangers up. Really, the only thing that police and fire agreed to is actually during an activation in a hurricane where there's something that we're looking for. Somebody needs special assistance in a house during a hurricane activation. The only recommendation we can really make where we're kind of comfortable with is that if it's a specific event or a specific notice, once that notice passes, we should remove those that are still left there. And I don't know if that's the NSAs getting out and going in, or if it's if the parks puts it up or something else, that after that event passes, somebody has to do a sweep, which is obviously there's a cost to it, to make sure if there's any existing door hangers, they're taken down. The other issue we have, and we know that has happened, is squatters looking for a place to squat are looking for those hangers more so than to break into the house, but to take it over, especially if it's there for a while. As Vice Mayor Anderson said, we try and encourage everybody to get your neighbors to pick up your newspapers when that was it. And this would be the same thing. We can't put them in the mailbox. If you hang them on the door and that event has passed or that time has passed, as a city, we should kind of go back, and I think that would be the best solution to doing it completely, of actually doing it. Absent of not doing it would be to make sure we take it down if there is those one or two homes that have it still up there.
And I guess it's limited to about 1,000 or 1,500 square feet, so it's not a large area.
No.
Maybe we can put something in there where they're put out, and 48 hours later, if just do a drive-through. If they haven't been picked up, just remove them.
I have a question. By the way, I had a meeting with Community Recreation and the Youth Center, because even in their athletics programs, parents don't get messages, we don't get messages, and I brought Raymundo into the meeting to go, we need a solution. So even in that aspect, in-house, we're having those issues. Jennifer, how many times a year would you think would any given resident property owner receive door hangers for mixed use or multifamily? My guess is probably at most one project.
It depends on the area. So if someone lives downtown or North Ponce, there's a lot of projects moving forward in that area versus, maybe along US 1 or along down south, you wouldn't get as many notifications because there's not much development happening there.
I have a thought, and we've discussed it before on another matter. Could the door hangers be triggered if the project is asking for variances or additional height or additional, as opposed to as of right?
That's something that I had discussed with you and the city attorney.
In terms of door hangers?
So currently, if your project is as of right, there is no need for door hangers or any kind of mail notice because your project is as of right.
Okay.
So there's no
Well, that's
public
a-
meeting. And so what the commissioner has been discussing with staff is proposed legislation that would provide for the requirement of a door hanger for the neighborhood meeting for those projects that will ultimately come to the city commission.
Well, I think that's an important clarification going forward. So that even reduces the number of times that this may happen, because that's probably a minority of the projects as opposed to every project in the city.
Correct. But another thing that I was also discussing with them was maybe when, yes, it's as right, but when there is a bonus that they're going to apply for, then we can provide notification, because at that point it won't be by right.
Right. No, that's my point.
But
When
that's
it's-
something completely separate. This is because I've gotten emails and residents in my office telling me, I've never gotten any communication. We know the building's going up when we see the construction. So to promote that involvement from the beginning, especially when it comes to the developer and the neighborhood, I think it's healthy not only for the residents, but for us. When a project comes before us, makes it a lot easier when there's harmony. And there is community involvement.
So, and I guess I don't have the answer to this, so I'm asking. This is not going to be a city-sponsored
Correct. No.
event. So anybody can do it. So we do have a littering ordinance with handbills in downtown, that if a company, and they start putting them on cars, or if they do a Miracle Mile and they hang those, and we find, I believe it's 5 or 10, the person who's on the handbill gets cited by the city. So if different developers are going around putting these things up without any kind of authority to do so within this, we could get inundated with people putting door hangers up and then having to have code enforcement check to make sure they're the appropriate ones, because that would be the next unintended consequence, would people start putting door hangers up as advertisement. I mean, for the most part, we don't allow door-to-door solicitation. So if it's a pizza place and they start hanging door hangers, we could get a lot of them.
And I think we need to start using Safer Watch better.
Yes.
I think that if we get a call from somebody saying, I just got a door hanger, they can send us the picture through Safer Watch, and it will relieve on the time of having to send somebody out there and start verifying. And it's a resource that we already have. And I know we've done a good job of promoting it in the past. I don't know if we can continue promoting it. I know if through our e-news we can once again promote it, because it's even eyes on the ground that you don't have. When somebody reports a suspicious person, it's a lot better for the officer to have a picture than to just have a random description,
Correct.
which, as we've talked about, lighting issues, different things, the description's sometimes off.
And Commissioner, when people sign up for it, we can send them direct messages from Safer Watch.
Correct.
I mean, usually they're police, fire related, but we can put those messages out. But I'm just trying to think outside, where if we start getting those, it's kind of like what's authorized, what's not. And when people start seeing them, ingenious people may start putting door hangers up, and then we're going to be chasing them around trying to rein it back in. So if it's specific for the ordinance, it has to be about something that they have to do by code, then we can exclude everything else before it even happens, even though it's not going to be somebody from the city, and then put it on the developer to make sure that they go back and remove them after the time, and if not, that they can be, then code enforcement could take action against that developer, similar to what you have on the books already with the anti-litter ordinance on handbills.
Can I make a suggestion for next meeting? If taking what Chief said into consideration, working with the city attorney's office, to find wording that sort of, you thread the needle through the little pitfalls that we've discussed and see if we can come up with legislation that avoids the pitfalls and gets right to the point. That's a good
So
idea.
legislation is being presented to the Planning and Zoning Board, so let's make sure that it is the way that we want it to before.
Taking into consideration
Well, I
the,
think it's tomorrow, isn't it, Jennifer? So I think there's a draft that staff has reviewed with you, Commissioner, and that's what you proposed. So, these concerns, I'm sure, can be discussed with the Planning and Zoning Board tomorrow. And perhaps they have some suggestions, or I'm sure they will have additional suggestions and ideas.
And another thing, when it comes to condos, we're gonna be leaving the hangers in the lobby because we can't really, unless the apartment building is in an open apartment building, that there's no other way.
Commissioner, if this is approved, then I think that would be the ideal way that the police department can get out the message on Safer Watch is through a door hanger. To be honest with you. One door hanger, and we can put those out in certain areas, because right now we're just doing it on our outreach through Crime Watch. But if I was able to make a door hanger and then hang that up, and then go back and check again with the NSAs, that people are going to see it when they get home, and that may kind of increase our numbers. And we can quantify that if we start seeing an uptick in certain areas, and we can attack the city in a more systematic way, if you would.
Mr. Manager, is that something you'd be able to work on?
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with what the chief was saying. I think we need to, when we do this ordinance, it needs to be a little bit more specific so that we require the developer to not only place it within a certain distance, but also after 3-4 days, go back and pick it up. But, the park's been doing it successfully. I think it'll work. It's just going to take a little bit more resources to police that particular activity.
Beautiful.
All right. So I guess we'll bring it up at the next commission meeting.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, and just for reference, we currently have a little over 3,800 email addresses that subscribe to get the commission agenda every time we publish it.
Okay.
But we have 28,000 on the e-news, so that's about 10%.
Okay. Moving on to item F2. I just want to be brief because we have a lot of items here, so I'm just going to go quickly. What I'm trying to do here is, Mr. Clerk, do we have the picture or we forgot to upload it?
No, we did receive the photo, and I believe we sent it.
So this is simple. I'd like to, in this year's budget, work on having a line item to, it's tough. There's no windows, but at a minimum, there should be more lighting, and there should be something that potentially spruces up the paseos. I'm not talking about doing a mural. I'm just something simple, classy, well done, something that, again, pays tribute to the city of Coral Gables. But I think that the way that our paseos are right now, I don't think that they are, in my opinion, and the opinion of many, in line with our standards. So what I would do is just really concentrate on lighting, especially at night. Maybe some flooring, maybe something that, again, the walls, just something that, again, again, I'm not talking about benches, I'm not talking about furniture, I'm not talking about anything that could be a haven for homeless. We need it to be lit so that it's a deterrent and that people feel safe. And there's a few paseos on the mile, and I think that we should concentrate on that. Maybe you could put a little bit of I don't know if it would be hard to have like a little planter or something that brings a little bit of beauty to the area. I don't know if you have enough light there for the trees to grow, but just something simple.
Probably not for trees, but we certainly can do something with lighting and something to beautify it.
Okay.
It's not going to be a trip hazard.
And I think leading up to the centennial, this might be a good place to showcase some of the work that Martha Panting and her team have been doing on different aspects of our history. Could be a one-year thing just for the centennial. But I think we need to highlight our history as we head into our 100th anniversary and how we've gotten to where we've gotten. I think this is a good place to do it, where it could make it an outdoor space that people can utilize too.
I'm not a big fan of murals here in the city. You know, to me, if it was up to me, I would remove the murals that we have now on Miracle Mile. I think they're tired, and I just want to just try to leave it as professional as possible, so that it just looks something very clean. We have a lot of things going on with Centennial. There's opportunities to do that in the museum, in the adult activity center, a lot of different places. I don't think that we're going to get that many people looking at it here, but again, maybe I'm wrong, but to me, my goal is just in this budget to have a line item, to have staff through the manager, just focusing on what we can do to, again, no infrastructure, just you have a lighting there, make the lighting beautiful, work, modernize the lighting, LED lighting, clean it up, paint it. If we don't have control of Paseo, make the neighboring tenant, whoever's controlling the Paseo, to be a partner with us. And, there's some cracks in the tile haven't been cleaned. As you can see, it's pretty dirty. And again, these are people are using this to walk into the mile. So it should be, the first impression that they get, it should be something, aesthetically that is as pretty as possible considering the limitations. All right. I just appreciate your support on that. I think it's something good going into budget season. Item F3.
F3, as I indicated earlier.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did have a speaker card on that last item.
I didn't know
Mr.
that.
Jackson Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're right.
Perfect.
Hey, we like your brevity.
Since I apologize for not being ready, I apologize. Since I am on one of the paseos, but first of all, I think you're absolutely right. We have to be aware of budget, but when people are walking from a parking garage, their first impression is going to be inviting or dark or whatever, right? So just a quick mention. I found an artist, right, to do like a mural of, let's say, Havana, right? Old Havana, and it was like, I don't know, $400 to $500. I never did it, but I mean, what could go wrong? I will mention one other thing. We have these windows, right? If you walk by Massage Envy, I don't know if you can laugh with me, but so we put up advertising, right? But I mean, it's agreeable, right? But we quickly got a notice, take it down. However, to end this, I think, as long as it's not too expensive, why don't you push it in some way or another?
Thank you, sir.
So,
that's the hope.
Since you're talking about and beautifying, if you haven't been to the garage, you'll see that manager's office has followed through on some requests I made to paint the rails and clean the stairwells and clean the doors, and it's starting to look better. So thank you. So you called
F3.
I did knock on doors of the townhomes across the street from the youth center, of the people that were home, because not everybody was home. I had 100% positive response from 4 of the 8 townhomes there. The rest were not home at the time, so I think it's time for us to take the next step. Let's send out notice. Let's get their engagement. And also, staff needs to evaluate what the needs are in the courts. We need to discuss whether or not we're going to be having a youth center membership issue. That was one thing that was consistently brought up in order to use those courts so that we can prioritize residents using the courts. But I think we need to go through the normal notification processes. I was just doing a reach out to feel if there was any appetite for it. No one had an opposition to the pickleball or the basketball being played there, but there is going to be, folks that want to play basketball as well as play pickleball.
And one of the things that I brought up to Fred along the same lines was the possibility of having, originally the courts were kind of between basketball courts, pickleball courts that were aligned. Now that they're aligned in each one, you have 2 on each. I talked to him about the possibility during slow season in basketball, maybe having 2 of those pickleball courts open at all times for pickleball. at the same time as the basketball is open on the other court.
Yeah.
So he was going to look into that as well, and hopefully we'll have some news back from him.
I've seen both playing at the same time.
Correct.
Just to mention, Fred has mentioned it in the past. Hey, Fred, we're mentioning you a lot. Hey, how are you doing?
He was tucked in. I didn't
It's
see
okay.
him. I think he
Damn, you're good.
In plain sight.
Like
During the sharp suit today.
invisibility cloak. You're in government. That some years ago, you mentioned when the current youth center was completed, and part of the discussions with the community or the neighbors in that area was about, Sunday use versus not Sunday use. To put things into perspective, back in the day, there were rumors flying around, flyers, not door hangers, but flyers going around that this new youth center is going to bring in all kinds of crime, drug use, that you're going to be smelling hot dogs throughout the neighborhood, that the field lights are going to go into the neighborhood for blocks and blocks. And as soon as they turned them on, they point straight down. People go, oh, they're pretty good. So a lot that was discussed back then was a result of misinformation. And I think since then, 30 years later, or whatever it is, that I think folks have understood that the youth center is actually a welcomed plus to the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think as the Vice Mayor said, I think we should do a formal notification process. Ironically, we were talking about door hangers before. I mean, we've used them for community meetings, for parks, and they're very effective. The reason why we started using them is because the mail wasn't as effective. Mail outs get lost, people don't get them, there's always a complaint. So we can do it either way. We can either do it as a mail notification or as door hanger to get feedback. And there's an endless array of possibilities for open that court on Sundays. You can either do all basketball, you can do half pickle, you can do full pickle. The only thing I say, if you're using pickleball on Sundays, it does require a staff effort because we got to build the nets, we got to bring them out, and we got to break them down. So then I got to look at, getting another staff member out there. That's the only difficulty that we have on that. If it's basketball, obviously it's not, because basketball, the baskets are connected, so that I don't have to set them up.
But I think we talked about doing like a pilot project on a Sunday.
Yep.
Just to see what the interest is and the amount of people that are going to be using the court, so.
Yeah, so what we're going to do, we'll do a pilot. Once we do the notification, I think it's important to get the notification out, and then make sure there isn't a big opposition. And then with a pilot, the pilot in terms of my staff, like I have staff that's already come to me and said, look, I can do it for comp time. I can do, so we can figure it out to see if it's viable or not.
And you used to have a field monitor on and off. So historically, at some point, you've had somebody on the ground.
We have someone there now, but it's a security guard. It isn't necessarily an operational person who can build the nets and put them out. That's the only thing.
Right. But
that's the only issue.
We've had people.
No, we always have someone watching.
So I do think you need to come back to us about a membership option, maybe pickleball only, a little less, but that way we can control the flow. Because it used to be my neighbors 2 or 3 blocks away could walk down and catch a game. It's impossible now. In their reporting, and I've seen and I've talked to folks there, they're not from Coral Gables.
Right.
So what's happening is the residents are last instead of the residents being first. And the residents get pushed out as opposed to being able to use the courts at all.
Yeah, that's the challenge that you have with the free. And I've said it before, that's one of those challenges where you offer free pickleball, the word gets out. Everybody's coming from everywhere because it's free. And our courts, although they're not dedicated courts and they're hybrid courts, they're pretty nice because they're new. We just did them. Our contractor did a good job. The nets are high quality, so people have a good time there. So word gets out. People come because it's free.
You could do Residence Sunday. If you're doing pickleball, that's the day residents.
But how do you control who comes in? I mean,
No, he has to staff it.
You have to staff it, and you have to have a person being the gate master there saying, I need your ID to check.
Right.
And we're getting ready to do that. I think in the next couple of weeks, there's going to be a notice on the pickleball courts that we are going to start having staff out there on those busy Tuesday and Thursday nights, not to limit, but to start annotating and seeing how many residents do we really have there versus non-residents. And we're saying, and we're going to put on the notice, if you don't bring your ID, you can't come in and play. So please bring your ID because we want to see who's playing here.
Good idea. Since you're here, before we adjourn on this item, can you do me a favor? I was playing basketball the other day on the park next to Battersea near Edgewater. You know what I'm talking about? I forgot the name.
Sunrise Harbor.
the basketball hoop is kind of shaky.
We'll take a look at it.
And it needs a new net.
Okay.
And
We'll
it
take a
just,
look
the
at it.
rims, just needs a little bit of TLC.
We could have said it when Kenny was here. I could have.
I know, just if you don't mind, I've been meaning.
No, absolutely.
Gabby
We'll
was gonna
take
write
care.
you. Gabby was gonna write you an email last week. So
Okay,
I
I'll
just
give him a
forgot to
call.
do
No
it.
problem.
That's what happens when you dunk on the baskets. It's,
Far from it. Far from it.
No problem.
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
anything else, Vice Mayor?
Yeah,
Let's go to the order.
I'd like to get some numbers, after all, membership will help us pay for, that staff member. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I did have a speaker card here from Maite Haley, and she's on Zoom, so if you don't mind, I'll recognize her.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Maite, you're on Zoom. Can you hear us?
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me? Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Great. So Fred and I have talked about this. I'm in full support because I think it should be residents first. Whatever we can do to help him implement that, we will do that. I don't necessarily want to exclude others, but to have it work the same way that we've worked in other facilities where we always have residents first, and once it's full with residents, we cut it off. And that's what we've done in Adult Activity Center, in the Youth Center. That all works fine. We're about to cut our pickleball hours substantially in about 6 weeks, when the summer camp comes up. So we will not have pickleball hours at all during the day, and all we will have will be Tuesdays and Thursday nights. So Fred and I have also talked about maybe adding one night a week if it's possible. I don't know, or maybe that night is a half and half with basketball. I hate to keep taking space from others, but the Sunday half and half and residents only is great. And if you want to do residents free and a fee if there's room for non-residents, whatever you guys want to do, but the pickleball community is with you guys. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to F4.
North Pond's historic designation study, that is something that worked on, started about a year ago. And iterations of the memo went out. To get it started, we needed to hire a consultant. And I've been asking, when are we going to hire the consultant? When are we going to hire the consultant? When are we going to pay a consultant? And nothing has happened. So I put this on to get an answer. Okay?
I have estimates from the consultant coming with the 3 different scopes of work in 2 weeks. I reached out back in January, I believe over email, might have been early February, providing a brief update that I had talked to 3 different consultant companies that the city has used for similar projects in the past. And so I'm trying to use those people that have at least some knowledge of the area and are familiar with our process to be able to get it forward. With the consultant I spoke with yesterday, they said a scope of work like this would be completed by October. It would take about 5 or 6 months to get the survey done, the report done, and then have a recommendation of how to move forward with a thematic designation, or if it's no designation, or if it's a full district, or how to go through that process. And then it would go, depending on how that outcome, it would need to go to before our boards for approval or designation.
So what's our timeline on getting this launched off the ground?
Once I have the estimates in 2 weeks, I had a brief conversation with our procurement officer about the process and said we're going to try to keep it under the 50,000 that was discussed at the July meeting. I would be able to do it through the manager's office. And if it, for whatever reason, is above 50,000, then I would have to come back here to you all with that request.
Okay, so 2 weeks from now, we should be able to get an update?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to put it on for an update when you can.
Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item F5.
F5, as you may recall.
F6.
No, F5.
F5. F5.
Pace.
I'm the Commission's liaison to the Pace Green Corridor Committee, and the state has come forth with some legislation that is sitting on the governor's desk that our board, our Green Corridor Board, has urged for our various members to get resolutions from our cities to support. It makes some improvements to the corridor throughout the state, these Y-green corridors, and having stricter standards that are on par with what our district has. And two important additions, allowing the financing of seawall improvements and a septic to sewer conversion as well. So this resolution merely requests the governor to sign the legislation into law and let them know that we support it.
If you move it, I'll second.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F6.
Okay, this is about temporary speed tables. I asked the manager what we have in stock. Apparently, we don't have anything left in stock anymore, but I felt that this would be a good necessary step once we have the drawings, once we have the voting in on something to give people some immediate relief, like they did on Biltmore Drive, is it?
Biltmore Drive about 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
That's really was a catalyst to, for me at least, to go out and speak to the county and work on for 4 years on lowering the speed limits and getting the agreement, the blanket agreement throughout the city with the county's approval to start implementing the speed tables and start budgeting every year. That was one of the main first streets that really played a role in the city moving forward in that direction.
Yeah, and I was
They
out
worked,
there.
and they worked. They worked.
I was out there before the temporary ones went in, and then I was out there afterwards, and it was a significant improvement.
Yeah.
And I've seen the level of email traffic that our traffic engineer gets from the time that they do the balloting to the time finally, the construction begins. And it's sort of reminded me of my children in the backseat. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I mean, I think will help out tremendously on multiple levels.
Okay.
So, does everyone agree to give direction to the manager to seek out and get some of these temporary speed tables to implement in the
You want to get some
interim?
pricing and find out how much they are and.
Yeah, let's get some money
We
determination.
can hear from staff, excuse me, we have asked them to purchase temporaries to be that stopgap between, after all the data's in and the actual construction premise.
We think that probably the best is we're going to have a contractor to do a Rattles purchase them, at least the first run, just to have a contractor take care of it, because they're going to have to put the speed tables plus the signage. 4 years ago, it was about $1,400 per location. We think that by now, maybe at least double that. Unfortunately, we still haven't got an actual quote with how much they're going to cost. But, we figure you're looking about maybe in the $3,000 range. But, we still unfortunately don't have a full price for that.
Well, I mean, you'll have to determine the quantity that you need, and are they reusable? So if you're spending it and you're able to move it from location to location.
Correct. So the idea will be if we're going to deploy this, will be like the first batch that we're going to put forward. We're buying those, as we're moving to those get picked up and put somewhere else. So the secondary expense will be less than that because now we're reusing the same speed tables over and over. So that initial cost will not necessarily, be the same moving forward. It will be a lot cheaper.
Right. So do you have an idea of how many that you would need, or you want to come back to us with that? You're guessing.
We will need to, because we have. So right now we're going to be starting on phase 3 of our current plan. There's only about 10 of them, so those should be done probably around the end of the summer, probably about 5 months in. It takes about a week and a half roughly. So as long as weather permits, those should be done fairly quickly. I think for phase 4 and 5, which are the next ones that are coming, you're looking at total about 50 of them, and I think maybe we can start with maybe a batch of 10 or 15. Something like that, and then we start out staggering them, right?
Right.
Maybe we can try something like that,
Okay.
if that's
so-
okay with you. And then, with those parameters, we can work on some estimates and bring it to your attention, maybe at the next meeting, or we just share with everyone.
Yeah, I think we should put it on for next meeting, and we can share in the meantime. All right.
Good.
Okay.
S7?
F7, I put this back on because there seemed to be a lot of questions, and there was some clerical errors on the original letter that was on there that were corrected, and we all signed it, and we all sent it out. And to make you all aware, too, that in addition to this, I mean, FDOT is going to come back with a report after they do the testing on all the various intersections. So for the FDOT roads, I know you were identifying Commissioner Lejeune Road. That is an FDOT road, so the FDOT will have to handle the reporting on that. But we covered every major intersection and those in between, because there was, recommendations for no left-hand turns. There's already work that's been designated to be done. And the other issue to remember is, even though we did get a report back allowing us, in the 5-year plan for FDOT to address the sidewalk on Blue Road, they still have to go out and do the outreach to the community to make sure that they are all wanting to receive, a sidewalk on the south side of Blue Road. So the continued outreach will go on every single thing that we do, including all these improvements. So I wanted this up for not only your purposes, but so the public actually got to see the final signed letter that went out to FDOT. Okay? That's it.
All right, moving on to F9. Madam City Attorney. So I put this on the agenda after having extensive conversations with our city attorney to talk about Inspector General. So I'm going to be bringing in the next commission meeting a ordinance asking for the installation of an Inspector General. The two options that we have are option A, we go at it alone and we have our own Inspector General, which is here in the city, along with a staff member, or maybe they don't need a staff member, but potentially they will. Or the city attorney was working on speaking with the Miami-Dade County Inspector General, which I prefer for two reasons. Number one, it's independent. It's not an individual who is in one form or another associated with anybody. And number two, we wouldn't have to pay potentially the tail, which would be the pension, the insurances. We would just have to obviously pay the fees associated with having the Inspector General. And it's not a precedent, it's something that's happened in the past. I know you were working on finding out what were the possibilities of doing this.
So Mayor, the manager and I met with the County Inspector General and had a very preliminary conversation. So currently they do not have that model with any other city.
Okay.
They do provide IG services to the school board. And that started off as something that was temporary, and it's been much longer than temporary now. Like I said, we had very preliminary conversations. More than just the city having to basically fund whatever staff would be necessary to service the city. I think there's general capacity issues that he obviously could not give us an answer on the spot. There's a lot that he would need to flesh out on his end if it's the will of the commission for us to continue to explore that.
It's my will. It's my will. I think it's critically important. I think that we need to, in one form or another, either it be with the city or either it be with Miami-Dade County. I'm going to push forward. I'm bringing it to the next commission meeting, and I want it addressed as quickly as possible. And I would appreciate it if I'm more than willing to schedule a meeting with the Inspector General myself of the county. But I'd like to have you and the manager present to make sure that we move the agenda forward, whether it be again hiring somebody for the city or bringing in Miami-Dade County to do the same thing they do with Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I would like to have it ironed out by the next commission meeting so that I can bring that legislation forward.
So Mayor, we can certainly reach out again and try to continue to explore that possibility, but I don't know that we'll have an answer from the county by next commission meeting.
But you will have an answer of yea or nay. Some sort of answer.
Right, it might be, if it's now, they might not be able to tell us.
But they may say we need another 3 months, 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to put this on the agenda every single time until it gets addressed in one form or another. I think this is critically important. I think this is critical. This is going to be the most important piece of legislation I'm going to pass in the next year, outside of anything that deals with public safety. I think this is probably the most fundamental, most important thing that we can do as a city, and I think it's critical that we get it done. Madam Vice Mayor.
So I think the county should also be urged to do that, not only for our city, but other cities, because, the cornerstone of being able to have transparency and trust in our government is to be able to know that there's someone independent out there that is going to be examining things when there's an issue. So having someone from the county look at this as opposed to having someone in here that's, working with the rest of the employees, et cetera, I just think that's a much better course of action, and I would support having the independent one.
Okay.
I had some preliminary conversations with the manager about this early on in his term, about the possibility of creating this office in the city. So I'm definitely on board on getting something done on this. I think you're absolutely right. It's something that other municipalities have. I believe Miami Beaches currently has an office of Inspector General, and maybe we can model it off of what they've done. But you're right. I think this is something that is necessary.
Again, I say it's necessary and it needs to be done because for too long in this city, the word corruption has been thrown around and pinned people against the wall to get things accomplished, which in my opinion, way too out of line that word is thrown out here in the city. And it only started happening this year. So when we get the Inspector General here, I want to start immediately with the commission, starting with the mayor's office. Is the first thing we need to get done. Because I have a lot that I personally want to share with the Inspector General. I think it's critically important that we have that individual here moving the ball forward to ensure that we stamp out any corruption, any malfeasance that exists here in the city. So, Madam City Attorney, I ask you to please, make sure that this is on the agenda and repeat agenda until it's addressed here in the city.
Understood. And the
I
manager.
believe the manager wanted to.
If I may add to what the city attorney said, it's not only a matter of capacity for the Inspector General. He would have to obtain a Board of County Commission approval to go beyond his scope of what he's responsible for. That's number one for the Inspector General. Like I said, we've spoken to him. The initial cost right off the bat to do our own Inspector General's office is about $550,000 just to start it. Then the question comes of reporting, who's responsible to, and a list of things to keep that Inspector General independent of politics or issues. So there's a lot of things to be worked through. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's clearly possible. We do have the Miami Beach model that we can look at, and we have looked at it. But as you said, if the will of the commission is to approach the Inspector General again and speak to him, we can do that. And in the meantime, we'll start developing an internal process and internal Inspector General.
Mr. Manager, I'm pretty sure that if this commission writes a letter to the county commission asking for an Inspector General, we'll have a unanimous support 13-0 from the city and from the county mayor. In regards to the $550,000, I think that's the best investment the city could make. There is no better investment, in my opinion, because when you talk about a cesspool of corruption, you got to stamp that out, because at the end of the day, it affects your bond rating. It results in decisions being made that again are cutting your nose in spite of your face. So we have to be very, very thorough on how things get done. Just like the P cards, talked about corruption and we talked about malfeasance in the P cards, and look at the end result in regards to the P card. So we have to be very thoughtful and very methodical. So I wanted to make sure that everybody's on board and we bring it back at the next commission meeting.
We don't have an end result to the P card
We do, but we're not
The
gonna.
audit is still not even halfway through.
So if it
Listen,
were.
wait, but hold on.
Not even halfway
Again,
through.
I'm going to address you very quickly since you brought that up. Our finance director stood here and very clearly said that the preliminary review had found no discrepancies. It was very clear. Very clear. It's in the public record here. There's irrefutable. So let's move on to the next item because we have a lot of things to do here today.
What she said was actually that
Vice
there was
Mayor.
nothing was done that was not under what was allowed. The question is, should it have ever been allowed? And that's why the manager stepped in and changed the process and the protocols.
I'm still waiting
because
for-
things were being done that should probably not have been done.
Excuse me.
So,
Nothing was done that shouldn't have not been done. That's number
So-
one. Number two, I'm still waiting for the manager to give me a memo. He still hasn't given it to me, and I asked for it. Again, other managers were held accountable for this. I've requested already. It was not brought to me in this commission meeting, and that was an example of what was allowed before and what's allowed now. So we've already on our second commission meeting that has not been provided to this commission, and you know that's true because that was said in this commission meeting. I said I would like that information. and it was not provided to me. So I know that I don't have the majority of the votes here, but if I make a request, I should be able to get that request from staff. So that's very clear. And that was not provided to me because you're the first one to hold every manager accountable for not being provided documentation. So we are now in a second meeting where I was not provided the memo that I requested. It was very simple, and I'll repeat it. I would like the information. What was done under the previous city manager's tenure, and what are the changes made to the protocols in regards to the P cards? Madam Vice Mayor.
So, very concerned about employee morale, especially when allegations of theft and cesspool of corruption are levied. You got to have the evidence first, not make the allegation and then try to, document things later on. I have not seen any cesspool of corruption type of evidence, and being that I'm not the only one that's been here for a period of 3 years right now, and nothing has been stated thus far, let's be cautious on how we treat our employees. If you're worried about employee morale, if you're worried about protecting the employees and bringing protections on whistleblower actions and so forth, let's not be the cause of the problem.
I'm more concerned about elected officials than actual employees. But
I know, trust me, we all are. We're all very worried about elected officials.
We are.
Is this all related to
And
the
that's
water tower yet?
No, not yet. We haven't gotten there yet. That's my item also. But since you brought that up, I'm looking for the findings in regards to the COE for that is forthcoming in regards to your case this week. So we'll be dealing with that one.
the one you keep on sabotaging and hiring different attorneys?
And
That
so
one?
I wish that was the
one?
case.
Yeah,
So moving on to item F10.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I have a request from members of the public
Of
requesting
course.
to speak.
Bring it forward.
First speaker is Maria Cruz.
Ms. Cruz, good afternoon.
Like I've said before, it is Mrs. Cruz. I'll be Mrs. Cruz for the length of my life. The fact that my husband died does not make me Miss Cruz. Never have been Miss Cruz, have been Mrs. Cruz for 55 plus years, and will be Mrs. Cruz for as long as I live. I think this is a very important issue that we're discussing today. I think that I'm sorry to see the different explanations heard, because I sit here every commission meeting, and I'm sorry, but the P card audit has not been completed. Only a few months were done, and I'm sorry to say, because today I've been trying very hard to not engage some of the stuff, but since it was brought up, and since I was the one that looked at the P card, and I was the one that brought up the stuff that was obviously to the residents' eye not appropriate to have been bought with taxpayers' money, I have no choice but to bring it up. When we talk about Inspector General, we don't talk necessarily about buying stuff that perhaps we shouldn't buy. That's something that you would find in an audit. I think we're talking about what has been disguised or discussed today about a cesspool of corruption. Corruption goes beyond employees. Corruption goes to elected officials, higher ups. We're not talking about the secretary that perhaps bought some ice cream for a party. We're talking about other stuff that all you need to do is take national newspapers, and you see that there's representatives, senators, all kinds of people getting indicted for doing things that they shouldn't be doing. Okay, that's what, in my mind, what corruption means, and I looked it up in the dictionary. We're not talking about what I brought up. What I brought up was stuff that was authorized signed off by directors that had no sense being bought for an office. Because for somebody to tell me that they needed a soup pot, a 6-quart soup pot to warm food when they have a microwave to warm food, that was ridiculous. So I'm going to let it go at that. I think an inspector general is a wonderful idea. I think that what was said by the city manager is very important. It has to be an inspector general that's independent, not reporting to the people that may influence or may think that they can influence the inspector general. Okay? This city deserves to have an independent, completely independent inspector general that we can go home and be satisfied that whatever that person brings about has not been influenced by powers that be, by the media, by anybody else. That is a true reflection of what's going on. And I think I'm being objective. I don't think I'm accusing anybody, but I read the newspaper every day. And I mean, beginning with New Jersey and other states, there's a lot of corruption being brought up. And as much as I think we're better than everybody else, it doesn't preclude the fact that it could be. Okay, and that's why we need to be able to do it. And once again, when people mention COE, they need to be careful, because when investigations are going on, sometimes they don't end up the way we want them to end. Sometimes there are surprises and investigations do not go the way we expect. So let the process take place, and then we'll discuss COE. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Jackson Holmes?
So before Mr. Jackson Holmes, in reference to your comments, you can play back the record. It's very clear. I said I would prefer an independent inspector general. Again, with no ties to either the city or to anyone in this commission. But as always, in the words of Mark Twain, never allow the truth to get in the way of a good story. Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so I got the answer. Joe Centorino used to be the assistant state attorney for public corruption in Miami-Dade County. Maybe you know him. And dare I say, if I'm 73 years old, of the 10 people who have helped me the most in my entire life, among those is Joe Centorino. He's now working as Inspector General, as you may know, for Miami Beach. It's really funny. You know him maybe better than I do, although I'm not certain, because he did so much to help me. But anyways, because he can get on this horse. Listen, I apologize to you, Mayor Lago, but one of the problems I'm having is that you're so, how do I say this? Tell me. Except that I swear under penalties of perjury as to what I'm about to say. You are so dishonest that it's dragging me down. And one of the first jobs of an inspector general, hopefully, ideally, since it's in the Citizens Bill of Rights for the Ethics Commission, is that people can be held accountable for not telling the truth. And you may come again to regret this suggestion you're making, because and yes, we have a city that is a cesspool of corruption due to it being a developerocracy wherein certain elected officials get so much money from developers, they care less about the voters, they care less about democracy, they subordinate democracy to developerocracy, and it becomes a cesspool of corruption. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, do you mind, I let the clerk know I have to leave at 4:55, and I'm sponsoring F16. Do you mind if we jump to F16 quickly?
Can we just get?
Yeah.
I need your input on the forensic audit. I want you involved in that.
Go ahead.
So we'll jump the Alhambra water tower. The Alhambra water tower is very simple. It's the manager just asking for an update at the next commission meeting. I think it's in really poor shape. I know that we have some money coming our way, and I'd like to see if maybe at the next commission meeting we can get an update on the Alhambra water tower a little more in depth in regards to when we expect to start construction on that project. F11. This doesn't require much discussion. I've had a conversation with our staff. I met with our finance team. We had a really nice meeting. We're trying to figure out a way to do a full in-depth forensic audit of the entire city. I think it's critically important that we start off fresh and that we have every single piece. This is one of the things that is in the Mayor's Council Strategic Master Plan. That's been a request to actually do the forensic audit. I've asked for our staff a meeting a week and a half ago to see if we can get some pricing, and I'd like to see if they have that pricing. If they're not ready, we can do it at the next commission meeting. But I'd like to understand a little bit of the pricing structure for the forensic audit for the entire city. And I like, again, independent, not in the city, outside consultant. I don't want to have any involvement with it. But again, we need to right the ship on certain points, because when a message is sent, it really affects our employee morale. And I've been meeting with a lot of employees on Fridays and outside of City Hall. And when someone makes comments, that we're a cesspool of corruption and all these comments that are made over and over and over again, I want to, with a blanket, just like with the inspector auditor, just like with this forensic audit, I want to make sure that we have all our T's crossed and all our I's dotted.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. By the way, thank you for meeting with me the other day. It was very nice and very informative.
My pleasure. So as you know, the reason that I am presenting on this item or discussing this item is because I also handle internal audits for the city. I report directly to the city manager in that function. And so from an internal audit perspective, we're in the process of going out to RFP for our internal auditor contract, at which time they would do a risk assessment. Some of you have been through that process before, maybe just the mayor. The auditors will actually meet with several staff members as well as the elected and the appointed officials and get your input as to areas of concern, areas that we should highlight in our traditional audit process. And so to the mayor's request for a forensic audit, so that's a whole different type of audit, right? So that is a more in-depth audit. And the word forensic infers that we are looking for some malfeasance. And so in order for us to engage in pricing for a forensic audit, we would have to go out and probably RFP for this type of an audit. But just based on, so we have used, our current internal audit company has a forensic audit team, and we have used that team in 2 audits that we've recently done. One is the police overtime audit, not because we suspected any malfeasance, but because that particular team is more in depth in analysis. And so we asked them to assign that team to this particular audit, which was on our regular audit plan, and the country club audit. So when we audited the previous country club operators. And so based on that pricing, their hourly rate is much different than our traditional internal audit team because of their expertise and just because of the analysis work that's required. And based on some just high level calculations of how many hours would potentially be needed to audit every single process that the city has. So over the last 7 to 8 years, we have done about 6,000 audits, 6,000 hours of audits in our traditional audit plan. And I would say that that only covers maybe 20% of the processes that we do in the city. So an audit of that magnitude, in my opinion, would be anywhere upwards of $5 million. And so in order for us to go forward with it engaging in a firm or firms that would be able to perform an all-out audit of the city, we would need to go out to RFP, and we would need to write some scope to bring in maybe 1 or 2 firms, because I don't know that we would, the current firm that we have now probably couldn't handle in 1 year an audit of that size. It may be a multi-year audit. And so if that's something that you'd like us to do, to go out to RFP for something of this, but it would not be something that we could do through a professional service or through any other procurement.
Okay, first off, thank you for spending the time. I know you worked hard on this.
My pleasure.
And I think it's critically important to move forward with this. And I'll tell you why. Because at the end of the day, you have to rebuild the public trust. And when comments are made that clearly state that the city is corrupt, that there's malfeasance, that, and then you have unions that, send out letters that are, again, factually incorrect over and over and over again, which I will be responding to and sending out a response this week, in an attempt to mislead residents, and then you see residents responding back and forth. Again, to me, this is the type of trust rebuilder, along with the Inspector General, or maybe a different iteration of the Inspector General, that we can work over the next 2 or 3 weeks. But I think that it's critically important that you work with the manager and bring forth at the next commission meeting options to perform a forensic audit of the entire city that delivers a report that says, this is exactly what's going on in the city in the last year, 2 years, and this is where we stand. That's my opinion. It's very simple. Okay.
Okay.
Does everybody agree with me?
No, I don't agree with you.
Well,
Why not?
Okay, so if there's any concerns about corruption or misconduct involving specifically elected officials, a forensic audit of the city books might not fully address those concerns. And $5 million is a hefty amount to contribute to this, especially if the wrongdoings extend beyond financial matters. A forensic audit typically focuses on examining financial records and transactions to identify irregularities or fraud. To address perceptions of corruption, it may be necessary to conduct a broader investigation led by an independent body such as an Inspector General. So yeah, I agree 100%, but the investment of $5 million is not appropriate, especially at this time. Or an external investigative agency. This investigation can look into various aspects of government operations, including procurement processes, permitting, contract awards, and interactions between elected officials and other parties. The goal will be to uncover any evidence of unethical behavior or abuse of power and to take appropriate action based on findings, such as maybe the Inspector General would be able to look at things outside of the city books, such as maybe somebody paying for your child's school as compensation, or such as your mortgage being paid off by somebody else. So no, I don't agree with this forensic audit, and I think the way to go is with an Inspector General.
Yes, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Just respond, because our directors who authorize expenses on P cards were directly hit with the allegations on a cesspool of corruption, and when you pair that together with the P card audit, which I understand the school board in Miami-Dade County had an issue of great magnitude, the evidence comes first before you start leveling accusations against somebody of fraud. Throwing around and asking for an audit and claiming that there's a cesspool of corruption before you have evidence of corruption, just suspected corruption because, some potpourri was purchased or a pot was purchased, that, we can agree to disagree whether or not that was a wise purchase. Corruption, to make an allegation of corruption, of fraud, or anything of that nature is unwarranted. Okay, so we need to be careful with the words that we choose and how we level them against people, because if we're trying to build employee morale, the last thing you want to do is make allegations that are unsubstantiated and then not clear their names. Okay, so that's why the audit is necessary. It depends on what level, too, that we need to do it. Are we more concerned about the directors who have been attacked based upon spending authorizations? or not. So it depends on the scope of the audit and how far we need to go. Glad to hear from the rest of you, but I don't like it when people level accusations and then say, well, we're not done with an audit yet. So therefore, there's still something out there. Do your investigating first before you start leveling accusations against our employees. That's my words of wisdom for you, because when you make these type of accusations against folks, it tanks their morale. People don't like working here anymore, and it's going to be very difficult to attract talent here because they don't want to be confronted and they don't want to be accused of doing something because you're constantly second-guessing every expenditure that goes on without sitting down, talking about it first before the accusations go flying.
Yes, sir.
I guess my only comment is I'd like to hear from you at the next meeting what options we do have available. I have spoken with financial auditors over the last couple of weeks. I know there are ways of conducting forensic audits that are not as in-depth to try to figure out where there may be issues so that then they can audit the specific areas which they believe there could be questionable things in. So that's something else to contemplate. Again, I'd like to hear what the options are next meeting. I think we have two options on different things that we need to consider, the Inspector General and the forensic audit. But I'd like to have more information before we make a decision.
On this, I agree. Bring back more information, see what the options are.
Okay, so we can certainly do that. So in our internal audit process, we do that risk assessment, and that is typically where we identify areas where we could develop a scope for our audit plan and make it something that's a little bit more manageable as far as what processes need to be audited. So again, just in the different options, what I'm hearing is audit every single process or or have a specific scope of areas that we focus on, which are and that risk assessment, and I think we've presented it here before, has like high risk, moderate risk, low risk. And so obviously we try to make a balanced approach at auditing the high risk areas more often and the low risk with less frequency.
While I respect what you're saying, and it makes sense, I disagree. I'm at the point, let's audit everything externally with an outside firm, just like with the Inspector General. And whether it's the Inspector General or a person like Bob Martinez that you can bring in here, a highly respected individual who has served this country on multiple different fronts as an arm to assist the city in, again, the shadow of corruption, which to me has made the city make decisions, in my opinion, that are checks that we won't be able to cash later. So I look forward to Madam City Attorney, Mr. Director, I look forward to the next commission meeting to coming to bringing this plane in for a landing and getting started ASAP.
Thank you.
On both fronts.
So I don't
And
know,
tell
do
me
you
what
have the
you need.
direction that you need? Because we heard different things here, and so I want to make sure
She's
you have
gonna
the
bring,
direction you need.
she's gonna
I
bring different
understand,
options.
I
different
understand
options.
right.
But I
understand
just
the
wanted to give
request.
her my opinion on that. I don't agree with option A. I say we should do the entire city. And in regards to what we talked about the Inspector General, you have some homework to do along with the manager. He has great contacts at FDLE, so he should be able to make any phone call and resolve the issues moving forward. I welcome. And if you need somebody to go speak to the county, bring to the mayor, we can bring the mayor here and our county commissioners, who I think would be more than willing to help us out in regards to the Inspector General front.
On the audit,
you.
I do understand the request, so we'll bring options. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Mendez, you said you were leaving.
Yes, I have to go to. an
Which
event.
item is yours?
F16. Through the manager, if Zeta could come up, is that okay? This regarding the Miracle Theater, there's an urgent need. It has to do basically with helping mostly children with disabilities, wheelchairs, be able to get to the second floor of the facility for shows and activities and summer classes. And they've reached out to the city, and I think they've worked obviously through the manager's office, and I think there's a path forward to take care of this much-needed assistance. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
May I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
I haven't reviewed the contract
Yes.
in some time. It's been probably a year or so that I've reviewed the contract. Is that a triple net contract? Triple, for everything that they're responsible for taking care of everything or no in their contract?
Okay, so with respect to this particular issue, which are 88 issues, yes, the reason why we could not approve that and the manager didn't have the authority to do so is because the contract states that the 88 changes are their responsibility. However, they are having a lot of issues with the lift that's on the second floor. It doesn't accommodate, it's very old, and it doesn't accommodate the ability for the larger wheelchairs that we have now that are automatic to be able to come in and turn and so on and so forth. We are in the process of doing a project there where we're going to change the chiller system, and the theater has to shut down during the summer in order for us to conduct this because there won't be air conditioning in the theater.
But that chiller system is within our responsibility.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Like the roof is and different other.
Yes, absolutely. So the tenant asked if they could get assistance from us in order to build this ramp, right? Get rid of the chairlift and have an extensive ramp so that there would never be a problem. People could go up, and it would assist them also with walkers, etc. So they've requested this. The reason we're here is because the manager doesn't have the authority. It's a construction item, so the limit's $25,000, and we don't have the authority to be able to assist.
But my statement is, in the contract that exists.
No, sir, they're not responsible.
They're not responsible.
No, they're responsible.
Yeah, they're
We are
responsible.
not responsible.
Okay, so
The tenant is responsible.
Okay, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because, again, this is a slippery slope. Okay, we have other tenants in this community. If we don't abide by the rules, I know this is an ADA issue, but if we don't abide by the rules of the contract, I think that we're putting ourselves in a situation where, this very well, Zeta, every other tenant's going to come to us and say, listen, I have an issue, I can't afford it, I need you to cover the cost. So again, we have probably invested in the last 4 or 5 years, since I remember, millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars in the Playhouse. We spent a lot of money in renovations, in correcting water intrusion issues, in issues with the roof, exteriors. So I understand that this is our building. It's a jewel, and we need to maintain it. But also, we need to be very, very thoughtful and be very careful when we make these type of decisions, because we're opening up Pandora's box, in my opinion. And today it's $50,000. Next month it could be $400,000 with another tenant. So that's my opinion. And I know that the vice mayor, I probably didn't make any friends with the vice mayor right now in regards to ADA issues, but
No, I
day.
I have questions. What is the elevation change between the first and second floor?
I don't have the answer to that question, ma'am. I don't. The elevator lands on the second floor. We went there with the manager and the assistant city manager, and we also took our chief of general services, and we took a look at what it is. We have now a simple layout. Obviously, they will have to go through the permitting process and an evaluation of their plan once it's ready. They don't have that ready.
I think it's going to involve architects.
Yes,
drawings and
architects, drawings, engineering.
engineering.
Being an individual who has to push an individual around in a wheelchair that weighs more than she does, the feasibility of using a ramp to get somebody to the second floor, aside from the extensive length that it has and switchbacks and back and forth.
No, it's not meant to go from the first to the second floor. It's when you land on the second floor from the elevator, there are 3 steps, and it's kind of like right here.
So I guess it wasn't described very
Now,
well.
Vice Mayor, if I may, it's elevator will go up to the second floor. It's to get from the second floor, there's 3 steps to go up. I believe the ratio you're looking for, and don't hold me to it, I think it was 1 to 12.
Yes, it's a 1 to 12.
For the slope?
But there's a maximum length, and being that the memo described it as we have to have a obsolete elevator and we're replacing the elevator with this ramp was an odd description here.
No, the ramp, the lift itself is obsolete in the sense that it's difficult to repair because they no longer make it. They wanted to try to figure out if they could replace the lift or create a larger lift or get a larger one that would accommodate these wheelchairs that are now much larger than they used to be 25 years ago when they did the build out and put that lift there. So what they're trying to do is basically, and this is a really good explanation, it's exactly this. There are 3 steps, and then there's a lift on the side where like the clerk is sitting, and that's where it is. So what they're doing is they're doing the ramp from, let's say, over there all the way so that the people can get off the elevator and then just come up the ramp. And that's where the second floor stage is at, which is the smaller one, the one that has 300 seats.
So the lift is to get those 3 steps, not the actual elevator.
Okay, yeah, when they said they couldn't replace the lift and it's second floor, you know,
Right,
you're
it's
saying
not-
second floor right away, you're communicating to somebody that you're going up an entire level. So that's an
Yeah.
extensive length.
Yeah.
I also don't see any information in here about any efforts to apply for any grants. I mean, I know this is a 501c3, but, and so we're not talking about tax exemptions, but there are so many programs out there for doing ADA compliance issues. And one of the things I always reminded folks of, especially the Title III people, the private individuals out there in the companies, is there are tax credits, not exemptions, credits that you can get that essentially will pay for the modification over time. There's also grants out there. The museum put out for a grant, which is going to fund almost 50% of what they need to get done. Has there been any effort at all to apply for a grant for this?
Well, I do believe that they do that on a regular basis. I don't know that. I think there's also a certain timing issue because she wants to try, or the theater wants to try, to conduct this while the theater is closed during the change in air conditioning project. I mean, we can certainly speak to her and ask her about her.
What's the elevation change?
The cost that
No, the elevation change, because we're talking $41,000 for this ramp. Now, I priced one out for my father's house, and it was a little bit over 1.5 foot elevation change. Here, we're probably talking about 2-foot elevation change. And at the time that I priced it out for my father's house, we were talking about a figure that was about $1,000 or $1,500. $41,000 for that short of a distance that you're describing now sounds excessive.
It doesn't have an elevation number here in this proposal that she sent us.
It says it's a 24-foot handicap ramp. That's what it says in the proposal.
24-foot handicap ramp is
So-
what, but I think that's the length from what she explained to us.
It's the length,
You wanna
not
see it, Vice
not the
Mayor?
elevation change.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, cable TV is going to go ahead and put it. I'm sharing the image on Zoom.
If you see, the elevator landing is there, and if you see where the steps are, the steps carry
Right, I know.
across. So that is the,
Do you have an arrow you can use?
You can use
Clicker.
the clicker.
to make it larger.
So they're using railing because the length of it is longer than what is permitted. Okay? And the full length of this thing is 24 feet. They don't have room for a switchback or the level landing resting areas.
You see there it says level landing? See that little rectangular piece there? That's why they have one of those elevators that are half a floor elevator.
Yeah, yeah, no, I've had those put in on places that are historic, because those were better options.
They cannot fit the elevator that meets your design that you could turn around. They cannot fit that half elevator in that space.
Right.
So their solution is to create a ramp that is going to extend 24 feet, 38 inches wide. That Manny already took a look at it and he did the calculation and said that will meet the 1/12 slope.
Right. And is this going to be built out of plywood or?
Right.
Stainless steel. Stainless steel.
If they cannot put a new elevator there, a small one, because
So,
they don't have the space.
someone's going to construct this. If I was going to refer to the individual familiar with construction pricing on the commission, I'd refer to the mayor. 24-foot ramp made out of plywood, $41,000. Seems pricey to me.
Very.
Yeah.
Very, and plus, okay, so let's go over this.
Boy Scouts could build this.
We want to avoid corruption. That would be an example to me. If you give $41,000 without a bid, without actual pricing, without actually a number, without a takeoff, without design documents, approving a $41,000 blanket approval, to me, when I do school board projects, when I do university projects, to me, that screams no backup. No one's going to approve that. That won't even make it through accounting because there has to be some sort of breakdown that shows how did you get to that number. So I think that's way overpriced. Maybe that includes, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe that includes soft costs. What are soft costs? Plans, signed and sealed, engineering documents, that kind of stuff. But what I'm being presented, what I'm being presented today doesn't show me anything in writing. It's not anything in writing. I just can't support this because what the vice mayor said even solidified my statement even more. If you came to me and you told me, hey, I went after all these grants and I got 50% funding with these grants, and it's going to save the city, you know what, maybe I would support you because it's ADA. But I think if we're opening up Pandora's box in the city for all our private, tenants to come in and say, we have an issue, I need you to please grant me the same exception and same privilege that you did. So, I think we need to think about this, in my opinion, but if you want to vote on it,
If I may, since unfortunately, like I said, I have to leave. Unless there's more to discuss, I'd like to make a motion to approve it, and obviously having Zeta, this manager's office, oversee the dollars, how they're used, going forward on this matter and this project, which is needed. There's a timing basis, so I make the motion.
I know you're in a rush. This is so horrifically overpriced. I have plywood that could be donated for this.
All right.
Okay? I have never, ever in my mind could imagine that someone would actually pay $41,000 for a 24-foot ramp. We need to look for another solution.
Okay. Like I said, I made the motion.
Someone else's poor planning doesn't mean it's an emergency every single time. How long did we know that this lift was an issue? And all of a sudden now, it's like pay the excessive price because it's now an emergency. I love Actors Playhouse. Very much would like to get this done, but that doesn't mean that we take residents' dollars and pay an excessive price for something. My daughters even went up to West Virginia and built porches. Okay, this is not hard carpentry. This is not that difficult. It's a 1 to 12 slope. That's it.
I appreciate your input. I made the motion.
Zeta, with the information that you have, is it completely detailed on everything?
We attached to the agenda. I don't have copies. I could have the clerk circulate this to you, but this is the proposal that she provided.
It's attached to the agenda item.
It's attached to the agenda item. I can circulate this. We can certainly ask for her to obtain other quotes, if that's...
the standard operating procedures to get multiple different quotes, get signed and sealed documents, but.
Can we have her come up with a couple of other proposals by next commission meeting for us to consider? I think that's realistic. This isn't a major project. They should be able to give her something.
Correct.
Would you be okay with deferring to next commission meeting to have 3 options on the table so that
When is it?
It
When
can
is
calm the concerns that our colleagues have.
when is? And it's in August, so it gives us time by the next commission meeting.
When is the next meeting?
May 21st.
I'd like to move something today so that they have the understanding that we're supportive. There is a timing issue. The summer is upon us.
So can we?
What's the administration's position on this?
Can we amend the resolution to the best offer? I mean, approve it.
I'm open to
but
amending.
Contingent on 2 other offers at least, so that we know we are getting fair pricing, but approve it now.
I would happy to second that.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
To
But if-
have,
how
to
about,
have
how about
her,
even having people donate?
Maximum would be what we currently, well, that's why. I think we should explore, that should be explored as
So
well.
it needs
And I
to be-
think some of these companies may be willing to donate when it is for a nonprofit.
I think people will be willing to donate. Just don't. The message is do not wait till the last minute. You knew you had this problem a while ago. Bring it to us earlier and we can do more. Okay? Don't come to me at the last minute. It's like clients that come to me at the last minute after the ship is
accept.
already sunk.
I accept the amendment to the motion. We have a first and a second.
So if you get 2 prices $1 less, or 3 prices $1 less than this, the process moves forward.
well, I mean, that's up to the commission.
I'm saying, does it
how
look
you
good?
wanna
The
direct-
optics are not
or
good. I
What you
mean,
want me, direct me
You
to
gave
have
by the
her
way,
do?
by the way, let me just give you an example. You
Yeah.
gave the design in public and you just gave the price out in public. So everybody knows what the price is, everybody knows what
Right,
the design is.
It was
So-
in the item, yes.
So at the end of the day, the pricing you go out and get, it's already compromised. That's why you usually submit pricing in a signed and sealed document.
I guess that tells us a lot about our construction industry.
So,
We can have Barbara actually request that instead of on behalf of the city, so that they're not correlating both
But
things
so
together.
to be clear, as presented or as drafted, this is not the city doing the work, this is not the city procuring the contractor, okay? Because if that's were the case, we'd have to consider procurement rules and whatnot, and we're not doing that. This is a request for reimbursement.
Reimbursement,
So
right.
if that's the will of the commission, then we can move forward. If the commission wants something different, then we need to explore what that something different might look like.
Since that is the case, I don't think those contractors that are going to be giving us offers are actually looking at this commission meeting right now. I mean, the probability is a lot less.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor, correct?
and before we vote, because I think it's time to vote, with all due respect, the most important optic to me is making sure the kids in wheelchairs get to the second floor to participate. That's the most important optic to me right now. So I'm ready to vote.
So just can we have clarification on the motion?
Yes.
It's to approve with an amendment?
Yes.
And what is the amendment?
The
Just-
amendment is that we have 3 options, and we go with the less expensive option.
So we'll request that the tenant obtain additional quotes, and we will agree to, so then the maximum, I guess, the maximum would be as stated in the resolution.
So for the optics, just understand,
Let's
there are,
have, or my amendment would be for them, for the 3 offers to come back,
I'm fine with that.
so that we can make a decision here.
so the optics, so they're clear, there are temporary ramps are rented all the time. I've worked that out with other performance facilities, and they had not only ramps that were temporary, they could take them down up as they needed to be. And they didn't cost anything close to $41,000. So that's the optics. We can have accessibility without it costing excessively. Okay, I've worked those types of arrangements out with numerous facilities in over 100 cases in my career. That's why I have a feel for what the costs are. And I said I also have the plywood that can be donated. So,
We have a motion and a second.
Let's vote.
But hold on, just, I'm sorry. So you said have them come back, have it come back? Is that, because I heard that, but I don't know if that was a part of the motion.
It's to approve moving forward with the lowest vote, and they're going to get 2 additional
So
prices.
there's no, just approve, but they
Come
will want,
back to the commission.
once they have the lowest, then the amount will
Yes.
be approved. Understood.
Correct.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
I think prices have to come first, and then we vote. So no at this time.
Mayor Lago?
No? Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Good job. Great work. Item F12.
Is Commissioner Castros?
Let's see.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. This is a resolution sponsored by Commissioner Castro directing city staff to explore potential traffic solutions to address safety concerns along Lejeune Road in the city and directing staff to work with outside agencies and resources as needed to address those concerns.
Yeah. First, I want to thank the Vice Mayor Anderson on her efforts to address pedestrian safety concerns. Safety should always be number one. In this resolution, we're really directing city staff to investigate possible traffic solutions for addressing safety concerns along Lejeune Road in the city. Vice Mayor Anderson, on a previous resolution or ordinance, had addressed some of this. But really what I'm looking for is for the city to come together as a whole. And if we're missing something maybe that you didn't do, to address it. Traffic signals, crosswalks, speed enforcement measures, traffic engineering firms, local enforcement to gather expertise and support in developing effective solutions. So this is a really, really big deal, what's been happening, the fatalities. It's very concerning, and it's something we need to do something about. So this is really directing staff to get everybody in the city together and outside agencies to work on this.
So I'm going to try to bring you up to speed on some of these things. We have county roads and we have state roads. And the people that are responsible for the engineering on the state roads is the state. I sat and I had a comprehensive meeting with the Florida Department of Transportation and covered every single intersection along Lejeune Road and many other streets. And for every lighted intersection, I asked for pedestrian lead signals, so pedestrians cross first, the audible buttons to go across, the crosswalk enhancements, and for each one of these intersections to be improved. I asked for the speed limit to be reduced. And I had staff in these meetings so that they could also make suggestions. For every single non-lighted intersection, I asked for no left-hand turn signals to be put in. The FDOT made it clear that they are already studying the corridor. They have some plans to do some additional medians in the area, but I said they need a no left-hand turn sign so that the Google Maps and other programs out there are not instructing people to make dangerous left-hand turns on non-lighted intersections, which result in additional fatalities out there. So one of the key issues that happens at these intersections, because I cross them daily since my office is on the other side of Lejeune, and I do a lot of walking in the city, is that people are making right-hand turns on red and not looking for the pedestrian. They're blocking the intersections. They're not yielding to the pedestrians when they're making their left-hand turns, and you're constantly having to look over your shoulder to make sure that that person making that left-hand turn is actually looking for the pedestrian. The only way that you can avoid that is stop all the cars, let the pedestrians cross first. Why should the pedestrian have to be the individual that has to sit out in the heat, sit out in the rain while waiting for all the cars to go? Pedestrians go first. So if you go down to the intersection of Red Road and Sunset Drive, you'll see an example where pedestrians go first. Not only do you go first, but you can do across what they call a scramble across the intersection. So I don't know what more staff can do than staff has already done in the meetings that they've had with me with the FDOT on that intersection. We also have the county coming into play, and I've asked people to report issues on county roads, including participating in the Pothole Palooza, everything that protects pedestrian safety. But Lejeune Road has been covered. I think there are other streets that we need to work on after this, but we need to wait for the report back from their study, FDOT's study, on the speed issues and on the intersection improvements. It's not going to happen overnight, unfortunately. Okay, just not. But that's the reality of it. Then we have the timing of the lights. And as Commissioner Cabrera noted during his town hall and has noted on other occasions, they're working on the timing of the lights to make the timing of these lights more effectively. So
can I just give you a little bit more background on that? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I was actually going to ask you to follow up on it.
we had Commissioner Cabrera at our town hall, which everyone was invited to, and he gave an update in regards to there's a new company that was just hired. It just happened at the commission. They already hit the ground running to basically address the synchronization of all the lights. It was a multi-$100 million contract that's already being worked on. In regards to meeting with the county, I have another meeting coming up with Commissioner Cabrera. I have a meeting coming up with Commissioner Regalado to discuss issues on Lejeune that she wanted to discuss, along with some concerned residents who requested a meeting to understand a little bit more about safety. But the comments made by the Vice Mayor, this is nothing new. This has been being worked on already for a long time. This is just an issue about having patience to wait on the study, which is at your fingertips. It's public record.
Right, so, yeah, we have all the roads we need to work on. I can make some suggestions that are county roads. We have Kendall Drive, for instance, that is not an FDOT road. There's no sidewalks on the south side. That's something we can press forward on. There's other county roads such as Granada. You know, we have sidewalk issues there. You know, between the underline and blue, we have Riviera. There's missing sections of sidewalk, very unsafe conditions for students to be going to and from school, for residents who are pushing their strollers through the grass. I mean, I've heard these stories. You have South Alhambra between University and Blue Road. So if we want to create safe connectivity for high school students to get to and from the school, and for University of Miami students to get to and from the university, okay, in their homes, we got to start making this connectivity so they're not being forced to walk on the street, so they have safe crosswalks they can cross at. I also met with the University of Miami to discuss their issues on what they need to be able to get students across and to and from the campus, and they identified certain intersections where they need assistance. But that's going to take, you know, $50,000, $60,000 pedestrian study just for the pedestrian crosswalks. They're taking it back to their board to see whether or not they're going to be willing to chip in the money for the pedestrian study so that our staff can take it the next step further to improve safety on those crosswalks. We have a big city, okay? I'm going to make a suggestion that, you know, if you have residents reaching out to you about another area other than the work that our staff has already done on Lejeune Road, that we have to focus our attention on those areas outside of there. And, you know, keep up the support for FDOT to finish this study, okay, and get it back to us, and then we start knocking out the improvements. The medians will be coming. They already said that they're going to be doing some median improvements so that we can prevent some of these left-hand turns.
So you feel you've approached or you've handled every little gap and there's nothing else left to do?
Have you read the letter?
I did read the letter.
Did you read the chart?
I signed it too.
Did you read the chart that was attached and the extensive nature of the chart?
This is not my expertise. That's why I was leaving it up to staff to see if they found anything else.
Okay, why don't you ask staff if there's a stone that was unturned on that letter regarding Lejeune Road?
That letter was reviewed. That letter is extensive to the point where it gets into a very granular detail in regards to the issue at hand, and it has more than enough information as required. Now, the issue is getting cooperation from the county, which we've already been working on. So I agree with the Vice Mayor's comments. There's a lot of other issues to handle. For example, I can give you a quick example. We just got Blue Road. Thank you to Hermes and his team and Melissa do a great job. We just finally got Blue Road sidewalks. Why do I keep going back to that? That took us how many years? 2 or 3 years to get done? It's a lot of projects around the city that we can start working on. Granada sidewalks. Let's finish the Alhambra ones. We're ready to go to finish those 2 blocks. Let's do the Blue Road. Let's do things that are right there. Here's another one. Doctor's Hospital. It's funded. Let's do the sidewalks in Doctor's Hospital. Find areas that you think are important in the community that are lacking, but I just don't think it's worth, you know, double and triple and quadruple redundancy when at the end of the day, the legwork's already been done, and I just feel like you're spinning your wheels. I'm just offering a bit of advice to help you and so that you can work on issues that I think are important that could benefit the city. Because at a certain point, I'm going to be honest with you, we even lose power because the county is the ultimate decision maker, right, Madam Vice Mayor?
Oh, yeah.
And we can say we want something, we can do something like, for example, at the town hall, which I wish you would have gone, the commissioner was there. And we were talking about issues of getting their help on different fronts. And certain things he was receptive to and certain things he wasn't so receptive to. So, at the end of the day, we're at the will of the county, especially when you talk about county roads. So just a little bit of advice.
I mean, you're going to have a couple of examples here, and I'm going to just give you the history for the mere purpose so you understand how we have to make decisions sometimes. My first crack at trying to get an MOU change with the county was including the youth zones, Commissioner Forrest brought up before, the speed radar signs, some additional leeway for our staff to make diverter changes, where necessary, as well as a smaller speed table so that we can center them more on the blocks. Had to give up at the moment because it's going to take an additional traffic study to be able to get the youth zones established. The diverters, they said, no way. We're not going to get that. And so we're left with two items. We're left with the speed radar signs, which they're going to give us a lot of flexibility on. And we have the smaller speed tables, which will open this up for a lot more neighborhoods than before, because it makes no sense to put the speed table so close to the stop sign that it really loses effectiveness.
And to give you a little bit of credit and collaborative effort, I wrote that legislation 6 years ago.
Yes,
I worked on it
the first
for
round.
4 years, the preliminary MOU and the lowering of the speed limits and the traffic calming. I worked on that with my colleagues on the commission. With Craig Lean, we worked hard. When the vice mayor mentioned that, I said, hey, run with it. I'm working on 15 different things. You want to modify that with a great idea? I'm all for it. Have at it. You want to go and, hit your head against the wall of the county to do something good for the city? I'm all for it. But the idea of double redundancy, triple redundancy, I think it just results in we have too many people trying to do the same thing. And again, I don't think it's effective, in my opinion. So, do you want to address anything else on that so that I can get to the next item? Okay, perfect. Item F13.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner, are we deferring the item?
Well,
Do you want to take a vote? I'll take
I
a vote.
mean, at this point, it's four of us. It makes kind of sense to defer it.
Okay. All right, item F13. This is a simple resolution. I won't belabor the point. I think it's a great idea to offer our teachers some sort of discount rate who are teachers, obviously, that live in Coral Gables. We want to make sure that we had a teacher here who's my neighbor. She lives a block away from me. You're not going to get thousands of people coming to the youth center. Let's say if you're a teacher and you want to come and use these facilities, we'll give you a discount. I don't want to go crazy. This is simple.
I'd be happy to second if you would entertain an amendment to offer to teachers who work in Coral Gables. I think a lot of our teachers who are teaching at our current schools may not be residents because they can't afford to live in our city, but they're servicing our residents.
So,
Good afternoon. It does include teachers who work in Coral Gables. It actually expands upon a 2019 resolution that was limited to schools within Coral Gables. So this expands it to all schools within Coral Gables, public and private, and those schools which fall under the purview of the SCRC, which, as you know, includes a few schools.
Crazy, and then we end up with, I don't want to talk about pickleball, so let's not talk about pickleball. But what happens with pickleball is really happening with pickleball. I was going to call yesterday for an hour with a resident about pickleball. Okay, 1 hour. I welcome it. But their main concern is that we have people from outside Coral Gables here on the courts. So I'm all for it. If you're servicing the kids and you work here in one of those schools and you don't live here, or you're a teacher that lives here, we want to support you. So
I'll second as is then.
So just to clarify, the way the resolution is currently drafted, it does include some schools outside of Coral Gables. So if we want to amend it, of course, if it's the will of the commission, we can amend it.
I want to be careful. And we can leave it the way it is now, but I want to be very careful because the last thing I want is to overload these facilities and then have people in the facilities say, hey, listen, it's not benefiting the residents first. But when you tell them that it's a teacher who's teaching in a Gables school, I think we can get more leeway with that. You understand? Because no one's going to say no to a teacher or like a firefighter or a police officer. You understand? We just got to be very careful with that. But I don't have a problem with it. I'll amend it any way that you like.
No, we'll leave it the way it is.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez? I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F14. We're almost done with the day.
F14, the county has required us to do the resolution first before they will approve. Have an amendment to the interlocal agreement on traffic engineering functions. Which one is this? The speed radar sign? No,
no.
this is
Modified speed hump.
speed hump.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. This is item F14, a resolution approving an amendment to the intergovernmental agency agreement with Miami-Dade County to perform traffic engineering functions. As you all just discussed, this was a long, hard fought after memorandum of understanding that we got with the county regarding traffic engineering. It sets forth details regarding traffic calming criteria, et cetera. The only amendment to this agreement is to add in the list menu of traffic calming devices a modified speed hump. As staff has explained it to me, again, I'm not a traffic engineer. These fit better in certain areas of the city, but the same criteria, the same balloting, everything else will still apply the same. This just adds to our menu of options.
Okay. I'll move it.
Second?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you for working on this, by the way. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that. Any way we can continue to evolve on that agreement with the county, it's really beneficial. Thank you to staff for all your hard work on that.
It was a lot of work.
Mr. Clerk, I'm missing one. Okay, H1, right?
I think we also missed F15.
F15.
F15, we missed
15.
F15? Oh, yeah, we did, I'm
15.
sorry, we did.
It's same story, but on
Yeah.
speed radar signs, we need a resolution before the county will approve it.
Okay,
Again, this would allow the city to, after getting design and location approval from the county, install electronic speed feedback signs throughout the city. Again, we will still have to go through some process with the county regarding the exact location and design, but this generally would allow us to install them and maintain them even throughout the city. And again, both of these agreements, we have drafted them in a way that we feel is appropriate for the city. Should there be any small changes back and forth, the city manager and city attorney are authorized to execute them with some small changes in line with the will of the commission.
I'll move it.
Second?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
yes. Now, the last one, H1. Before we move on to H1, can I include in the next commission meeting an update just on Blue Road, Doctor's Hospital, and also on the street that escapes my memory right now that we had a meeting on the site that we were gonna ask the county to allow it to be one way, and then we kind of.
Benicia Terrace.
Sure. I need an update on that to know where we're at, because I got 2 calls from residents who live in Benicia telling me, we need to move forward in one form or another.
Yeah.
I just want to get an update on the books, so if you could give me an update on all the sidewalks, also Granada. I know we haven't done anything with Granada, but I would like to have a plan of action presented to the manager so that he can advise us on the cost to do Granada, because I think it's really low hanging fruit.
Sure.
Thank you, Bella. Sorry about that.
Again, good afternoon, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. So the reason we're here for this item, I'm sure you're aware, sometimes we have a little bit of a tug of war between some residents that are concerned about the overproliferation of signs around the city versus the residents who want no parking signs in front of the homes. And, so what we've done is that in coordination with Kevin Keeney's office, we came up with a SOP, a standard operating procedure, for when are we going to agree to put no parking signs. And we wanted to bring that to your attention, get your input, make sure that this is something that, so what we're looking at is to have no parking signs. And if we could put the slide really quick, it's just a single slide, it'll be very quick. So the idea is that we'll be adding, the only places we'll consider adding no parking signs is the areas that are located within 1/10 of a mile, which is 528 feet from a school, parks, commercial, or institutional uses, or multifamily residential developments. Unless we have documentable safety concerns, such as, for example, in some intersections where people are parking in the visibility triangles, or specific areas, or people were consistently parking on sidewalks, blocking access to driveways, mud boxes, or where it's becoming a problem where solid waste cannot do their pickup because somebody is parking somewhere where they're not supposed to, or were otherwise recommended by the police department. So it's something very simple, very clear. I want to hear the commission's opinion about this, and if you're on board, we'll be more than happy to implement this and moving forward. the city staff will have a very clear guidance as to when we're gonna approve them, and then we don't. And, sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, the last thing I wanted to say, for those who don't meet this criteria, who still don't want people parking in front of their properties, we still have the swell package, where people are welcome to plant it, in accordance with prior commission resolutions. And, so they still have a tool.
So I want to just hit on a few points, okay? I've been talking to you about this for a long time. You get all my emails, and out of respect for Marcelo Salup, he's a big advocate of the city, especially beautification. He's always sending us signs. This is something that we have to be very, very careful because, I'm a big proponent of less signs is more. I've tried, and I'm going to bring it up now, and it's something that I would like to work on, to see if I can work on it with you through the manager's office and with our new team. When you look at certain neighborhoods, you will have three signs on a swale.
Right.
Why can't we devise a new sign that says no parking from end of block to end of block?
We can do that
And
too.
I've tried. I brought this up 4 or 5 times in the last 4 years. Okay, you can literally, instead of having 3 signs, you just have 1 sign and gives you the authority. Everybody reads it. You cannot park from the end of block to the end of block. It's simple. That's one thing. Okay, I would love to do that. I would love to work on that. I brought that up multiple times to see if we can get that done. That's number 1. Number 2, when do we finish all the signs? I know it has nothing to do with no parking, but since we're talking about signs, the 25 miles an hour signs that are all, just they're barely, you can read them.
My list is not here. I think we're pretty much done with that.
Okay. Well, if we see anywhere around the city, I'll send them to you.
If the others, over time, sometimes may still fade. I mean, it's been a few years already. But I believe that the ones that I believe that's done.
I'm a proponent of as little signs as possible. Okay. But when you're going to meet a person that you take away their sign, and that's like taking away their child. Okay. Because they believe that the sign is the deterrent. That's the reason why I wrote the legislation for the swale package. I have the swale package in my yard, and I have the most traffic of anybody that I think in this dais. Okay.
We'll do a contest.
In between UM, St. Augustine, Doctors Hospital, Riviera, 57th Avenue, US 1, Lennar Center. I mean, I can keep going. And guess what? I welcome it. I love it. I don't have a problem with it. I love the active lifestyle of it. But there's used to be parking issues. UM really worked hard. They got it under control. And then I did, you know what? I parked the fern. I put the ferns in my swale. I never have an issue again. And I got rid of my trash pit. I don't have any more illegal dumping. But people believe that the parking sign is like a deterrent, and that what they'll do is they won't park. They'll just like literally stand right in front of it. And most people are just waiting for cars or waiting for this. They're not leaving their car there for 24, 48 hours. So I think that if we could get rid of the signs, and I'll show you one. One of them we worked on. I remember I pointed out to you in front of Venetian Pool, where we did that little work of infrastructure, the civil work that we did on the triangles. Remember we walked that site like 2 years ago? Across the street, there was a house with 3 signs, and I said, listen, this person shouldn't have 3 signs. They were 15 feet away from each other. Get them away, and the person was like, no, don't take my signs away. You take all the signs away, you put one in the middle, block to block. I want to show you another sign. This was me walking with a manager to visit a resident 2 days ago, and I just walked by this sign. I don't know about you, but this sign tells me to do nothing.
Well, yeah, and
I just gave this to Billy right now because Gabby puts her package together every 2 or 3 days and sends to the manager's office, everything, deep trash pits, signs, all kinds of things. So that right there, I tried to send the best address I possibly can. That sign right there shouldn't be replaced. Because that sign hasn't been in service for 10 years.
Right. Yeah.
So if somebody goes and removes that sign, it's one less thing with the service, is one eyesore. And I think these are opportunities where those are low-hanging fruit that I think we have to look around the city and submit to the manager's office and say, hey, this, you can't even read it, it's faded.
So there are a couple of things that are in the proposed SOP. One is we limit the neighborhoods that signs can go into. It has to be adjacent to something, 500 feet from something that's generating a lot of traffic.
Sunset
And
Management.
that those are legitimate places where we need to control the swale. And the only issue I would say is, the other thing, the proposed policy that we're going to implement says is it gives a specific distance between signs. And historically, what has happened, and I agree completely with you, Mayor, is signs wind up way too close together. But one sign per block, I do think, is going to create something of a due process issue for us, because you're not, if there's one sign in the middle, if you're on either end of the block, you can claim, I didn't see it. And you may be correct.
Okay, but let's be positive. And let's use our better judgment. If we're sitting there and we're about to install a sign and you see there's 5 oak trees on the swale and you can't see it, then I understand. But the idea that you can't install, for example, in front of the Venetian pool, I'll take you to go see it now if you like, he's seen it, where you have 3 signs as far as from here to Matt.
No, absolutely. Those are not appropriate.
And there's no trees in the middle. There's no trees in the middle. It's just a green grass swale. And I think that we could do.
But the new SOP specifically says signs have to be a certain distance.
But what I would like to do through the manager's office is just entertain my wish. Can we make a template design to show to the commission that says no parking, and use whatever verbiage you want, no parking from edge of block to edge of block, and then signs like that, so that it'll give our staff the necessary teeth to be able to find, to hit somebody with a citation. But we can start eliminating the sign pollution. I just
right.
So there are locations where you do have that, where it says no parking on block, but that assumes that the entire block does not want parking. Very often it's a specific owner who lives at this corner, the one across the street doesn't want the sign. So that may work in places where the entire block, like UN, for example, right? They control that area, so they want no parking on the entire block. Or there's a concurrency among the property owners that they don't want park on the swell. But sometimes it's somebody at the corner and then the ones across the street. Because remember, no parking sign means they cannot park themselves, or maybe they want to be able to park on their swell themselves. So that will work, I think, in some areas, but in some others, unless we're going to be telling owners either the whole block accept it or not, that may not be a...
And I'm sorry, but look, I'll give you another place first so that my colleagues can go, because my colleagues, when they drive, and when I drive, you're just trying to get home, you've had a long day, you're trying to pick up your kids, you don't really focus. You go to the Venetian pool. In the Venetian pool, the parking has a concrete stump about this high with a pole on it that has a sign. And then you go 10 feet over and it has another sign. That's city property. We could put there from edge to edge.
I would say one sign is not likely to work there. The email that was forwarded to me today for another location that Hermes and I are working on, Santona, it has a no parking sign. The problem is where the people are parking, they don't necessarily see the no parking sign at the middle of the block.
Right, but I think the mayor's not wrong on this. So you can put one at each end of the block, and nobody can say we didn't see the sign. You put it at the center, I understand. They didn't. They came in, they turned around, they parked there. But if we put them on the ends of the block,
and
you reduced from maybe 10 signs to 2.
But I think that's what
we're solving
trying
a problem.
to accomplish with this SOP.
Guys, we're using signs to block people from parking. It's like we have like a tree and a sign and a tree and a sign and a tree.
And you'd be surprised they still park on it.
So the proposed policy that's attached would provide that there cannot be signs closer than 75 feet apart. Is that accurate?
Right, but I don't think the mayor's point is not about the new signs. Talking about the old signs. And it's something I had brought up to Peter in the past was, do we have a sign inventory?
We did a sign inventory several years ago, yes.
And do we regularly check those signs? Because like the one that the mayor showed, there are tons of them out there. And Leo Bueno sends us pictures all the time of signs that are either faded.
Not Marcelo Salud. I'm sorry, Leo Bueno.
Leo Bueno. And signs that are faded, signs that are falling, signs that are crooked. I think this is something that's really simple to do. Just go out there, any sign that's faded, take it down. It's a simple solution, and that way we start reducing signs. You'll probably have a good 5 to 10% of the signs that are out there that are no longer in good use.
I think we can turn it into a policy. If the sign's completely faded, we could just take it down without replacing it.
Yeah.
That one is in front of the building that we're in. Remember the building we went to go see? For the trees with the older couple? That's on that swale right there. You can't even see it. So, let's move forward.
All right.
Move forward. Let's go. I think it's a great idea. I think we're gonna finally make Leo Bueno happy.
He's not like the ones who stay.
This is his, his thing. And by the way, I respect it.
Yeah.
I respect that. If he likes it and this is what makes him feel that he's making the city better, I wish we had more people like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Anything else to the good of the order? Mr. Clerk, did I miss anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor?
I don't think we have anything else. I know we got some events coming up. I'll try to just push them out on Instagram and so forth, because I got to go rush to the Community Foundation event now.
What time is that, at 6?
5:30.
5:30.
Okay.
Depends on which, yeah, it's already started.
Okay.
So let's rock and roll.
Commissioner Castro?
Yeah, I was just copied in an email from John O'Brien, and I wanna say this to you, Mayor, in the sweetest and most positive way possible. And I think I'm just asking you to be mindful when we do blame other people or mention other names, because I was just copied on a letter that they're very insulted with. I haven't even finished reading it, but it's the people who signed this letter are John O'Brien, President of the South Florida Council of Firefighters, David Perez, President of Coral Gables Professional Firefighters Association, William McAllister, President, Miami-Dade Firefighters, Eddie Blanco, President, Key Biscayne Professional Firefighters, Adonis Garcia, Firefighters of Miami Beach, Eric Johnson, Hialeah Professional Firefighter. Oh, there's another one. And Miami Association of Firefighters as well. Let's be a little mindful when we blame people.
I'll respond to you now. Go ahead.
May 18th Literacy Festival. It's a great event. Come out 11 to 3 at the Youth Center. It's an event for the entire family and something that everybody can enjoy.
Staff, Matt, Solange, your team, great job. Electronic recycling, as always, it's only getting better. So happy that you guys took the initiative to get that started a few years ago, and it's doing a great job. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm speaking the truth and the facts. The bottom line is that the Miami-Dade County firefighters, exactly what I said on Jackie Nesperal, along with a developer in this community who once, 4 years ago, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to tarnish my reputation. And also Billy McAllister did it here and in front of me with another individual who was present, who was a witness, and tried to intimidate me in regards to annexation. They're the ones that spent the money on the recall efforts. They're the ones that used 3 packs from Tallahassee that was covered in the Miami Herald. The Miami Herald wrote about it very clearly. In the failed effort, they were the proxies who put all the money in an effort to get me out because they're trying to intimidate me. So they can write all the letters, just like in the last letter from the FOP and police, which I will be responding to this week. They said that I was the only one that voted against the budget. That's not factual. They stated a bunch of incorrect statements there. It's the continued disrespectful lies that are said in an effort to intimidate me, in an effort to tarnish my reputation. And in the situation that I'm in, I feel vindicated, I feel happy, and nobody is going to put me in a position where I'm going to stop speaking the truth. So they can try all they want in an effort to stop annexation. They can say everything they want, but I have facts that they have been involved on multiple occasions in an effort to derail me, to disrespect me, to tarnish my family's name, and they can continue to deny it all they want, but the facts are the facts. I sat in a meeting with Billy McAllister. He came here before me, and he said, if you do not vote the way that I want you to vote in regards to annexation, you have 2 options. I destroy your reputation, number 1, or if you want me to move forward with annexation, you have to give me your entire fire department and all your fire stations and all your assets. And there was 4 people in that meeting, and it happened at Cafe Abrachi. So they can say anything they want. They can say anything they want, but at the end of the day, the facts are the facts. Listen, I hope everybody has a wonderful, wonderful meeting. God bless all of you, and thank you for allowing me the honor to serve you. It's been a true blessing. Have a wonderful week.
You should probably read the letter.